Ready for our 5 hours of EnduroKA racing here to end the day at Donington Park.
On track, every second matters, every component, every lap. Track It gives teams real-time insight, from the garage to the grid.
And very shortly we will have the grid assembled and ready for the EnduroKA Championship, or the EnduroKA race here today. It's a 5-hour race and the cars are already assembled in the area on the Grand Prix loop at the moment, getting ready to be led out on track by the safety car. It will be a rolling start for the cars as well, so they will be brought round onto the grid shortly, and when that grid starts moving, we will run through the order that they're going to start in. Of course, it's a 5-hour race with a number of driver changes in it, so we will be doing our best to bring you all of the details of all of those changes. We're also going to attempt to go and try and get some pit lane interviews, so after driver changes have taken place, we're going to get down into the pit lane and give you some pit lane interviews and get a little bit of a flavour of what it's like from some of the drivers that are out on track. So we can see the safety car has got this grid moving, and they are making their way, exiting the S's section, and we'll be on to the start finish line, and I will run through the grid through this for this 5-hour race. We've got 33 cars taking to the grid for this one, so another big grid. We had lots of big grids here across this weekend, and this is of course our last race of the weekend, and it's being led away from pole position by the 46 Milner Racing, the car that the team that have been very successful in this series so far this year, having won 2 of the 3 rounds that we've already had, including one of the 24-hour runs. The car's being held up onto the grid. I think they're just going to make sure they're all sorted up on the grid before we lead the pack away. On the front row, they're joined by the 131. That's the Catastrophe car. I love the names that they come up with these cars, but the Catastrophe car and the Milner Racing make up our front row. In third place, the 49, the LDR Performance car, and they've got a bit of a special guest driver in there. They've got Tom Ingram in the car today with them. They are joined alongside in fourth place by the 555, the Subaru car, in very distinctive old school Subaru rally colours. They are the other team that won they're the other winning team on the grid this weekend. They won the first round at Snetterton. Yeah, good to see. That was a much shorter race. That only 3 hours, if memory serves correct. Our third row is made up with the Burton Power number 1 car. That again, a bit of a rallying livery on that one, old school Colin McRae Ford livery, which suits the KA very well. They're joined alongside in 6th place by number 3, the Wingat Racing car, another blue and white, but a completely different type of blue and white livery on that one. In 7th place is the 23, the Aston Martin, a livery that some of you will recognise. Alongside the Aston Martin is the 333 Kahuna's Racing Team, as the safety car leads the grid away. I'll rattle through the rest of it so we make sure we get everything done if you're following this in the programme. In 9th place is the 81 GM Performance car. Joining them on row 5 is the 180 Team Shine in 10th place. In 11th is the 121 Calamity car, joined on that row in 12th place by the 65 Autotech Racing car. The 95 Kachow starts 13th, and it is the very well prepared number 12 Pro-Am Racing car starting from 14th. In 15th it's the number 21 KNF Racing, and in 15th place, in 15th place is KNF Racing. In 16th is the 64 Autotech car. 17th starts 77, the Chickspeed Motorsport car, and in 18th is 69, the Team Castrol car. In 19th is 115, the Emax Motorsport car, joined alongside on row 10 in 20th by car 116, the Piston Broke team. In 21st, number 22, AKF Racing, and in 22nd is the number 2 NJM Racing car. In 23rd is the 143 Starsky and Clutch, great name for that team, and in 24th is the number 74 Motorsport car. 25th is car 101, the SMC Paradox Motorsport team, and in 26th is the 51 AdKit Racing. In 27th is the 41 Row Rage Motorsport car, and in 28th is the number 18 No Nonsense Racing car. The other LDR performance car, the number 19, is in 29th, and in 30th is the Porsche Carrera 96 car. In 31st is another LDR performance car, the number 9 this time, joined in on that row 16 in 32nd place. The 44 Jägermeister car, a very distinctive orange livery on that one. And a final car on the grid in 33rd is car 174, the Motorsport T-Bone car. A packed grid, and they're making their way around behind the safety car at the moment. I can see they've just got to the S's, so we will be going for a start. So we cast our eyes towards the gantry. The red lights are already on. Remember, this one is going to be a rolling start, and it is the Milner car that leads them slowly towards the line. As we cast our eyes out of the commentary box window, we can see the pack. What a sight this is, a pack of these Ford KAs heading towards us now. The 46 and the 131 leading them away as the lights go out and we go racing here at Donington Park for the start of the 5-hour EnduroKA race. And it is the 46 car, the Milner, who's leading into Redgate at the moment. The 131 taking a little bit of a wider line, but it is the 555 Subaru. Looks like they're diving down through the middle of the pack. All of them seem to be getting through quite nicely at the moment. And yet it is the Subaru, the 555, who's made it up from 4th on the grid to 2nd already, challenging the 46, the Milner racing car already. As they get down to the old hairpin, there's a bit of a lock-up straight away from the 46, yeah, we will update you with who's driving each of these cars. Once they've been round through one lap, we should be able to get the surnames of who's driving. But the 46 now under quite a bit of pressure as they head up the hill, and the 555 has got past. That little lock-up may have had an effect, but the 555 Subaru team have gone from 4th to 1st in the first half lap of this race. A great start for the Subaru team, and they were very, very quick off the line, and now lead as they exit McLean's and head up towards Coppice. A great start. There's quite a bit of pressure by the look of things from the 49 there. That's the LDR performance car in 3rd at the moment, pressuring the 46 Milner car, but it is that Subaru team leading down to the S's. But as they get to the S's, the Milner dives up the inside and gets past the Subaru for a 2nd lead change in the first lap. The Milner car gets that lead back and leads the Subaru across the line. But the 49 now pushing the Subaru, and they are side by side as they head down towards Redgate. We've got one car smoking. I'm not sure whether that's an engine blown or some bodywork going. We'll update you with what that one is, but it is the Milner. But the 49 has got the 2nd place going into Redgate.
It has indeed, and you'd think this was the last lap of a 5-hour endurance race, not the first, because it's been chopping and changing for the entire time in this first hour, first minute, sorry, should I say. But yeah, there is a bit of smoke coming from the back one of the silver cars there. Not sure if that is an issue for the car or just a little bit of bodywork rubbing on the tyres there. But the 49 coming under pressure from the 555 Subaru car, and it is the LDR Performance tuning car driven by touring car champion as a Aston Martin was a little wide through old hairpin there. And there is the number 69, the Castrol car, with that bit of smoke coming from the back of it. But this is 3 for the lead at the midway point of lap number 2. It is the Milner car being driven by Wright at the moment. Bessel in the Subaru and Tom Ingram in that 49 LDR Performance tuning car. 3 for the lead, literally nose to tail, coming out of Coppice corner and down onto the back straight for the second time of asking. On the defensive already is Wright in the Milner racing car, back over towards the racing line on the entry in towards the S's, hard on the brakes with 4 hours 56 minutes to go, slinging it through the S as he goes, coming close to the first tyre wall. It put him offline a little bit for the exit, and Tom Ingram now in that LDR Performance tuning car looking to try and get that overlap down into turn 1. Sets the fastest lap of the race, does Ingram, but not able to get through at the moment. He's on the outside line, going to try and have a look right around the outside, but will tuck back in behind just past my commentary box. They are literally 2 by 2 coming over the timing line as well as Team Castrol Racing, even though they've got that bodywork rub, or sorry, no, they're in the pit lane, should I say. So we'll see what that is. I thought it was fastest lap popping up, but no, they're into the pit. Team Shine apparently are also into the pit lane as well. So that, I believe, is the 180 into the pits. But the front 3 here, Rob, have really broken away from the rest of the pack at the moment.
Yeah, they have, and great bit of driving from the 3 of them. Tom Ingram in the middle of this. What an introduction to KA Racing. This is for him, but it is the Milner car, and I think it's Jack Wright that's actually in that car at the moment, doing an incredibly good job of keeping the 2 behind him at bay. The Subaru car, the 555, doing incredibly well. We've got battles all over the place at the moment. Just having a look. This is the Aston Martin group, so it's the Kahuna Racing 333 that's leading that one through. As we see the 180, the Team Shine car, just leaving the pit lane. The Aston Martin there looks like that's just having a bit of an overtake, and they've got side by side with the 65. So that's one of the Autotech cars, isn't it? The 65. Yeah, the leaders now down to the S's, and they're not quite as close this time by, as we see Tom Ingram right on the back of the 46. It's the Milner racing car and the LDR Performance. They've got a fraction of a gap. I mean, it's not much of one, but a fraction of a gap going back to the Subaru car, the 555 behind. And then this next gaggle of cars coming across the line now, and that's the 95, the Cachao racing car being overtaken, I think, by the 65 Autotech and the GM Performance 81 as they cross the line. So yeah, lots of stuff. The Aston Martin seems to be the biggest winner out of that, the 23. You'll maybe drop down a bit, but they're moving positions all the time. But earlier on, that was a car that was a little bit further back than that. So yeah, this battle quite nicely making its way through the Craner curves, and it does look like the 95 is dropping back off all of them. So looks like the 81 has now got past, and the Cachao is just dropping back a little bit.
Yeah, look like the 64 was side by side with the Cachao coming down the Craner curves. As there's the 2 leaders, 3 leaders, because Tom Ingram's car was hidden behind the other Ford KA for just a little moment there as our camera just resorts itself. They're all 3 for the lead, and they're a lot closer coming through Coppice this time around than what they was a lap or so ago. They are literally pushing each other, the 69, back into the pits. Now, they're not out of this race. They can easily try and repair that car and get it back out onto the circuit. This is a 5-hour race, the 115 Emax Motorsport, and Rice is now driving that car. So that's been a driver switch there, excuse me, as through the chicane. I've noticed with the leader there, the Milner car just seems to go a little bit deeper through that first part of the chicane and goes a little tighter through the first part, just then not getting as close to the tyre wall on the second part of the chicane. A little bit different to Tom Ingram, so just showing the difference in maybe driving styles of driving different racing categories.
Yeah, Tom Ingram, you talk about driving styles, using that extra little bit of pit lane entrance, and we flick back to the S's at the moment, and I think that's the K&F racing car leading that pack through, the 21 car leading a pack through. It's the car with the kind of Tag Heuer logo on it, and is that the 77 behind? So it's the Chick Speed car. Those 2 leading this pack across, and they're having a great little battle. But it is the group behind that we now focus on. It's the 22, the AKF racing car, that leads the pack through. The number 2 has made its way up the field a little bit. That's the NJM racing car that's made its way through the pack as well. But this little gaggle now going down the Craner curves, it does look like the K&F racing car, the 21, has managed to kind of breach its way, get away from the pack a little bit as it comes through the Craner curves and then into the old hairpin at the moment. It's the battle is now with the number 2. That's the NJM racing car, just holding off those couple of cars behind. I think it's the 151 that's also involved in that battle as well. or is it the 115? Quite possibly the Emax Motorsport car. They did all start in the same area on the grid as well, so it would make sense. It's the 22, the AKF Racing, that silver and blue, lovely livery on that car. The 115 and the 116 all packed together. So that's the piston broke and the Emax Motorsport car having a real battle. The 115, of course, is not a Ford KA. Now, we haven't mentioned that very much, but those eagle-eyed amongst you will notice there is one car that's not a Ford KA. It's actually a Citroen C1, and it's been given a guest appearance at this racing. So, yeah, 115 is not a Ford KA.
It is not at all, but a guest spot and the chance to run around here in the field as the number 96 here. I believe that one is the Porsche Carrera Motorsport. Gets another place through the S as it goes, and a good train of cars here coming down in towards Redgate Corner, and the 77 just dropping off the back of the car ahead of it. It's the number 2 that is mounting an attack at the moment. That is NJM Racing, who is on the rear there then of the AFK Racing number 22 car. So a good little battle, and actually the 77's got a horrible run through Redgate and is under pressure here as they come through the Craner curves. Almost a bit of contact between the 77 and the 22. So the AFK Racing has almost got involved in a little bit of an incident there with the 77, who looked very slow coming through Hollywood for a moment. So not sure what has happened there to that one, but it was attacking the back of the car ahead of it earlier on.
Yeah, the thing with these lower powered cars, if you lose a little bit of momentum, it can have a huge impact on the rest of your lap. But the 77, the Chick Speed car, is now under, as you say, an increasing amount of pressure with those 3 cars behind. But we pan back to the leaders now, and it is still the 46 that leads, and it's Jack Wright in that Milnair car, been very, very successful already this season. You've then got Tom Ingram in the 49, again using all that pit lane exit to increase the ability for him to swing that car through into Redgate, and he's using all the road and more. I don't want to talk about track limits yet, but you know, I'm sure certain people around the track will be looking at that in detail. The Subaru has dropped back by about a length at the moment. It's right with them, but certainly coming through Redgate, and it does look like it's a little bit further off the back, the 555.
Fuel saving
of them. Yeah, well, possibly. Also, you know, nothing is won in the first 10 minutes of a 5-hour race. You can only lose it. So, you know, you've got this great battle going on, and it's a great battle we want to see. But we're playing the long game here, and whilst you've got to keep the momentum, you've got to keep the car going very quickly. It's all about playing that long game. So we're coming up to the first of the back markers here, are our leading group, and it is the 180 who had a little bit of a moment earlier on in the race. So the Team Shine car, really well prepared, very colourful car, that 180, but very sensibly diving right out the way by the look of things as they come down towards the S's now. For what is it, the 7th time in this race, and this is where there's potentially an opportunity. Tom Ingram has a look to the outside in the 49, but he cannot make that stick, and he then pulls back in behind the Milnair car, and it is 1, 2, 3. But that little attempt by Tom Ingram has allowed the 555 to get that bit closer. So the Subaru a little bit closer as they head up towards Redgate, but the camera now pans back to the S's to look at the battles. But I'm just going to keep a glanced eye on the leaders there, because the Subaru is right with Tom Ingram, a lot closer this time by as they come down through the Craner curves. At the moment, we're now following this battle with the 333, which is the car there. Just trying to look who's driving that one at the moment, but the 333 is under a bit of pressure. We've got the C1 all over the grass. So that's the battle we were following a little while ago. That's the 115, the Emax Motorsport car, all over the grass at that point. We're now back with the group in the middle of the pack. That's the 333 and the Burton Power car, the number 1 car that's in that little gaggle. We've then got the group coming through the old hairpin now, and it's interesting to see the different types of lines some of them are taking. The 81 there, I know that was putting a lot of pressure on the Aston Martin, I believe. No, it's not. Sorry, it's the one of the other cars, isn't it? It's not the Aston Martin, it's the other very vibrant green. But here we go with the number 1, the Burton Power car now, up towards Coppice and McLean section of the track. The number one is under a little bit of a pressure. Is that the 65? No, it's the 121. It's the another one of the Calamity and that group of KA cars, which are all in silver. Very, very similar battles. But we've got the lead battle going across the line now. I know we are now showing it on the screen. The lead battle is coming across the line, and it is Tom Ingram in the 49 who is being given a little bit of a push along by the Subaru, and they're both going around the outside of the Milnair car. They're side by side going into Redgate. The 49, the LDR performance car, just creeping ahead of the Milnair Racing and takes the lead. And then the side by side is between now the 46 and the 555, but this is a incredibly tight battle between these leading three. But Tom Ingram in the LDR performance, the 60, the 49 car, has managed to get the lead, but at the old hairpin under braking, there's a bit of a lock up, but the 46 goes back past for the lead. A great move there by Jack Wright up the inside of the 49 car. It's just a Milnair car leading up the hill. The 555 right on the back of the 49 as well. You could barely put a piece of paper in between these cars. They are absolutely rammed together as they come through McLean's and head up towards Coppice. The 46 leading fractionally ahead of the 49 and followed very, very closely by the 555 Subaru car as they exit McLean's Coppice, at the top of the hill, and then we'll head down towards the S's. We're looking at one of the cars, the Castrol car, coming back out of the pits. That's the car that had the problem a little bit earlier on, but we really want to get back to that battle for the lead as it comes towards the S's, and here it is. The leader is the Milnair car, under braking very, very nicely done, making that KA very wide, and Tom Ingram can do nothing about the lead, but he's also having to defend very, very closely with the 555 behind. But yet again, we're going to try, by the look of things, to go up the outside, but no, Jack Wright's having none of it, putting his Ford KA right in front of Tom Ingram's car. They're not going to do anything about that, and actually now it's Tom Ingram with a little bit more pressure from the Subaru car behind as they head down the Craner curves, and now it looks like this could be a good opportunity for Anthony Purcell, who's driving that the 555, the blue Subaru car, to have an attempt. Is he going to try and dive up the inside at Old Hairpin? No, thinks better off it. Did have a little bit of a look, but these three now heading back up the hill towards the McLean section of the track, and this is where Tom Ingram has been a little bit quicker at points. It's there and Redgate where he's been able to show. We have got one of the back markers. It's a very slow car there in front of them. I can see lights flashing to warn them. I know the blue flags, will be out. It is the Kagermeister team car that's just kind of not quite quick enough, and the leading trio get their way past that car. Doesn't cause too much of an impact on the battle, and it did look like Jack Wright was actually trying to use him for a little bit of slipstreaming at that point. But they head now down towards the S's. What a battle this one is. Yeah, what a battle this is turning out to be, and Tom Ingram at the moment is trying to do everything. He's got one eye on his rear view mirror and one eye facing forward, because he can't get distracted by anything at the moment. He's got to keep an eye on the pressure from behind, but while keeping that pressure in front, and he gets a run out of the S's now. Tom Ingram going to the outside line once again towards Redgate corner. They approach. He's being pushed once more by the 555 car, that of Purcell in the Subaru, and it looks like that of the LDR Performance Tuning team have got into the lead of this race, and the Subaru manages to get into second place as well. So the 555 get through. Both of them moving up the order, and that puts Wright in the Milnair Racing team car down into third position at the moment. But what a move, and you have to say the Subaru there was helping Tom Ingram almost just have that little extra speed going into Redgate corner, as very sideways Ingram gets, throwing it through to Old Hairpin corner. Further down the field, some good trains of battles still developing. The Bollard gets sent flying by one of the KAs there from the leading trio, and now it's the turn of Wright to almost stay on the back and do what the Subaru's just done to Tom Ingram and push himself through again. Yeah, it doesn't like that whatever's happened there is Jack Wright has dropped back a little bit. I mean, we're talking half a car length. It's not much, but it's certainly not as close. It is now the Subaru that is giving Tom Ingram all the hurry up, and it is Purcell, Adam Purcell, who's in that car, really giving Tom Ingram quite a push as they head down towards the S's now. It's going to be all eyes towards Ingram, and can he defend end. So the LDR Performance 49, the white KA in front, he does manage to stick that car bang in the middle of the track yet again, and the Subaru can do very little about it. But this is where the Subaru has sometimes been a little bit quicker. So we look towards the blue 555 car. These two battling has allowed Jack Wright to get back on the boot lid of the Subaru as well. So it is still these top three, and I noticed it was Tom Ingram using that bit of pit lane exit now to kind of enhance his line. I've noticed now all three of them are doing it. So you know, if there's going to be any track limits infringement, if one's getting it, they're all getting it. So yeah, good to see.
Yeah, it's incredible to see. And again, this is sort of coming from the other formats of the racing, isn't it? Tom Ingram will obviously use that line a lot in the touring cars, and now the other two have gone, actually he's opening the corner up a little bit more, so I'm going to adapt my line to doing that. That'll be something to pass on to your teammates when you change the car over as well, when you change the drivers over. But the Subaru team at the moment keeping the pressure on the LDR Performance tuning car, the number 49. This is back down the field, no sorry, not this back on the leaders. There was a back marker just ahead of them coming through McLean's, but Wright is still there in that Milner Racing, the yellow and purple car coming up towards Coppice Corner. A bit of traffic in the way, and a battle there. Will look like the clubracA team, who is having a bit of a fight further forward, and Purcell here really pushing Tom Ingram through Coppice once more, and fancies possibly a look in towards the S's, maybe down in towards turn one, because they're about to put a lap on the black and yellow car further down the field in towards the S's. There you go, and it looks like Wright actually might get held in that Milner car, putting the lap on the back marker. No, he doesn't. He gets through as well, getting close to the tyre wall, and this is where the Subaru needs that good run. Tom Ingram, though, will feel the benefit of a bit of slipstream from the car in front that is a lap, or about to be a lap down. That is the Castrol car as well. So Tom Ingram with that little bit of slipstream possibly from the car ahead, flashing of the lights from the Subaru, and Tom Ingram not able to yet put that lap on them, but Purcell really giving Tom Ingram the hurry up, isn't he here?
He certainly is. The car in front of them is the 69 that's getting the flash there. That's the one that was in the pits for a couple of laps with that smoke and whatever that issue was earlier on. I think it was probably more than bodywork rubbing. They've still got another car in front of them. It's another silver one, but both of them at the old hairpin. The leading pair get through. Oh, and the 555 was sideways coming through. We've got the 95 and the 12 battling there with the 65 and the 47. So quite a good little battle further on back at the moment. Just having a quick look at how far back they are. So that is the 8th place there. I think the 95 has actually made up a place. The Kachow car has made up a place on the number 12, because last time by the 12 was in 8th place and the Kachow was in 9th. They've now swapped that over, so a little battling going on there. But you've also got the 65 Autotech car, which is pretty quick at times. That car right on the back of these. So we've now got this three-way battle. It may be for 8th, 9th and 10th, but it is still a cracking battle to see. The 95 just holding off there, the Kachow. The number 12 at the moment, the Pro-Am racing car, very, very well prepared car. When I got to have a look at that in the paddock earlier on this morning. But the 95 now, this group is being hassled along by the very rapid Autotech car, the 65. Again, it's another one of those silver ones, and it's the ADR Performance team do run quite a couple of these cars, and very well prepared and very quick. We're now having a quick glance at the 121, and that was also the number 1 Burton Power car we saw coming through at that point. But we're back with this lead. The 95 has just managed to eke away a little bit, and now the number 12 is doing all it can to hold off the Autotech car. Not sure if there's some kind of issue in the number 12 at all, but it's certainly not as quick as it was earlier on in the race, having dropped one place and potentially about to drop another.
Yeah, indeed. And I was actually seeing the Pro-Am racing team during the lunch break. They was doing a few driver change practice in the garage themselves, and them and the team was getting in and out of the car, just doing some practice ready for when they come in, so that they can try and make the pit stop as quick as possible. And they was doing that during the lunch break, so they was preparing themselves as much as they could. This is on board with, or this is riding with the 180 at the moment, which is down in 30th position so far in this race, but has already been into the pits earlier on, so with a slight issue for that car, and that is just ahead of the number 1, who's a little further up the field. No, in fact, it's not, is it? This is
the Burton Powers.
Oh, it is. It's 7th,
the Burton Powers in 7th at the moment, that car. So, yeah, the 180 is out of sync with everybody else. So the number 1 Burton Power car, yes, about to have an overtaken. I think that's why we're showing it on the screen. The 555 Subaru just set the fastest lap of the race. I know they're not on screen with us at the moment, but they are still battling very hard at the lead at the moment. The top 2, the 69, the LDR performance car, and the Subaru car, separated by 0.2 of a second last time by, so incredibly close still.
Yeah, it is indeed, and this is the leaders there. There is the Subaru and the LDR performance tuning car coming down towards the old hairpin, and I must say I do enjoy the way that they throw the cars into the old hairpin here, because they are not sort of...
I don't know if it was a bit of a lock-up. I know Jack Wright has locked up a couple of times, but it did look like there was a bit of a puff of smoke coming off the Milnair car then. It was just in the back of the camera shot then. And just something to keep an eye on. It might be just something as simple as a lock-up. I know Jack Wright is pushing very hard, but I'm surprised he's dropped back as much as he has at the moment with 1.5 seconds off the back of these two. So it might be that he's just conservative. It's a very long race. We're not even half an hour into the first part of this race, but yeah, just something to keep an eye on.
The other thing to possibly mention about that is you don't know what kind of strategy that they are possibly turning to. You don't know if he's wanting to save a bit of fuel and try and last a bit longer in this stint of the race, but the Subaru definitely putting the LDR performance tuning car under pressure. The number 49 that leads this race being driven by that of Tom Ingram, but Purcell is hassling the back of the defending BTCC champion as we go further down the field then in towards turn number 1. That is the number 18 car, the No Nonsense Racing, with the 51 just behind them. That is for 25th and 26th and 24th as well, because that's the 143 of the Skarsky and Clutch car, the all-red car, in front of this trio as they come through the Craner curves down in towards the old hairpin. And it's great to see with these 4Ks. Yes, there's a lot of cars pulling away from each other, but there's always a good group of them sticking together. So wherever you look on the circuit, there's at least a battle playing out here. And the Starsky and Clutch car at the moment doing a solid job to stay in front of the two behind him at the moment. And that is the No Nonsense Racing and the Addict Racing car as well. So a great job by all. There is the Rapid Fit, the old Ford Mondeo liveried car, the number 19, down in 27th. He's trying to get onto the back of that train.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's quite difficult to do that because you've got the aero benefit of all running together, and actually it's quite tricky. A couple of things to notice: you've got a few novices in these cars as well. Again, it's a championship or a series, sorry, that does really enable novice drivers to get their teeth into some proper racing without having to spend huge amounts of money. You still need to spend a lot of money. Motor racing is not cheap at all, but it's slightly less so than other formulae. So yeah, this group are heading down the start-finish line at the moment, and in the background is that our leaders coming through. It is. So the leaders coming through to lap this group already, and that just shows how rapidly these leaders are going. They are lapping in and around the 135s at the moment. It is Bassell in that Subaru who's got the fastest lap of the race so far.
Oh, side by side, sorry Rob, the Skarsky and Clutch car has actually lost out of position and possibly even two as it's going side by side through the Craner curves. It definitely has lost out the one. It's looking to try and stay ahead of the 51, but the 51 gets itself through, and that is the Addict Racing and the No Nonsense Racing. Both have got past the Starsky and Clutch car there then, and there is your race leader right on the back of the Starsky and Clutch car, who's trying to come back at the Addict Racing car, and they're both trying to move out the way of the race leader as well. So they're trying to fight each other for the position, but they got in the way of Tom Ingram a little bit there. They've also held the Subaru car. They're almost three abreast coming in towards Coppice. Not the easy of corners to make an overtake, and the Subaru car being held as much as Tom Ingram was. They lean on each other through Coppice corner, and the 51 tries to answer back over the 143, and it is the Addict Racing car who has got back back in front of the Starsky and Clutch, and that could have all ended up in tears.
Yeah, it's the worst possible moment for, especially if you're a leading pair and you're the second one, and there's a pair of back markers in front that are fighting away, and now the Milner car has got the same issue with those two red Ford KAs and just trying to fight their way through, because we're still early into this race, only just over half an hour gone in this race, and therefore you're probably not expecting to be lapped already, and so yeah, you've got to use your mirrors and you've got to use those blue flags, and this is where you rely on the marshals to provide you with that information. And this is where I'd wonder whether there is a bit of an issue for Jack Wright in that car, because the others have scythed through these back markers incredibly quickly, and it doesn't look like it's as easy for Jack at the moment. Again, could be holding things off a bit, but it doesn't look like it's as easy pickings as it was for the first two, even though those other two red cars were fighting at the front.
Yeah, there's either, like you say, there's either an issue, or it is definitely down to some sort of fuel-saving strategy that they want to do to maybe last a bit longer in this stint. The LDR Performance team, the number 19 car, they're gaining on the back of that Starsky and Clutch group for the battle. This is down with the Kachow car, the number 95, further up the order a little bit. That is running in P8 at the moment. It's got the Pro-Am racing car on the back of it going in towards Old Hairpin. They're about to put a lap on the Team Shine 180 machine, and have pulled a little bit away from Autotech Motorsport in the 65, so Kachow and Pro-Am Racing just working together a little bit to pull away from the 65.
Yeah, the 65 been driven by Max Papel, generally pretty rapid, and has actually made some nice progress in this race. That's one to keep an eye on. There's been a little bit of change inside the top 10. The 1-2-1, the Calamity Brett Virgin has got ahead of Tommy Valentine. So there's another little bit of a battle for position inside the top 10. We've got the 95 car in there, and I think this is an opportunity to mention about the liveries again, and the kind of other competition that goes on, which there is no championship as such, but there is obviously the race wins that you're battling for, but there is another competition running today, and it does it every round, and it's called the Dagenham Dustbin Award, and it's awarded by the marshals for the best livery, and that 95 KA has got to be up there, as has the 180, because it's a great livery, but I think there's another problem for that Team Shine. It's been in the pits once already, and the acceleration out of the S's, then, I mean, he hasn't pulled into the pit lane of the 180, but he's being swamped by all the other cars. That's the Aston Martin, the 23, that goes past, and then that's the 64, so it's the other Autotech machine there. The Aston Martin and the Autotech, we've not spoken about them very much, but them having a little bit of a battle, kept together all the way through this race so far. Another reminder, the 115 that you can see on screen there is not a Ford KA. Please don't write in and let us know. We are aware that is not a Ford KA, that is a Citroen, but it's a guest class car, and as we explained earlier on in commentary during qualifying today, that there is a little bit of there are some kind of city car championships or series that run and enable cars of similar engine size and similar build and size to race against each other. So that's where that one is. The car that we're seeing on screen at the moment is the 116, and then we're seeing that following group with that Citroen C1, the 115, coming through. They're being led up by the MJN racing car, that green car, very similar green to the Aston Martin, the 23, and easily confused, but lovely looking cars nonetheless.
Lovely colour green. Lovely colour green indeed, and like you say, the Citroen there in the thick of the action, isn't it, at the moment, on the back of the number 2 car, so trying to work its way through past the NJM racing car at the moment. Emax Motorsport is the 115 Citroen, and at least it came as a guest and is being able to fight hard with some of these other cars, so it's great to see as they're coming down through Coppice towards the S's. There you go now, and it just has gone a little bit cloudy towards that back section of the circuit. They just looked a little darker on that camera for a brief moment, so a little bit darker up that top end. No rain in sight. I know that the forecast has given it out for later on, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that and keep one eye on what is happening around the circuit. Breeze has died down a lot as well. That's not going to mean anything at the minute because the track is absolutely bone dry and has been rubbed in all day and has got quicker and quicker as the day has gone on. But the number 2 leading from the number 77. So that 77 has actually just been overtaken by the number 2. Sorry, that's the 21 out of the 77. That's the KNF Racing. Out of the Chick Speed Motorsport, there you got AKF Racing and NJM Racing, the number 2, just behind. So, yeah, interesting battles. We are just under the half-an-hour mark gone in this race. 4 hours, 28 minutes remain on the clock. So plenty of time as the 77 gets all out of shape through the old hairpin, sideways cross-armed, and somehow managed to hold on to that one, and he's now opened the door for the 22 to attack him once again. In fact, it's the 21, sorry, that's now attacking him once more.
I think the 21 is a little.
The 21 is ahead, so it was the 22, and it has got past him.
It has. The 21 was actually in front of us, the KNF car, the black one with the kind of tag livery at the front. So the 22 is the one that's got ahead, and they are being hustled now by the number 2, the other NJN Racing car, in that kind of green and green livery, with the Citroen C1 right behind. So that is a change. We've got another change for position. The 81 has got ahead of the 64. So it's a GM Performance car getting ahead of the 64, the Autotech car. That's a change for 12th and 13th as this little battle continues through the S's and gets its way onto the start-finish straight, and it is that KNF Racing 21. The 22 is now definitely ahead of the 77s as the AKF ahead of the Chick Speed car, and it is that number 2 just holding a watching brief at the moment is the NJM Racing car, because all that battling going on in front, we've already seen the 77 get very sideways, and it's the number 2 and the 115, that little C1, the NJM Racing, the Emax Racing cars that are just holding a watching brief, waiting for another bit of eventful overtaking or incident to happen in front. We've got the 22 now ahead of the number 21. That's a bit of a change. So the KNF Racing car has now had position taken off it. So that was the black one with the tag kind of livery on the front. The 22 has now got ahead. So a lot of battling all the way down through the field. And is this the 21 about to lose another position? Yes, it is. The 77 now gets ahead of the 21. So in a lapse time, the number 21 has lost a couple of spots on the in the position in this race. So it's a little bit of a disappointment. The 77 is the Chick Speed Motorsport. They are having a very eventful race. They've been up as high as 12th at one point, and then now down in 18th. So as is the nature of this Ford KA racing, it only takes a little bit of a wiggle somewhere, and all of a sudden all starts to change.
And the number 115 has passed the number 2 in the background as well. He's on the rear of the 21 car once again. It's the little Citroen C1 trying to get past the 21 car for an extra position, and that will put it up into P18 if it can get ahead. 77 gaining back on the 22. The 116 further forward up the road is on the rear of the 131. It's been a great opening hour to this 5-hour race here at Donington Park. The sun is shining beautifully, and there's been some fantastic battles out on the circuit. Some more, though, raging on. There you see that 131 and the 116 fighting just ahead of these two now. That is the 22 and the 77 going at it. The 115, though, in that Citroen C1, just a little further back, had a little look on the inside line coming down the Craner curves over the 21. So as the 21 just suffered a little bit of an issue, side by side over the line here, that is the number 19 car, the LDR Performance Tuning, being overtaken by the 69 of the Castrol, Team Castrol Racing car. The 69 obviously is several laps down due to being in the pits for repairs, where it got pushed back into the garage earlier on. Sad is trying to make its way back through some traffic and try its best to get back onto the lead lap. Still a long way for it to go in this race, and anything in endurance racing can and probably will happen.
Yep, certainly can and will, and we haven't even had the first round of our pit stops yet, so we'll be getting into the realms of the pit stops very soon, and that will shake up the order, because of course it's not just the time taken in the pit lane, it is the different levels of driver ability that will come out onto the track as the weights of these cars change, the driver abilities change. It is all likely to develop and change throughout this race. We've got on screen the 81, that's the GM Performance car. I always think at a glance that's almost a Gold Leaf Team Lotus livery at a distance. It's not, clearly, but it does look a little bit like that. We've got the 174 car we haven't spoken about too much. A couple of those cars that we haven't spoken about too much. It's quite nice to get to see them. But that's the Oak Sport car, running right the way down in 28th at the moment. But it's good to see little battles happening all over. But we're back with the 81 again. The 81 and the 64 battling for 12th and 13th place at the moment. But you know, this could very rapidly become a change for you know, a battle inside the top 10. Quick shot of a number of the mechanics avidly watching the feed at the moment. It's nice that they can enjoy the race. The fact that we've got the feed going on today. So give a shout to all the mechanics and engineers who work a lot of hours to not only get these cars raced and here, but the massive amount of preparation that goes into all of these cars to get them racing. So we've got in front of us the cars now. This is the number 3, isn't it? I think this is the Wingat Racing car. So a car that started quite near the front and is currently in 4th position, under a bit of pressure from the 333. That's the Wingat car, I think, isn't it? That's the number 3, and yeah, the Wingat car and the Kahuna's Racing, should I say, sorry, the 333 there, and that red one is actually just one of the back markers, isn't it? That's kind of in the way, I think. So it looks like there's a very close battle going on, but yeah, that's the battle for 4th and 5th at the moment. Number 3, the Wingat car, holding it. We're now back with the group of the 2, the 115, the little Citroen C1 in amongst all of these Ford KAs as they head down towards the Craner curves. The 115 loses out a spot to the number 2 car, which is
it doesn't. It's
close. Back at him again as they go to the old hairpin.
On the approach down to the old hairpin, the 115 come back up the inside and manages to get back ahead of the number 2, so holds on to its position for the time being. And while we was just seeing the 3 and 333 car there, I was just looking at the timing screens for the difference in the gap. So the 2 leaders are pretty much nose to tail. They've pulled 8 seconds clear of P3 of the Milner. 4th place is that number 3 car, the Wingat Racing, who are 25 seconds off the lead, so some 18 seconds or so off of the podium at the moment. So it just goes to show the gaps out there at the moment. P5 is that Kahuna's race team. P6 is the Pro-Am Racing. They've gained a place on the last lap. Calamity 121 are down to 7th place. Autotech Motorsport are in 8th ahead of Kachow in 9th, and Burton Power Racing rounds out your top 10. And here we go, a little bit of a battle in towards the S's. That's the 22 looking to make a move on the 77. The FK Racing trying to make a move on the Chickspeed Motorsport car, but couldn't do so for now anyway. And the 115 is back on the rear of the 21. So the little Citroen C1 is starting to come back at the 21 here.
Yep, certainly are, in a great battle as they head down towards Redgate, and that's the beauty of this racing. There is battle all the way through the field. You don't have to be right at the front to be you know, enjoying your time racing. But the 22 is the car that's certainly looking pretty comfortable out there at the moment, in front of the 115. So we've got that group of 4, so it may possibly be 5, but I think they've dropped the number 2, the NJM Racing car, a little bit off the back of this. But it is the 77 who leads them through the old hairpin at the moment. The Chickspeed car followed very closely by the 22, the AKF Racing, and the 21 dropping a little bit further back. That's the car with the Tag Heuer livery style on the front, the KNF Racing, and the 115. Distinctive because it's the only car in the race that's not a Ford KA. So that little battle now heads its way up into the Coppice and McLean's and Coppice section of the track as they crest the brow of the hill. The battle really is the 21 that's under pressure from the 115. They dive down now towards the S's. Can the 115 have a little bit of a look? So it's lining up behind the 21 at the moment, the 115. That little pair in front have kind of broken away a little bit. Just looking to see if the 22 is going to have a dive and a move on the 77. No, it's not, but the battle is really the 2 cars behind. The 115 is much closer to the 21 as they cross over the line. The little black Ford KA, the KNF racing car, as they dive down towards Redgate now. 115 looks like it's pulling out towards the inside to have a little bit of a look. Nothing going there, so tucking back behind. It is all about the slipstream of these cars, and it is quite tough to overtake when you pull out the slipstream. You've got to start to be pretty confident in not only your braking, but the braking of others around you, and the point at which people turn in. But the group in the pairing in front, it does look like the 22, the AKF Racing, is getting that little bit closer to the 77, the Chick Speed car. So that's an interesting one to keep an eye on. That little group of four certainly having a very good battle. But we now the camera is panning back and picking up some of the cars a little bit further back. That one is the 74 car, so that one is currently running in 30th, the Oak Sport car. Lovely, well prepared car, that one, but unfortunately not quite as far up the order as they might like. But they are being about to be overtaken and lapped by the Milnair car. They're actually indicating to indicate to one of our leading trio that they're going to get themselves right out of the way. So good piece of driving there by the 74, indicating, letting the Milnair car, letting Jack Wright know, yeah, you can come through. Jack Wright, of course, still in third place at the moment, but we're back with that battle that we've been with all the way through. And it is the little Citroen C1, the 115, that's all over the back of the car in front. That one is the 21, the KNF racing car. That little battle is incredibly tight, but we have got our leading pair into the pit lane. And our leading pair, now this might be an opportunity if you want to go down and see if you can have a word with some of the drivers and see if you can grab a quick chat with Tom Ingram possibly, and ask him what it was like being in a full KA and how much better it was than being in a touring car. That's the question you've got to ask him, okay? That's the challenge on for you, Matt. So Matt's going to go down there. Matt, just interrupt me as soon as you get the nod with any of the drivers and have a chat with them. The Subaru and the 49, they're coming back out of the pit lane. They're coming back out of the pit lane, so that was a bit odd. They've dived in and straight back out. That would have been very quick if they've done a driver change in that level of time, but of course it is quite possible. The camera now just panning across to car 101, another one that we haven't talked about too much. That's the SMC Paradox car, the 101. That's running down in 22nd at the moment, but we are now back with our leading pair, or I think we were for a moment then, back with our leading pair. That's the 555 Subaru. Yes, it is our leader. That's the 49 car that is still leading this race. It is Tom Ingram in the LDR performance, being very closely followed by the 555 Subaru car as they exit McLean's and head up towards exit McLean's and up towards Coppice, and then onto the straight now. And Tom Ingram being put under a little bit more pressure this time by than we have seen previously in that Subaru. But on the screen now, we get a little bit more overtaking. That these are the back markers. It's our leaders that we want to keep an eye on that are just behind as the 49 makes its way past the 74. So our leader, but this is the opportunity. The Subaru is right on the boot lid of the 49, and we're kind of making the back markers are making themselves a little bit of a mobile chicane in the way. The Subaru now makes a look up the inside of the 49 LDR performance, but the 555 can't get by at that point, but they're incredibly close as they head down the Craner curves at the moment. Tom Ingram is leading in the 49 car, the 555. Coming down through the Craner curves is the Subaru lining up for a move. There's a little bit of a look up the inside at the old hairpin, but Tom Ingram knows better than that and is keeping the Subaru well behind. So that's not an opportunity to overtake at that point as they head back up the hill towards Coppice at the moment. The Subaru is right on the bumper of the 49, and it is the blue car now almost pushing the 49 LDR performance car up the hill. We have actually had that the driver pairing change in that car. No, not yet quite. The timing and scoring screen lines are moving around a little bit. We've got the Milner racing car that's now in the lead, of course, because these two cars dropped into the pit lane and have now continued back out on the track. But the Subaru now really pushing right the way down into the S's. No way past at all, though. The car, the 49, kept right in the middle of the track with the Subaru right on the boot lid yet again as they head down the pit straight. The camera now just diving into the pit lane. We see the number 95, that very, very distinctive and well-known livery of those cars. But I can tell you the leaders are now exiting Redgate and are still in the same order they entered. So it is still the LDR Performance 49 car that is ahead of the Subaru. I'm just having a look around to see where the 46 is at the moment, and the 46 is ahead because those two cars did dive into the pit lane and then come straight back out again. So it is the Matt. Have you got a driver to have a chat with?
I've not got a driver at the minute, but I can tell you that the Kahuna's racing car, the 333, has just changed drivers. Second driver is being strapped into the car at this moment in time, and will be on their way momentarily. They are changing drivers in for the 333 car that is currently sat in the pit box at this moment in time. I've had a look around the paddock, the pit lane at the moment. Not many drivers ready to go for a swap yet at this moment. There's a lot of teams just still sat patiently watching the monitors, keeping their eye on the timing screens and on the broadcast to see what is going on. But the 333 have had a change of driver.
Okay, if you do want to have a quick chat, it looks like it was Costas Christis that was in that car, and it is a top 5 car, of course, that is in the pit. So if you do grab the driver, let us know. But we have got the leaders at the S's at the moment, and the 555 Subaru car is right on the back yet again of the 49. It would be good to know, Matt, if you get the opportunity. You don't have to answer me now, but if you get the opportunity to find out why both cars dropped into the pit lane and then went back out again, I don't know if there was some kind of drive-through penalty or something that we may have missed, but if you can find that out for both cars, that would be interesting to find out, because of course Jack Wright is our leader at the moment in the Milner car. He is kind of about 2 or 3 corners ahead. Sorry, Matt, have you got someone there?
I've got Costa here who's just come out of the 333 car. How was the first stint there?
Hot. A lot hotter than it looks. Good. We don't quite have the pace of the front runners, but it's a good pace. I just heard that 2 of the guys ahead of us have got a penalty as well. So obviously it's a long race. We need to keep all the black stuff, stay away from penalties, and I think we'll be up there.
Well, he was in a good fight for P4 at one stage with, I believe, the number 3. So you're sort of there or thereabouts. And obviously, if anything happens, long way to go still in this race.
Yeah. We were pretty similar, pretty evenly paced. Obviously, the back markers came into play. I made a mistake. He made a mistake. The last chicane, quite easily done on the brakes. But it was good fun. It felt like 45 minutes or whatever, an hour went past like 10 minutes. Like it felt like a sprint.
Are you back in the car later on?
Yeah. I think I'm finishing the race.
Well, best of luck later on, and best of luck for you and the team. Thank you very much. Back up to you, Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, and keep going with those interviews if you can grab them. It's always good to give those watching online and those here at the circuit a little bit of a flavour of what's going on in the pit lane. It's probably going to get quite busy, and that does explain it. Thank you to Costas to letting us know. I think we may have missed those drive-through penalties. There is also another one for the 21, but it does look like the 49, the LDR Performance, and the Subaru, the 555, had those penalties. Matt, have you got someone else with you?
No, I'm just confirming that it was then the leaders that possibly had them drive-through penalties, and that's why they was in and out of the pit lane so quickly.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much confirmed. We've got Jack Bright now leading the race. That's not what we're seeing on screen at the moment. We have got the 121, the Calamity car, just making an overtake on the 61. Not quite sure. I don't think that one's for. Sorry, it's the 51. I apologise. It's 51. That's the Addict Racing. That was for position in that one. So a little bit of a battle going on there. I'm just waiting for the cameras to try and catch up with our battle for second place. The Subaru, the 555 car, was very close behind the 49, the LDR performance car, but haven't quite caught up with them. We've got another bit of a battle going on, and again, it's that 21 and the 77. Although, as I say that, the 21 dives into the pit lane, so that's the K&F racing car that dives in for its first proper pit stop of this race, as the leader now comes across the line to complete another lap on the screen there. So it is Jack Wright that's leading. I'm just looking to see where our second place, so they are on the same straight, and it's now the Subaru having a look up the inside. This is the actual battle for second place in the race, and the 555 goes up the inside of the 49 LDR performance car, and that looks like quite an easy overtake. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure a lot of planning and preparation went into that, but the 555 now takes second place as the second and third place cars dive down the Craner curves at the moment, but the Subaru, the all blue 555 car at the old hairpin, manages to hold off Tom Ingram. There is one of the circuit bollards bang in the middle of the track there, but yeah, Tom Ingram in the 49 unable to hold off. It did look like they had quite a number of back markers in front of them before they got to that point, so it may have been that there was a little bit of an opportunity gained for Bassell in that Subaru car. But yeah, great move for an overall second place at the moment. So the 555 is holding second place. It is still Jack Wright leading, but Tom Ingram not letting him get away at all. The 555 car, the Subaru, almost on three wheels, exiting McLean's coppice section of the track there, as they now head down the straight, and the camera will pick them up as we get towards the S's. Here it is. Is Tom Ingram going to have a look either side getting into the corner? No, Bassell doing a great job in the 555, braking firmly and nicely in a straight line. Tom Ingram not able to have an impact on that lead. The Subaru flashing its lights at the 333 car in front. The 333, one of the cars that's running a lap down, or will be a lap down at the moment, and so the Subaru doing everything it can to make that car aware. The marshals will of course be out with the blue flags as well, but Tom Ingram not able to make inroads into that gap. Have you got another driver with you, Matt?
We will have in just a few moments time. We get in the 96 is changing driver, the 77 is in the first change.
Come back to us when you've got them ready, because we've got a titanic battle for second place at the moment. The Subaru with another one of the back markers. It is still that 333 that he hasn't got past yet. The Subaru now, Tom Ingram trying to pull alongside. They're going to be three abreast as they head up the hill towards McLean's corner, and is Tom Ingram able to enable that back marker to help him? It does look like that might be the case, though. The Subaru is still up the inside, still flashing its lights. The 333 not getting out of the way. The blue flags must be waving massively at this, and Tom Ingram is probably thinking, oh no, because he's just missed the opportunity. They've got back past them, but Tom Ingram right on the back of the 49, the 49 right on the back of the 555 as they now head down towards the S's, and he wasn't quite able to capitalise on what would have been a bit of a tripping up from the 333 car that was right in front of this pair of cars. But it is the 555 that is holding second place, flashing his lights again as he exits the S's to warn the back markers. But no, the 555 locks up and comes straight into the pit lane. Have you got another car with you as well,
We have
Matt?
got another car. It's the 96. We've got Ben here who's just got out of the car. Ben, how was that first stint for you?
That was a great stint. It's made a lot of places that are really, really happy with it, but it's hot as hell. I'm like a tomato.
You do look a bit red in the face. It's warm out there today. Look like the 96 has got a bit of pace in the car today. Obviously, very long way to go in this race, but what's your thoughts for it, obviously, going into that next couple of stints?
I think we can get kind of 15th to 12th place, something like that. We've started up 32nd. I don't know where we are now, but I think we've jumped a few cars, so it's all up for the grabs.
When are you back in the car next?
Give it an hour or two. I'll be back. I need to rehydrate.
Indeed. Well, we'll let you rehydrate. Well done on that first stint. Back up to you, Rob. I believe the 555 has just came into the pit lane.
Yes, if you can have a look to see if you can get a quick word with Adam Bussell, who is will be probably getting out of that car and handing over to Alex Livesey. We're making the assumption, but it's dropped in.
I believe he's out of the pit lane because there is no
It
car.
might have been. So we've just had the word that there was a stop and go penalty, and it might have been that was the stop and go penalty that they've just served. So yeah, that might have been the case, and the 555 is now showing quite a bit further down the order. So
Yes.
once this all kind of cycles through, one thing we do know is Jack Wright in the 46 is certainly in the lead of this race at the moment. Unfortunately, some of our information isn't coming through on the TSL quite as quickly as it often does. And we've still got the warning there for car 51 with the transponder not working, which okay, that's great, but we'd rather hear a little bit more about the leading cars if we can. I know it's all automated. One of the cars going very slowly on track. It looks like that's the number 9, the other LDR Performance, or one of the other LDR Performance cars going incredibly slowly. That does look like there's some kind of problem there for that one. So one to keep an eye out on in the pit lane if there's anyone coming in. The Aston Martin. I haven't seen that car on screen very much, but a very attractive looking, the 23 Aston Martin. We've then got the 65 Autotech car, so that is a little bit of battle for position. The 65 chasing down the 23 at the moment. That's a battle for 7th and 8th position. So we've got a little bit of an update on the overall standings after that stop and go penalty. It is the Milner car, Jack Wright, who is leading in the 46. It's the LDR Performance currently being driven by Tom Ingram, the 49 in second. It is third place. Wingat Racing made its way up into third, the number 3, and I think it's Leon Bridgeway that's in that car. It is Leon Bridgeway in that car. And the Subaru, after that stop and go, having had a drive-through and now a stop and go penalty, the 555 is down in 4th place. So I will give you the nod when any of our leaders dive into the pit lane, so you can get yourself ready and try and find where they are in the garage. I know it's not always that easy to find who's stopping where in these garages.
Don't you worry, I am on standby ready to see who comes into this pit lane and flood straight to where they are.
Yeah, brilliant. So yeah, I'll give you the nod because we are just coming up on the 1 hour gone mark. So we've got 4 hours and 2 minutes left of this race, and we'll give you the nod as to where they are. So we've got the Subaru now, the 555 crossing the line. It's got the number 41 ahead. That one is a back marker, but it's going to be interesting to see the lap times that Adam Bussell can put in. There's a little bit of a gap. The gap now. So just go through the gaps because we were running very, very close. But at the moment, the Milner racing car is 10 seconds ahead of the number 49 LDR Performance car. The number 3 is a further 14 seconds back. That's the Wingat Racing. And at the moment, the Subaru, the 555, is 8 or nearly 9 seconds back behind that. They're all lapping at a relatively similar pace in around the 135. The only one that's going a bit slower is the Wingat Racing, the number 3, but still not massively slower. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on to see who is going to kind of make a move. We're covering on TV coverage the Subaru, and kind of rightly so, because expecting to see a few fireworks from that car, as it's had these 2 penalties now and has dropped down the order. It was fighting literally for the lead of this race, and is all the way down. I say all the way down in 4th place at the moment. But Adam Bussell will certainly be trying to push that car as fast as he can. One car that is actually setting laps that are a bit quicker than it has done all through the race is actually the car in 5th place. That's the number 12. The Pro-Am Racing. That's the blue and white Ford KA. Incredibly well prepared. In fact, you can see it in the background if you're watching the feed. It was on the background of the screen just then. Incredibly well prepared car, just coming on the start-finish straight at the moment. That one is gradually getting faster and faster. So, yeah, you've got that one. Yeah, Paul Rideout in that car, I believe, is it? I'm just having a look to see who's in the 12. It is Mark Rideout that's in the 12. Apologies. And that one going quite rapidly. But yeah, at the moment it all seems to have calmed just a little bit. The Subaru again on screen with us. And a little bit of a nod to some of the cars running behind. We've now got another car in the pit lane. It's one of the most favourite liveries there, the Jägermeister car, and a driver change going on for that car at the moment. It's one of the most popular ones. Certainly one of the most popular liveries on the 44. That bright orange, and depending on your kind of preference of race team, it's a nod to the old Arrows cars of the Formula One era of the late 1970s, early 1980s, or in fact the BMW CSL, the old Batmobiles as they were known. The Jägermeister sponsored some of those. There were other cars, but they were some of the most famous ones. But the 44 back out on track, and I love the way the camera shot pans across the marshals in the car, matches their overalls very well. Blue flag being shown to the 44 because obviously very much expecting cars to come past on the start-finish straight, and we have. In fact, it's the 333 that is going to be right out behind. So that's the Kuhners Racing team that's going to be joining right behind the 44. I'm not sure if you're going to get a chance to have a word with any of the drivers down there, but don't worry if you're not, because we are expecting some of the leading groups in the not too distant future. Matt, have you got someone with you?
We do have someone in just a few moments' time. They're just talking with the team just briefly at the moment, so come back to me in a few seconds.
Yeah, Matt, if you just let me know when you've got someone, that's cool. I will just stop unless we're in with a huge battle or some kind of incident going on. Please just come in and I'll tee you up. Are you there now?
I'm ready now.
Go for it.
First in the Jägermeister car there. How was that one?
It was challenging. It felt really demoralising going off the start line and everyone just going. I had one or two cars behind at the beginning, and then they just took me, and I was like, right, remember what everyone was saying before? Let's just focus on getting better. And each time I was like, right, I can take that one a bit faster, I can do that a bit faster. And then I was coming at the end and I was like, I think I can do McLean's foot out. I think I can do Copper's foot out. No, you can't. Okay, right, focus. Yeah.
At least you're trying to get that confidence and grow in the pace. It's still a long way to go in this race, so anything can happen. Are you back in the car later on?
I think so. Yeah.
Hope so or think so?
I hope so, but I haven't got energy.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully you and the team can have a good finish.
Thank you very much.
Rob, back up to you with nobody else in the pit lane at the moment, so I'll pan back up to you.
Yeah, no worries, I'll just pick that straight up, but great to hear the enthusiasm of the drivers as they're getting out the car, and it's great to hear that it doesn't matter where you are on the grid in the racing, that you're trying to push and get the improvements all around, and it is such a great way to start racing. At the moment we look like we've got another car just joining the pit lane. I think that it may be, I'm not sure if that's the 174, I'm not sure, but there is one of the silver cars. I kind of missed the number as that one dived into the pit lane, but
it's the 101.
101, brilliant. Okay, so that one is with you. Running a little bit further down the order is the 101. That one's running down in 21st at the moment. So the pack that we've got on screen at the moment, it is the 77. Yet again, we're getting a lot of coverage of that 77 car. This time we're in a little bit of a battle with the 116. So this is a current battle, the 77 for 24th, the Chick Speed car. But I think the car it's battling, the 116, is actually not in the same battle. I think they're at different points in the race. But even though they're on the same bit of track at the same time. But the 46, Jack Wright getting a look at our leader coming up to these back markers. Jack Wright now having a little bit of a lonely race. He's 11.6 seconds ahead of Tom Ingram at the moment. We can see the cars refueling, of course. Whilst these Ford KAs are a little bit frugal, you've got to expect in a 5-hour race we're going to have to put some petrol in them at some point, and that's exactly what we're doing on the screen at the moment. So and very safety conscious. We've got one of the team there with a fire extinguisher, making sure that's all safe, and particularly when that fuel nozzle is withdrawn from the car, that none of it is spilled, because you've got hot components of the car, particularly near the back. You've got the exhaust and things. You don't want any kind of issues with fire. You can see all of the mechanics there wearing the protective equipment. There will also be a number of marshals there who are geared up and ready for the refueling. You'll also notice it's happening out in the open air rather than in the garages, because of course this is being done at relative pace. It has to be a gravity-fed fuel, Phil. So literally, gravity is pulling that fuel out of the bottle and into the fuel tank. And yeah, so there you go. You've had enough of me commenting a pit stops of the Ford KA's refueling. We can now get back to some cars on track. And as the cars exit the S's, we're back with the Chick Speed car again. We're getting a lot of coverage of that 77 Chick Speed car. I'm not sure if our production crew are quite liking the livery on that one, quite possibly. But it's certainly good to see it. It's certainly quite a cool livery on the side of that 77. You can also see a couple of the shall we say the racing rash on the side of it as well, where there's been a bit of enthusiastic racing going on. But yeah, back on track now with our leader, Jack Wright, heading down through the old hairpin at the moment, and he's really leaning on those outside tyres as he takes that Milner car through, and that car has been incredibly successful so far this season, with a win at Cadwell Park, an incredibly strategic win at Cadwell Park, and a solid win in the 24-hour race. And there we've got our fourth place car, the 555, in fourth place with those 2 penalties that it's had, one stop and go and one drive through. But the Subaru car, they're doing, I'm just looking at Adam Bassell's times. He's not really lapping, they're all lapping in about the 135s. He is about sort of 6 to 8 tenths of a second quicker than the Wingat Racing car. He's now only 4.3 seconds behind the Wingat Racing car in third, but certainly not making big inroads into the leader, who we can see on screen at the moment. That is that 46 of Jack Wright. Jack Wright is sharing the 46 with Dad George and Declan McDonnell, and they've already had quite a bit of success. I interviewed Jack on the podium earlier on today, George on the podium earlier on today, because finishing second in the track day trophy race that happened earlier on just before lunchtime. A little bit of a dive there for the 22. That's another car we've seen quite a bit of coverage of, the AKF Racing car, another good looking little car, the 180. Again, that's got to be a nominee for one of the Dagenham Dustbin, the best looking car awards. Great looking livery that that car's had, and a little bit of side by side action as we come through. I think that's Tom Ingram in the 49. Yes, it is. So that is our second place car, just making its way through those back markers, and 11 seconds still is the gap between the leaders, Jack Wright and Tom Ingram. And I'm just looking to see if we can see where Leon Bridgeway is in the number 3. That one hasn't been on camera at the moment, but just looking to see if we can see where that one is. He is actually being caught by the Subaru, so that is where there's going to be a battle for third place in a minute.
Rob, we are down in the pit lane if you've got a moment.
Yeah, please go,
right,
just go for
Henry
it.
Weathersby down in the pit lane. You just got out the car there, obviously you've just helped your teammate get back in and back out onto the circuit. How was that first stint for yourself?
Yeah, really good. First time I'm starting the race, and one of the first times I've had the chance to break in some new tyres. So, yeah, it was all feeling quite good out there. Some really close racing at the start. Ran 2 wheels into the gravel, and it shook me a little bit. I thought the car was down on power. As it turns out, later in the stint, it was just me. Got back up quicker than I was before. So, yeah, it's going really well. It's nice and warm in there. We had the heating on for the last hour, so.
It does seem to have warmed up as the day's gone on. Great to see that the pace is still there. Car feeling still good though after that moment in the gravel?
Car still feels really good. Everything's very tight, not making any weird noises, so no more than normal.
No more than normal. When are you back in the car?
I'm not back in today. That's me done for the day, but the other 2 have got a couple of stints.
There you go. Go and put your feet up for a little bit until it's a pit stop.
Get this suit off and put it in a bin bag and not look at it till later.
Well, enjoy the rest of the day, and hopefully you and the team have a good one. Thank you very much. Back up to you, Rob, there with the pit stop, I think, for the 101 that has been successfully completed.
Yeah, no worries. So, yeah, thank you for that. It is great addition having the ability to be down there in the pit lane and getting those in for those interviews. So Leon Bridgeway now on screen at the moment in the Milner car, the number 3, cracking looking car again, very well turned out, as a lot of these Ford KAs are, in that blue with the white livery. This is the car in third place, and I think when the camera pans back we may be able to see the Subaru, which is closing on them. We're now down to under 3 seconds that the Subaru is closing in on. There it is, in fact. So we're getting both those cars on the same camera shot. Now, I know we're going to be nearing the pit window for those cars, but we have got the Milner racing car, the Wingate racing car, the number 3, being chased down by the 555, having had the drive-through and the stop-and-go penalty. So this really is the kind of race to take a look at as they head towards the S's at the moment. The Wingate Racing, number 3, nice and steady through the S's at the moment. We can see in the background there the Subaru, which is edging closer and closer. It was the gap was 2.8 seconds between these two cars last time by, and as the camera pans back, you can see nice and clearly the gap is now down to 1.6 seconds. So over a second taken off the lead of that third place car in that last lap. So Adam Bussell clearly flying in the Subaru. The red mist must be down after having 2 penalties already having to serve in the first hour of this race, and so this is his chance to get back up towards the podium. And yeah, that's certainly what we're seeing. Oh, a lot of bouncing across the curbs there, through the old hairpin, and up the hill goes the Subaru. We've got there's our leader, the Milner car, and this, yeah, I'm just trying to see where our third place battle is. Here it is, our third place battle, and they are really close together now, and it is the 555 closing in very rapidly. Last time by it was 1.6 seconds. I'm not sure it's going to be anywhere near that this time by. It may even be the chance that the 555 might get quite close by the time we get to the chicane. I can see a rear windscreen wiper on. Might have been that it's just been knocked accidentally. I don't need just have to have a look. I'm trying to see if we can see anything weather-wise out the window. Not at all, but as they go through the S's, the number 3 now really sliding through. The 555 right behind this is much closer this time by. Last time it was 1.6 seconds. This time it's under a second. So the number 3 under mounting pressure from the 555 Subaru car. For some reason that rear windscreen wiper is going in the Subaru, but that may have accidentally been knocked, so we'll kind of ignore that one at the moment. But the 555, as they head down to the Craner curves and down through the Craner curves, is right getting closer and closer and closer to that number 3. This is an on-track battle for the podium, and the 555 is chasing down the number 3 Wingate racing car. I know we've still got quite a bit of time left to go in this race, but it just goes to show how good this racing is, that they are battling right the way through as we get right up into the Coppice and McLean's section of the track. As they go through McLean's now, that was our second place battle. We can just see it in the back of the shot there, battle for third place, sorry. Just at the back of the shot there, just coming into view now, and dive and attempt up the inside at Coppice corner. That one's not going to stick, but the number 3 must be very aware. Leon Bridgeway in that Wingate racing car must be very aware that Bussell is behind him in the 555. They are nose to tail as they come towards the S's. They are side by side as they come towards the S's, and the Subaru makes the move and makes it stick. And as they exit the S's, that's where Bussell has managed to get back up into the podium positions in the 555 car ahead of the Wingate Racing number 3. Very clean, very good racing by both drivers, giving themselves a bit of a chance to race and race fairly. And we now head back towards the pit lane. From on the screen point of view, we've got the Starsky and Clutch car in for a driver change. So that's one to keep an eye on. Just want to give you the idea of that, because we've got a lot of cars coming into the pit lane now. I think it's going to get quite busy down there. We're seeing a number of marshals out waving at various cars. The 21 KNF racing car is into the pit lane. There's the 51 we can see being refueled at the moment. A gap to keep an eye on now, because the 555 Bussell's clearly got the bit between the teeth and going very quickly. In fact, nearly a second a lap quicker than his competitors on that last lap. The gap last time by was 18 seconds to the 49. 18 16.7 seconds, in fact, to the 49 ahead of him. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of a dent he can make in that lead, because 18 seconds. Is he lapping fast enough to try and make a bit of inroads into the lead of the 49 Tom Ingram, who crosses the line in front of us? I know on the screen we've got a lot of the pit stops going on, and as soon as we get a driver interview, I'll head back down to Matt. I'm sure he'll let me know when he's got someone, but don't worry until he has. We can carry on covering this. But that the Subaru is still way ahead now. They say still way ahead. I'm just looking at what that gap is. It's down to 17.7. So last time by, the Subaru was able to take a second a lap out of the lead of the second place car. Back on track is the 21, so completed its pit stop, driver change and fuel, we assume, and the 21 is now back on track.
And I've got Simon in the pit lane. Simon, first in there, all in the bag. That's approaching just over the hour mark now in this race. 4 hours left to go. How's it going?
I would say it was a pretty mediocre stint by me. Deeply fun as ever, but I got into a bit of a groove, then kept picking track limits, which knocked me off my stride a little bit. Then lost radio comms in the car, which knocked me off my stride a little bit more. Drive through penalty and then head down to try and finish. But good fun. Not quite as quick as I hoped I would be, but all part of the game.
Still a long way to go in this race. Have the radio comms been sorted yet?
No, we've just put another driver in the car and discovered we still don't have radio comms, so it's all manual on the pit board for now.
Manual on the pit board. Back in the car later on?
No, we've got 4 of us driving today, so that is me done and dusted. Then I've got a delightful 3.5 hour drive home this evening.
Well, enjoy that one. Back up to you, Rob, in the comms box.
Yeah, I think you should have asked if he was driving home in a Ford KA though. That would have been quite cool. Thank you for that.
I think he's probably had enough of driving Ford KAs for one day.
Well, you never know. Right, thank you for that. We'll wait. I'll give you the nod when some of that leading group coming in. I'm just going back to the timing again, and Adam Bassell is making inroads into Tom Ingram's lead, but not by that much. That's the last time by. It was about half a second. We've got the number 3. Now down to Leon Bridgeway in the number 3. The Wingate Racing car now relegated to 4th place, just making his way through the back markers, although the 555 is not getting away that quickly. So that's just something to make a note of. Just looking to see where our leader is at the moment on track. So our leader is exiting Coppice at the moment, and so I'll give you the nod when the leaders are heading down to the pit lane, because that would be really good to get a quick word with some of them as they are coming in. So at the moment, fastest lap, which was set quite a while ago, is still Adam Bassell in the Subaru, the 555 car, we've got a safety car. We've got a car that's gone over. Actually, we've got a car that has rolled. We've got that on screen at the moment. Just trying to work out which one that is, but that is an incident on track at the moment. Marshals are already in attendance, so that one is at Redgate Corner. So safety car has been deployed, so there will be a little bit of a delay now while that is sorted. You've already got Tom Ingram in the pit lane making the most of that safety car. So while we're under safety car, Matt, if you get any interviews, please just interrupt, because looking at what's going on track at the moment, this may take a moment or two for us to get this right. So if you've got anyone with you, just give me a shout. Okay, so safety cars picked up a gaggle of cars at the front, and you're starting to see a lot of cars coming into the pit lane. We've got the Aston Martin 23 in. There is the 49, the LDR racing car. We've also got the 121 heading in. The 65 Autotech car coming into the pit lane. Whilst this safety car is out, this is the opportunity. We've got the number 12 being refueled at the moment. So this is the opportunity to get these cars in. We've got the 18 in, great livery on that one. That one is in the pit lane as well. So just a quick recap of the leaderboard, although we are having cars coming in. It is Jack Wright in the 46 that's leading. 49 LDR Performance car is in second. In third, it's the 555 Subaru. In fourth, it's the Wingat Racing number 3. In fifth, it's the number 12 Pro-Am Racing car. And in sixth, it's the 23 Aston Martin. And that'll end my top 6 because I think you might have someone with you.
I do have someone with me. I've got Tom Ingram with me. Tom, 4K Championship, the EnduroKA, so to say, a bit different from the British Touring cars?
Absolutely, but I'm having a great time. It's really, really enjoyable. I love coming and doing, doing the long distance stuff, and I really enjoy coming and doing this. It's been good fun. I made sure I kept up with BTCC standards by getting ourselves a track limit penalty, because why would you not, when you have a touring car driver, try to cut every single corner? Sorry. So yeah, I thought I'd keep up standards.
Yeah, it's been one of them this season. How was the first stint though in the car? Because it looked like it was a great fight in the first 10 minutes with the other two around you.
Yeah, it was good fun actually, because it's really a case of try to work with the cars that are around you. To try to get yourself a little bit of a gap, and once it settled into a rhythm, I think we all kind of knew our place as to who was going to go ahead, because there's always a little bit of an element of no, I want to lead. So we had a good little battle going on there, but I think because we were all so close, we probably all picked up a track limit penalty, all very similar in the similar kind of places. So yeah, all good fun. I've enjoyed myself there. So they've just gone out. Then they'll be jumping out a little bit. So as the MSP car's done pretty well, I'd say.
Are you back in the car at all today, or is that you done for the day?
Well, could I possibly give such information away?
Well, this is true. Strategy is key in this endurance race.
It's all very secretive, but I might be, or I might not be.
Well, stay tuned if you want to see Tom Ingram back in the car later on. Thank you very much, Tom. Get some rest.
You need to ask Matt, is he coming back for another round at a different point? That's the question if you get a chance to speak to him again.
If I get a chance to speak to him again, I will ask. But
yes.
Rob, I will hand back up to you while I find some other drivers, because the pit lane is very busy right now.
It is. So the car is still being recovered from Redgate Corner at the moment. There's a couple of people going out to assist with that. There's also a breakdown vehicle over there at the moment, so it does look like we're going to be a few minutes, and that's why the pit lane is still pretty full. So on track at the moment, we've got a lot of cars dropping into the pit lane. There is the Subaru. So if you get a chance, I know you can hear me, don't need to interrupt till you get them, but if you get a chance, Adam Bassell has dropped into the pit lane in the Subaru and has got out the car. We can see it on the camera literally happening as we speak. We've got Aston Martin in there being refueled as well. So if you get a chance to have a chat with any of those drivers, great job by grabbing Tom Ingram as he got out of the car as well. But yeah, if you get a chance to have a chat, I think it'd be interesting to hear, because they've had a very eventful first hour and a quarter. They're still very much in contention in this race, but yeah, they were very close to. They've had the 2 penalties, but the 555 now back out on track. We are still under safety car here at Donington Park. Who else can we see heading out on the pit lane? We've also got heading out the pit lane is the Burton Power number 1 car. I will update you with who's in that one this time by. We'll let the TSL screen kind of update itself with who's driving which car, because there will be quite a few changes. Jack Wright at the moment is still out on track, and I'm just trying to see if Jack Wright is coming in this lap, because he's coming by now. He is not coming into the pit lane, so the Milner Racing car not in the pit lane yet. Aston Martin just going through their last kind of bit. We saw them being refueled a minute ago, so they are going to be pushed back. You've got someone else with you.
I've got Max with me from the number 65 car, who's just got out the car. Can't find anybody at the minute from the 555, so I found Max. Max, first stint over and done with. We're just over an hour into this race now. How's it going?
It's a quick out there, in really well. We're recovering from a bit of a poor qualifying for us starting 12th, just making our way up through the field, but we're just waiting for the rain now. Yeah, what that's going to bring.
Yeah, the forecast doesn't look great for the rest of this race as it goes forward, but at the minute the sun's still shining. So what's the plan going forward in terms of yourself? Are you back in the car later on?
Yeah, I presume I'll be back in the car since we have 3 mandatory pit stops, just quick, 20 minutes to the end to even it out. But as I said, with the rain coming, it can all change. In a moment, we're playing it at forecast light.
Indeed we are. The qualifying this morning was obviously a little bit damp, sort of drying out as qualifying went on. The race feels like it's going to be the opposite. Are you all ready for what rain is possibly going to come?
Yes, we're running a bit of a compromised setup at the moment, so we've got a bit high tyre pressure. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit of understeer, but we're just waiting for the rain, and hopefully that bit of wet setup on it can give us some more pace.
Well, brilliant. Max, we'll let you get back on with it, and good luck to you and the team.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Rob, back up to you.
Yeah, cheers. Everything's pretty settled at the moment. We've got that car back on its wheels. The driver is, as you can see on the feed, being walked back now by a couple of the circuit staff personnel. Good to see the driver is out walking and appears quite fine. I'm sure a bit shaken having tipped the car over, but the marshals are now got that car back on its wheels, and I'm sure the driver will be taken to the medical centre for any precautionary checkups, but the car is back on its wheels and being towed back by a JCB, so hopefully we won't be too far off. We've got the 19 car, that car in the retro rapid fit Ford Mondeo livery, the number 19, back out on track and out of the pit lane. We've got the safety car leading the train across the start finish line now, and you can see on screen a number of the cars coming through the S's at the moment. Just casting my eyes over towards Redgate. I know it's not on the camera at the moment, but we can see the circuit vehicle making its way off the scene, and we can also see the JCB pulling that Ford KA, the stricken Ford KA, off the circuit as well. So I would hope in another lap, providing all is okay, we could go racing again. And so we'll see, but we haven't had, so it does look like we've had the 46 in. Yeah, the 46 is now in the pit lane, so didn't get caught up by the cameras, but yeah, the 46 now we've got it with the cameras, and there it is being refueled. So that is our race leader. There's no one in it at the moment, but that's because it's being refueled. You don't have a driver in the car while it's being refueled for safety reasons, and they will be strapped into the car. So Jack Wright has been driving that car. I'm not sure if we'll get a chance to have a word with Jack in a moment, and it will be either George Wright or Declan McDonnell who will be now in that car after it's filled up. But that is our leading car, or what was our leading car. It will all kind of pan out over the safety car period. The other thing to note is, because it's quite tricky to pick up the leader in amongst the safety cars now, there is a high likelihood that the safety car will peel in and it won't necessarily have picked up the leader of the race, so that things will be a little bit chaotic. But what we'll do is we'll let the TSL screen kind of calm down. It's after a safety car in this kind of race, it always does get a little bit higgledy-piggledy, but we won't worry about that too much, because once the pit lane, the pit stop has been, I think that's Declan McDonnell that's just got in that car. We'll have it confirmed in a moment. The 46 though is back out on track. I think it's Declan McDonnell that is in that car. We've still got the safety car boards out, but everything looks pretty clear at Redgate. So we'll just get the nod. Hopefully the safety car is in pretty soon. You've got someone with you though, Matt.
I believe it's Jack Wright who's just got out the car in this one. Declan. We've got Declan with us from the Milner car, who's just done their pit stop. How was the first stint out there? Obviously, a great little battle with the front two. Sorry, Jack, with the front two earlier in this race. How was that first stint?
Yeah, it was good fun battling with them two front runners. Obviously, we knew Tom was going to be quick with his heritage that he's got, but he's obviously not used to endurance racing with all them track limits. I knew I wasn't going to be doing that. Them two, every lap, they were getting 2 or 3 track limits every time, and I thought, there's no point me chasing them and doing the same thing, pushing us onto the green. I've done it enough times, I know what we need to do, so I just held back and let them go and get their penalties, and here we are. Hopefully we'll be on for a good one.
And this is what me and Rob were saying in the commentary box. It's that bit of know-how in the championship, isn't it, to sort of play them little games, and obviously you was not falling for what they was doing out there.
No, it's tempting when you're out there. You don't want to be in third place. You want to be at the front, but it's a long game. It's a 5-hour race. We've done longer. We just won the 24-hour race, so this is a small one for us, but it's still the same principles. Keep off the green, just keep penalties down, and just consistent driving and pit stops.
Obviously, the safety car at the minute's put a bit of disruption to this race, so everybody's going to be back behind each other. But we're, hour and a half nearly into this race. Still a long way, very long way to go.
Of course there is, yeah. There's tricks what you can do with the safety cars and stuff, so I think we'll be fine.
Well done, congratulations on that first stint. And I didn't notice that. Oh, is that what you've done one lap?
That's why I just got out of the car, so we've cycled round an extra pit stop. So we've done 2 under this safety car, because we know we've got to do 3 stops in the race. So we've only got 1 stop left to do all the way to the end. So we refueled and we're ready to go to the end now. So George is in the car. He'll do a couple of hours, and then I'll jump back in, depending on what happens with safety cars, and finish off. Hopefully in the rain, maybe a little bit of dry. Who knows? There's a lot of spicy things still to come.
He'll be fine.
Yeah, we don't know what the weather's going to play, but a little bit of strategy there from the Milner team, who have obviously done 2 of their pit stops, mandatory pit stops under the safety car. So a little bit of strategy, Rob, down here in the pit lane, and obviously the Milner team are looking now to get towards the end with only 1 more pit stop left to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Great little insight there. I bet there's a few other teams listening on thinking, why didn't we think of doing that? But anyway, yeah, great to see. So the 46 car at the moment, as things are cycling through, is sitting in 3rd place. Some of the names haven't updated yet as to who's in which car, but we'll let the guys and girls at TSL get that sorted. The safety car is now pulling to one side at the S's and just starting to let a number of the cars through so it can pick up the leader. The current leader is the number 3, the Wingat Racing car, so that's the blue and white car. Approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars between the safety car and the current leader showing on screen, which is that Wingat Racing car, the blue car with the white stripe on it, the number 3. So yeah, there's 10 cars between that and the safety car at the moment, and we will let those 10 by, and then once the safety car's picked up the leader, we will be under green flag again, hopefully. Everyone behaving themselves very well at the moment. You can see at the back of that train on screen is the 46, the Milner car, the one that has won 2 of the 3 rounds already this season, and significantly one of those rounds was of course the 24 hours at Anglesey, and it's now back of the pack, but certainly not back of the race at all. That car is sitting in 3rd position overall. We've got 41 in the pit lane. That's the Row Rage Motorsport. In fact, they'd made their way all the way up to 12th position. In fact, we've not just got them on camera, we've got Matt on camera as well briefly, but yeah, the driver obviously waiting outside the car at the moment while that refuels before they strap a driver in. Of course, for safety reasons, we refuel without the driver in the car, because of course, should the worst happen, they can't get away from things very easily. So safety car now is at the Coppice, McLean's, exiting McLean's into Coppice, and is leading the pack through. We've got this other group of cars that have already been ahead of the safety car. They are coming down the start-finish straight at the moment. These guys have been let go past the safety car, and we've then got this next group again where the safety cars let them through. The 41, I think that's the only car in the pit lane at the moment. Yeah, it certainly is the only car in the pit lane at the moment. So all the others cycled through. The safety car will be now letting the next group through. We haven't got a shot of the safety car yet. The lights are still flashing at the moment, but the safety car has picked up the leader. So the leader is now behind the safety car. That's the number 3. The Wingat Racing car is now behind the safety car. So it's showing the 555. The Subaru is in 2nd place. I'm just looking to see how far back that one is. So the Wingat Racing car is now behind the safety car. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th car behind them. So the Subaru is 9 cars behind the race leader. So that's the one to look out for. The Subaru's got 8 cars to pass before it gets to the leader. That's something to keep an eye out for. At the back of that train now is the number 46, currently in 3rd place, but they're pretty confident. You just heard that interview with the team in the pit lane, and they are pretty confident that they've played their strategy out. They've got George Wright in the car at the moment, and then Declan McDonald will pick up the last stint in that car. Yeah, they were sounding pretty confident, weren't they? They did mention the dreaded rain, and can't see anything at the moment, which is a good sign. The longer it can stay dry, the better, and the longer we get the opportunity for these cars to have some good, clean racing, the better. So safety car dropping through now. We've got a lot of these other Ford KAs are now catching the rest of the pack. There's a group just coming down past the start-finish lane at the moment. The safety car is just going through the old hairpin and back up the hill the other side, and has picked up quite a big group of the field behind it. There's another second group that are just heading down past the start-finish line. So hopefully this time we can get underway. The 46 there was just on screen. That is, remember, our car that's currently in 3rd position, but one that we would expect to be challenging for the lead. The Wingat Racing car, the number 3, is currently leading the pack round and will lead the pack once the safety car pulls in and out of this train of traffic. So yeah, we've got them at the moment exiting McLean's and just heading up towards Coppice, and then they'll come down the straight to the S's, and as they come down that straight we will potentially see the safety car lights go out. But yeah, they're just heading down. Yeah, safety car lights are out, so it is going to be the number 3 that will take over as we see the safety car rapidly head towards the S's. No lights on, it's going to dive into the pit lane, and then the number 3, the Wingat Racing car, will take over as de facto safety car as that now heads into the S's. And we cast our eyes towards the lights go green, and we go racing again with 3 hours 23 minutes or 22 minutes or so left to go in this race as all of the pack head down towards Redgate Corner. Our eyes are kept on the 555 and the 46, both of whom have now crossed the start finish line. It's now the opportunity for the Wingat Racing car to get the foot down, got clean air in front of it, and all the work has to be done by the 555 and also the 46 to see what they can do about catching up. We've also got the 333 car involved in this one as well, a little bit further back. But yeah, it's all to see what we can play for. So just have a look at the gaps between the cars. So at the moment, the gap that the number 3 has over the Subaru, the 555, is currently at 8.6 seconds. The gap the Subaru has over the 46, the Milnair car, in 3rd, and these are the ones we're expecting to be fighting through, is 6.3 seconds. So remembering 8.6 and 6.3, they're the gaps we're going to keep an eye on to see what can happen in terms of changing of the lead and who's bringing them down. We've got the number 1, the Burton Power car, in at the moment on the camera, but we can see there the Subaru already making short work of some of these cars in front of him. The 77 there just making getting past the 77 in front of them. But yeah, the Wingat Racing car got a big lead now across the rest of the field as they cross the as he goes to cross the line now after the exiting the S's. The number 1, I'm just looking to see who is in the number 1 car at the moment, because that one is looking a little bit more rapid than it was earlier. Can't quite see it at the moment, but this is where the Subaru is showing its own. So as it crosses the line and comes down into Redgate, it's up the inside of the Burton Power number 1 car, the Subaru, to take yet another back marker and get rid of another car that's between it and the number 3, the Wingate Racing car. But the Wingate Racing car, big lead at the moment as it heads down through the Craner Curves towards the old hairpin. The cars in 2nd and 3rd are not currently in 2nd and 3rd. They are 2nd and 3rd on the road. But the car to keep an eye out looking is that blue car, the 555, 3rd in that queue as it went round the old hairpin there. That's the one we're keeping an eye on. The gap this time by was 8.2 seconds. So not much taken off it, but there was a lot of traffic to navigate for the Subaru, who now seems to have got past even more of them. And so there are less cars between that and the number 3 Wingate Racing. Just casting an eye back through that camera shot to see if we can see the 46, not yet in view. That one's still showing us 6.5 seconds back from the Subaru. But all eyes now on that Subaru car, that 555 car. There's a great battle going on behind with the 81, the 22 and the 96, closely followed by the 23, the Aston Martin. Great little battle going on there, but it is the Subaru that we're trying to keep our eyes on, and this time by, as our leader crosses the line in front of us at the moment, it is the Subaru that makes its way through the S's. It was just a shade over 8 seconds last time by. Has he managed to, wow, look at the gap, the group going across the line. The Subaru is being followed by cars 4, 5 abreast as they come across the line here at Donington Park. You can see in amongst all that the 46 at the very back, weaving from side to side. A lot of respect from all these drivers being given because whilst they were side by side, they've all made it through, and the 46 getting very slidey, and that is a car in overall 3rd position at the moment, certainly hoping to be battling for the lead, but has now got this gaggle of cars that are battling themselves and trying to fight its way through. The first of which it's got to get past is the Aston Martin, and it manages that. It gets past the 23 car quite nicely at the old hairpin. The next target will be the Burton Power number 1 car in front of it, and then it will be the 22. So the 46 is now doing all the work that the 555 has had to do for quite a while, fight its way through. Now the 46 is doing it. Just a quick glance at the timing. The gap was 8.2 seconds again last time by. So the Subaru wasn't able to make inroads into the lead very much, but the 46 now fighting with the number 1 Burton Power car. That car is not letting that, giving this position up easily. I'm not sure if the number 1 really knows that the 46 is actually not in the same race at the moment. He's about to put a lap on it. I'm not sure if there's any blue flags. I haven't seen any out, but this is where the 46 is going to have to be very, very careful. George Wright in that 46 is going to have to kind of manage this back marker traffic very, very carefully as we see the cars go past. Lovely view there from the grandstand to see the cars heading past, but the 46 now diving down the inside. It's got past. It's made short work of the number 1. It's now going past the 61 and almost cuts the nose off the front of that car. That was incredibly close. The 46 having to adjust its line on the exit of Redgate, and side by side, I don't think there's a lot of blue flags out for these cars at the moment because the 46 is having to do all the work. It's more like an IndyCar race this at the moment because they don't show blue flags in that, and there's no stipulation for the drivers to get out of the way. But a great piece of driving by George Wright because all these other cars are battling around him, and he's doing a super job to hold on and make his way past all the battling. So he's only got 2 more left before he's then going to get into the gap where there's going to be some clear air, and he can start making his way up towards the Subaru car, that 555, which currently is in 2nd place and has actually taken a 2nd last lap out of the Wingate Racing lead. So it's still the number 3, the Wingate car that leads. It's the Subaru, the 555 in 2nd with a 7-second gap behind it, and then it's this Milner car that we're seeing on screen now. There is the Wingate Racing leader coming through, and there is the Subaru in the background, so actually in the same shot at the moment as they come through the S's. And then in the next shot we get the net 3rd place car, the 46, fighting its way past the 22. Then it's going to have the 121, which again is another rapid car. It's the Calamity car. It's another quick one. So the 46 doing all he can, but it's the last. Look at that battle of cars he's had to fight his way through. Great piece of driving by George Wright, and he dives down the inside at Redgate. Can he make that stick? The 121 gives him a bit of room, and he will breathe a bit of a sigh of relief because he can see some clear track ahead of him. So Matt, you're back in the comms box. How was all of that?
It was chaotic, especially when the safety car came out and everybody came in, but good fun nonetheless, really enjoyable, and good to hear some different strategies playing out. The 41, obviously, 46, sorry, obviously looking to do their 2 pit stops under the safety car and try and get towards the end of this race with only 1 of their 3 mandatory pit stops left to go. So we'll see how that plays out. It's been an interesting race so far. From what I was hearing from when I was down there, it sounded very exciting from what was happening. Obviously, we had the safety car brought out earlier on for the car off at Redgate, but we've got 3 hours and 15 minutes left, so this race is far from over, and no matter what happens for the Windgap Racing number 3 car and the Subaru 555 car, anything can still happen because there is a lot of time left. What I can tell you is that the stop-go penalty was also for track limits, as well as the drive-through that the Subaru team did get earlier on. So yes, obviously pushing the limits a little bit too far, trying to keep up with Tom Ingram in his stint, who himself got them track limit penalties, but we've got the 31 in the thick of a fight here. That is the ClubracA Ford KA that is coming through with the Aston Martin on the back of him. Sorry, it's not the 31, it's the 81 of the ClubracA, down in 9th position, coming down towards Redgate Corner. Obviously that is the 46 of 3rd place just in front of them, and the ClubracA, the black with the yellow snake on the bonnet, trying to go right around the outside of the 121. That is not for position, but it is to get track position, and the ClubracA still going side by side with the 121. That is the Calamity car down in 16th position. They're almost 3 abreast, coming down into the Craner curves. I believe that is the 22 just behind the 81. Might even the Aston Martin that is fighting the ClubracA team is on the back of this train as well, and through goes 2 out of the 4 cars on the back marker, and the rest are trying to follow suit. But crazy scenes down the Craner curves already after this restart in the race. There is the 81 being followed by that 22 car, then the 77 just behind the 121, who's still trying to put a lap on the 121. The 121 has actually lost position to the 22, so the 22 has got ahead there into 16th place, and the 77, who is trying to keep up on the back, sorry, he's trying to unlap himself, the Chick Speed car in the number 77. There's your race leader, window down slightly as well. A lot of the drivers were saying how hot it was in the cockpit of these cars. So the window's down a little bit on the number 3, the Windgap Racing car at the moment, who does a 137.4 and actually loses 0.4 of a second last lap to the Subaru, who brings that gap down to 4.5 seconds.
Down to 4.5 seconds, and they're in the same camera shot as you look at them coming across the line now as they go in towards Redgate. They are incredibly close together. So yeah, the Subaru, as expected, making inroads, but the other car we want to have a look at is the 46 as well, now in clean air. That's got that gap between themselves and the Subaru, which was over 8 seconds, down to 6 seconds as well. So our cars in 2nd and 3rd at the moment are running quicker than the leader, the Windgap Racing car. It's kind of what we sort of expected would happen, but yeah, we've got the second and 3rd place cars. There's also been a change for 4th at the moment with the Pro-Am Racing, the number 12 car that we've both said is probably one of the better prepared ones, certainly one that looks brilliantly prepared. That number 12 car is in now currently in 4th place. So yeah, a little bit of change and quite a bit of excitement, but racing all the way down through the field at the moment.
Yep, indeed it is. And this is the 77, still trying to get past the 121, not for position, just to unlap themselves from that car and hopefully make up some places throughout this race. There is the Aston Martin running in 10th position, the Aston Martin coloured number 23 car that is actually trying to get onto the back of the 81, the ClubracA, further forward in this race. So they want to try and get a little bit closer to the Aston Martin. As here, side by side over the line, is the Team Castrol racing car being lapped by your race leader, and the gap was 4.5 last time around at the timing line. It's now down to 3 seconds, and that's because second place has just taken 1.6 seconds as the Subaru team out of the race leader, so starting to make inroads. And if you thought that was impressive, well, the Milner car has just taken a little bit extra than that. He's taken 2.2 seconds out of the leader and took another 0.6 out of the Subaru team. So Subaru really closing in on the race leader, and the Milner car really gaining on the Subaru team as well.
Yeah, Subaru on screen with us now, and that car looking very, very rapid at the moment. It's Alec Livesey in that car, and they've been quick this season. They won first time out at Snetterton, and they're definitely reeling in that the Wingat car, the number 3. In fact, look how close they are on track, and this is the second time in this race that these two cars have been involved in a similar sort of battle, and the Subaru's had to reel in this Wingat racing car, and it's definitely happening again. So as they now both exit Coppice and head down Starkey Straight towards the S's, I think this time by might be a bit of a stretch into Redgate, but I think next time by they're certainly going to be close enough. But as they get to the S's, the Wingat holds firm and solid braking. None of this locking up nonsense from either of these two cars. They both quite comfortably head down the pit straight at the moment, but the Subaru visibly closer there, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a bit of light flashing, which we've been accustomed to seeing from the 555 when it's cars in front, even though they're back markers. But just that little bit of yep, I'm coming, just be aware I'm behind you. I can't see quite in the same camera footage if we've got the 46 in the background. Not quite, that's 7 seconds back, but the gap just a second last time by. You don't need a stopwatch to look at that. You can see that gap is shade under a second now as they both dive through the old hairpin. Great bit of control from both drivers, braking very well, now taking it up the hill, but the Subaru is looking quite comfortable, and I wouldn't be surprised if by the time we get to the S's there is an attempt, and that's where it happened last time by with the Subaru. Again, it's a long race. We don't want to do anything silly. I know we've completed nearly 2 hours of it, but we've still got 3 hours left to go as we head up towards Coppice at the moment. We'll be exiting Coppice, and looks like the Subaru is setting itself up, getting a bit of slipstreaming as we go down Starkey's and into the S's. It looks like it could be a carbon copy of what happened. The two drivers are different, the car is the same, but yeah, the Subaru diving up the inside. It's going to be a case of who can go late on the brakes, but neither of them are going to want to do anything silly, and a really sensible overtake there by Alec Livesey in the Subaru, the 555 car, and that leads across the line. But is that car into the pit lane?
It has just come down into the pit lane, and I'm not quite sure at the moment what for. This will be surely a bit of an early pit stop for it in this one. I see some, we've got a few officials down in the pit lane with the high visors on, waving him through, and he is going to be held at the cones at the bottom of the pit lane. So not sure what this is. It's obviously a stop-go penalty,
well,
but not sure what
it's
for.
Got to be a pit lane infringement, and I would imagine it's either not enough time spent in the pit lane, or was there some issue with the refuelling? Was there a driver in the car when the refuelling happened? There's a marshal there looking at the stopwatch with his hand up, blocking the car from moving on. They're clearly timing something, so it's clearly a stop and go for a block of time. It's normally about 10 seconds. It'll feel like 10 months. There we go, we're giving a countdown. So I think it's a bit more than 10 seconds, maybe 15, 20 seconds. But the Subaru, this will be the third penalty that this car has had enforced on it for whatever reason. I know when you head back down to the pit lane a little bit later, see if you can maybe find out what some of that was. But yeah, the 555 back out again, and that will put the 46 up into a net second place now.
And that's going to be really interesting as this race goes on, because obviously we know they've still got 2 mandatory pit stops left to make, and the interesting thing for that 555 now is that's its 4th trip into the pit lane. So it really is costing it. If it doesn't win the race today, you have to look back, the team will, and what has cost them possibly the race win here, because they've got the pace. They look the quickest car out there on the circuit at the moment.
Yeah, although saying that, the 46 is now within sight of the Milner car is now in sight of the Wingat car, the number 3. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. That gap last time by was showing us 5 seconds. Just going to let it all update itself. But yeah, the lap 5 seconds. The gap 5 seconds, sorry, but it didn't look like 5 seconds on the screen there. As you look at them coming through, we've got them going down the Craner curves, and both in the same camera shot. They're certainly both in the same camera shot down the straight. So that is going to be the battle for what will now be the lead of the race, with the 555 having fought its way back for the second time on the Wingat racing car, and now we'll have to do it again. So let's have a quick look at where the 555 is on the circuit. There it is. In fact, as I say that, it comes past the commentary box on the start-finish straight now. Our leaders there's a good chunk of a lap. I'd say there's 2/3 of a lap ahead now. The number 3 and the 46 are just entering Coppice as we speak, and the 555 is going around Redgate. So yeah, there is that's a big gap, isn't it, between them? So that's going to be a lot of work to do for the 555 to catch it up. I wouldn't say it would be impossible, but it's going to be really, really difficult, because that 46 is a really rapid car.
It is. It's going to be difficult, and the biggest thing to keep an eye on, they've already been in trouble, obviously, drive-through penalty for track limit infringement. So yes, it may ignite the fire inside them to push even harder and try and go even quicker, but they've got to be cautious on these track limits that they take, because they cannot afford multiple track limit warnings here for a third time in this race, which would cause another visit into the pit lane. Gap as the leaders have crossed the line is 4.2 seconds. That gap's come down. I believe it was 1.1 seconds that the gap has come down there. The Milner team have taken 1.1 seconds out of the Wingat Racing on the last lap. This is the 22 who has fallen back behind. In fact, is that the 131? It is the 131. So that 22 has now been lapped by the 131, the catastrophe car, who move up into 9th place as well, as they got ahead of the 23 last time around. I think the 23 is actually going side by side with the Aston Martin further behind. They are. It definitely is one of the green cars. Which one of the two it is, I'm not quite sure. But they were side by side going through the Craner curves and through the old hairpin. Just behind this battle, that is the Cobra car looking to make a move into McLean's. There you go. It's the car on the outside that is looking to try and possibly get around the outside of it. The 81 then, who is trying to hold on in there. It is in P8 against that catastrophe car of the 131. So this is a fight for position. They've got the 65 of Autotech Motorsport just ahead of them. So a three-way fight. The 22 is a lap down to these three drivers. So these three all trying to battle it out at the moment for that of 7th place. And there is your 2nd place man, who was 4.2 seconds last time around. As they come to the timing line now, what has been taken out of the gap is down to 3.6. So it was some 6/10 taken out last time around.
Yeah, absolutely. The other car to keep an eye on is that number 12, which is now, because of the issues that have befallen the 555 car, is now in our 3rd place at the moment, the number 12, and that one crossing the line now. So we'll see what the gap is with that. That's 19 seconds back from 3rd place, so 2nd place. So that one's quite a big gap. But the gap to keep an eye on is the 46 to the number 3. This will be our battle for the lead. And last time by, as you say, he took a big chunk out of that, did George Wright, in the Milner car, the 46, and that gap now sits at 3.6 seconds.
The Aston Martin's got 2 back markers to clear here to get onto the back of that Trainer 3 course for the fight for 7th place. Wants to try and get through, but just can't find a way past the 2 back markers in front of him at the moment. So the Aston Martin then working really hard, and probably working extra hard, to try and pass the back markers in front. LDR Performance, car 49, as no, sorry, reading that wrong. It is still the Subaru who has done the fastest lap. The Castrol team, the 69 car, is back into the pit lane. They've obviously been in the garage earlier in this race with dramas. They're back into the pit, so we'll see what that one is for.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the tracker because our leaders are coming through the S's now and they are much closer together. There is, I would say, just a couple of seconds between the pair of them as they go across the start-finish line. I know it's not what we've got on screen at the moment.
Sorry, Rob, the 131's just made a dive up the inside for an extra position there. I believe it's got the 2 places and has moved itself up into 7th place overall at the moment. It has got the 81 and the 65 and the GM Performance 81 car is looking to try and go around the outside into Redgate Corner.
Yeah, just back with the leaders. It'd be great if we get a shot. Triple three. The Kahunas. That guy's had an eventful race and nearly had a very eventful exit of the S's there. Just holding onto things and lost a lot of time at that point. Yeah, just want to kind of see if we can catch our leaders because the gap is under 2 seconds. It's 1.8. They are currently heading down through the exit of the old hairpin, and then we'll be heading back into our view. In fact, we can see them the other side of the track, and we can see that looks like way less than 2 seconds with those leaders. They are currently exiting McLean's and heading towards Coppice, so hopefully we will catch a glimpse of them. They've got a big gaggle of cars in front of them, and this is that big gaggle of cars that we can see, and there is the leading pair at the back of it. So there is the number 3, the Wingat Racing car. There is the Milner. They haven't swapped round yet. They're very close, but they're not quite with that gaggle of cars. But there is that's the Rapid Fit, the number 19. It'd be great to catch our leaders who are now just going past, and they're lapping the 49, which was the car that was in the lead of this race for a little while. But they are side by side for the lead, and there is going to be a change of lead as they go through Redgate Corner around the outside. One of the back markers was a bit unsighted, and the Milner car not quite able to squeeze past the Milner car, the Wingat Racing car, the number 3. There is a car stopped on the run down to the old hairpin, unfortunately, so there is going to be a yellow flag out there. The 46 is side by side, has actually got past, hopefully has got past before that stricken car. That is the 21 that's stricken by the side of the track, and I hope that overtaking manoeuvre was done before they reached the yellow flag period with the 46 there. It is difficult with some of these yellow flags when you're actually in the heat of the battle, but the 46 did get past the number 3 for the lead of the race. We just need to keep an eye on the yellow flag situation. But the Wingat car, the number 3, not letting him get away at all, right on the back of them. So as they come through McLean's at the moment, and they will be going up towards Coppice, and they exit Coppice now, back onto the straight. There is still a stricken car on the run down to the old hairpin. The JCB's out there. That looks like it's some kind of issue mechanically rather than anything that's caused any kind of incident. But our leading pair now at the S's, there's another back marker. It's the Starsky and Clutch 143 car that's in their way. But the Wingat Racing number 3 is keeping right on the back of the Milner car. This is the battle for the lead with a shade under 3 hours left to go in this race. We have a battle for the lead, and the Starsky and Clutch kind of positioning himself right in the middle of the track there, and one of the leaders goes one way, one goes the other. The yellow lights you can see are flashing. We've got marshals on track, or marshals by the side of the track at the moment, moving that stricken 21 car, the KNF car. But the 46 has made the most of this opportunity and has now stretched that lead out. I'd say that's a gap of a second or two as they thread their way through the old hairpin at the moment. I'm just looking to see how far back the number 12 was last time by. It was about 19 seconds. Yeah, 19 seconds. Then we've got the 333, and then that 555 car, which is still lapping pretty rapidly, but now down in 5th place after its 3rd penalty, and it's had to either drive through in the pit lane or stop in the pit lane, or even that was a great bit of driving there on screen. The 44, the Jägermeister, in that very vibrant orange colour, sliding its way through. I don't know whether it's, so they run extra lights at the 24-hour races, and I don't know how wet they're expecting it to get later, but I noticed the 44 has got its major day night running lights on. So did you get a chance to ask them about that?
didn't get a chance to ask them about it because I'd only noticed it after I'd already spoke to the driver as I was heading out the garage. But they are the only team with them on the car. So if it does rain, because I'm not going to lie, looking around the commentary box, it doesn't look too bad at the moment. If it does rain, you won't miss the KO Meister, will you? Bright orange livery and some bright headlights on the front. But yeah, what an epic race here, and it slid its way through the S's. The Aston Martin, though, the number 23 car, looking to try and make up, is at another position on the 65. Yes, it is, and through the inside of Redgate Corner goes the Aston Martin and makes up yet another spot in this race, putting them now firmly into the top 10. They're in 8th position, and they're not far off the back of the 49 car as well, as the 96 is going very slow there and looks like it, I believe, dropped a bit of gravel from underneath onto the circuit, but it was off the racing line, so has obviously deposited that gravel offline there, coming down the back straights. That looks like it's possibly been off at Coppice somewhere in this race. This is the battle going on, I believe, with the Aston Martin in this train. There it is, coming through. So there is the Aston Martin in that 8th place, 7th and 6th just ahead of him, the 131. What I love about some of these angles of these KAs is they really do like they're just throwing them into corners at times.
I'm sure they are, actually. I'm sure they are. You've got, you know, you're not the greatest of braking systems. It's all very well controlled. You've got very, very good race suspension on them. So, yeah, they will handle pretty well.
I think, is the 49 got an issue?
I don't know. If we think back to qualifying, there was a discrepancy in driver lapperage time, wasn't there?
It was, but it has just fallen behind this gaggle of cars.
The 116 is into the pit lane. We'll see. It hasn't dropped into the pit lane. So I think it may have been the fact that you had a very professional, very successful touring car. We've got the Burton Power car into the gravel at the exit of the S's. That one is in quite a challenging spot to get out, and I fear that might have to be a bit of an intervention there, because that is not a spot you want to leave a car really on the exit of the S's there. We've seen a few lose it there, but then make their way through the gravel, haven't we? That is the Burton Power number 1 car that is sitting in the gravel. That was a car that was running at points fairly highly up. I know Tommy Valentine hasn't had his stint in that car yet, and I know he'll be relatively rapid in there. But that car, we can see the roof of it on the shot there. We've got a far better view of it here at the. We've got the that's the little 115. It's the C1 car that's has that hit the wall as well.
Old hairpin. I'm not sure. One thing I'll say about the car that's off at the S's, that seems to have gone off very early after the first part of the S's. It hasn't sort of made its way around that second part.
We didn't see it. I would suggest it might have spun and ended up there.
Yeah.
Because but it is in one of those spots where race control will be thinking. I mean, you can tell the marshals are doing the right thing and communicating with that driver without having to go trackside and putting themselves between that car and the wall should anything else go wrong. So great bit of marshalling work we can see going on. They're clearly communicating with the driver because you can see the gesticulation. Probably a very annoyed driver in that car at the moment. I think it's Andy Burton himself that's in that car at the moment. Yeah, the marshals are going down there now. I don't know if they're going to be able to push this one clear. The front does look like it's dug in, doesn't it? And we can see the marshals giving it a go and pushing it. But if it depends on how Andy is, because you can feather the throttle and just sometimes get a little bit of momentum under the front wheels. But trouble is, if it starts to dig, as it already looks like it's dug in, you've got very little hope of getting that in. It's sometimes slightly easier with a rear-wheel drive car because the weight of the car is at the front. We can lift it a bit. I wonder whether Andy Burton's getting out. I can see the JCB now coming across. Have we got a safety car? We have.
No, we have got a safety car, and the 555 has come back into the pit lane, and the 44 has got a stop-go penalty. And I'd have to guess that car is out the race because the driver is just climbing all over the tyre wall. Make sure not to fall in the middle, watching where he puts his feet and hands, and over he gets. And sad to see another retirement in this race. But the 555 into the pit lane. Not sure if they've made a driver change. They possibly have, because it looks like
it looks like a kind of pretty standard stop there. The mechanics are having a word with the driver. They have only got 2 drivers in that car, and you have to do your mandatory number of stops. I know they've done quite a number of visits to the pit lane, but yeah, they're in and the car's back out again now. So it may have been that they needed to. That it was part of one of those stops they had to do.
Is that 2 of the 3 mandatory stops done? If so, that will only leave 1 mandatory stop left. The Aston Martin and the number 23 and the 65 are both into the pits. Here comes the yellow car, the number 19, the number 12, third place, also into the pits. I believe the Wingat car is also in, so the number 3 is into the pits as well. So the 46, as we know from when I spoke to him down in the pit lane, are going to go longer.
Yeah, if you want to head down, feel free to see if you can grab a word, because all of a sudden, it's like NASCAR, isn't it? The yellow flag goes out and the safety car comes out and we've got a pack there. Just see if you can get anyone, but don't worry if we don't. Just, sometimes grabbing a word with some of the drivers out there. And this may be part of the strategy, because I know there was a lot of talk of rain and all of a sudden the grey clouds are out there. Make sure you got your coat on with you, Matt, on your way down there. So the number 12, one of our top 5 cars, is now back out on track, having completed a pit stop. The number 19 we can see in the pit lane. There's a lot of teams now. We can see a bit of refuelling going on with the Aston Martin, the 23 sitting there. Other cars aren't necessarily refuelling, but they are doing various bits of work, having conversations with the driver, maybe handing a bottle of water or so to them. The 49, one of the cars that was running up near the front of the field earlier on in the race, but has dropped back a little bit, is now back out on track. That looks like one of the Autotech cars. That is the 65, now coming back out on track as well. The number 19, great livery on that Rapid Fit car. That one is being pushed back, and that will be rejoining the race as well. So, just a quick recap. The number 3, the Wingat Racing car, I can't see it on the screen, but I think, yeah, there it is. So that is our second place car. So that'll be the one, Matt, if you get a chance to have a word with anyone around the number 3 at the moment. They are in the pit lane. They're about 5 or 6 garages down the pit lane. That number 3 is in the pit lane. So that's the Wingat Racing, the car that was leading. I can't tell whether there's a driver getting out or not. And there are the marshals working on that Burton Power car. The number 1, they're bringing that one across and out of the way. Good job by the team getting that car clear, and hopefully we can get going racing again soon. But a lot of people making the most of this safety car. There is our leader in the number 3 making their way out of the pit lane. Safety car leads the pack across the start-finish line as we speak, and the number 3 there leaving the pit lane. So that was the car in second place. I think things are going to filter through. In fact, it is still going to stay in second place, because there is the third place car, the number 12, just joining the back of this crew. So the 46, the leader, is behind the safety car, and that's really helpful, because it means that once this incident is clear, which I think it will be pretty soon, it means that the fact we've got the leader directly behind, and we've got the 115, a car we saw having a bit of a drama earlier on. There's clearly a little bit of a problem, and the marshals are now pushing that clear. So that's going to elongate this safety car a little bit longer while the marshals are working. But have you got someone with you, Matt?
I have. I've got Mike, who's just got out the Wingat car, number 3, was from second place in this one. Good stint there. Obviously, the penalty to the 555 made that one a little easier to keep on loose.
The penalty did help us with the 555, but they are just a lot quicker than us at the moment. So, yeah, we need to find why they are. So
they seem to be picking up a few penalties out today, and it's that could cost them at the end. You're in this race quite a lot. Obviously, safety car's just come back out. You've done your second mandatory stop now, so one more to go.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, we're hoping we got our stops right. Refueling seemed to go okay. So, yeah, I think we've got one more refuel. Might need 20 litres or so. And, yeah, we're good to go to the end.
Good to go. Obviously, safety car at the moment. That should keep you on that lead lap with everybody else. And in contention, really, for that podium, if not the race win.
Let's hope so.
Oh, well done today in that stint, and we'll catch you later. Rob, back up to you. I'll see if I can grab anybody else.
Yeah, thank you for that one, Matt. And we're just, as I say, I can't see any more coverage of the car that the marshals were pushing clear. But that one, the 115, the 115, the little Citroen C1, looked like that was potentially a race ending. A little more technical than a kind of incident, because the marshals were pushing it clear, but all 4 wheels were where they should be. Didn't look like there was any extensive bodywork damage. There's another car in the pit lane. Can't tell you which one it is at the moment because all we can see is a fueling rig. It's the car 101
is indeed
that's being refueled, and that one not a car that's in contention at the front of the grid. That one's down in 27th, the SMC Paradox Motorsport. A car that might be worth getting a word with if you can. Andy Burton's bringing the number 1 in, having had that incident, and that car is now in the pits. So I think they'll probably have to come in and have that car checked before it's allowed to go back out. So I'm not sure if Andy Burton might stay in that car. But if you can get down there and have a word with anyone from the team, that'd be great. We've got the 115, that little Citroen C1, the only non-Ford KA in this race. The driver is having a bit of a conversation with the marshals there. That looks like it's at the S's as well. In fact, as I say that, I can see a breakdown truck spinning out behind me, driving down there behind me to probably pick that car up and tow it back. So again, Marshall's doing a cracking job getting that one clear. We've got another pit visitor. That one I think is the 22 that's dropped down there. Let's have a quick look. Yes, it was the 22. So that one is the AFK racing car that's in there. And the Burton Power car is into the garage. Never a good sign, but there's probably a little bit of work needed doing on it. I can see Andy Burton there has got out of the car and is just having a quick chat with some of the team members. We've got the Wingate racing car on screen at the moment, the number 3. That's down in fourth place at the moment as these pit stops cycle through. So that one's kind of not quite as high up, but I do expect. So at the moment, we've got 46 in the lead. The 333 Kahuna racing car is in second, and the number 12, the Pro-Am racing car, has dropped into third, with the Wingate dropped down to fourth in number 3 with all these pit stops. But we've got the Burton Power Ford KA, having had that little incident in the gravel. The car's been jacked up. There's a lot of gravel being removed, and the mechanic's doing a lot of checking, whilst the 22 has had its pit stop and is now back joining the track, and will join the back of the safety car crew. The safety car, of course, still bringing them through. At the moment, the safety car is leading them down towards the S's, and as soon as we get a view of that, we'll be able to see whether there is whether the lights are on. But the work carrying on with this Burton Power car in the pit lane. In fact, as I say that, the safety car comes rapidly towards us with its lights out. So the safety car is going to make its way through the S's, being rapidly followed by the 46, the Milnair car, which is going to lead the cars across the line. The safety car will have dived into the pit lane, and now we go back green racing again. So good to see. Great work by the marshals to deal with a multitude of incidents that were happening all at once there, as is often the way. What's the phrase? Yellows breed yellows. But we are back racing again. There we go. A couple of side-by-side battles, the 77 and the 41. The Chick Speed car, the 77, pinning the wars already today, and had a very entertaining race, and continuing its in its entertaining vein as it heads through Redgate at the moment. But the 46 locking up as it goes into the whole old hairpin at the moment, but a huge gap it's managed to pull. This safety car has given the Subaru the opportunity to get clear of a few. Alec Livesey's in that car. They're still quite a chunk of time behind, but he's making headway through any of the back markers and getting past them at the moment, which is great to see. So the 46 leading over the top of the hill as it goes through McLean's and heads up towards Coppice at the moment, and that car looking in a pretty commanding position. And we heard from them through Matt's interview earlier on that they had quite an imaginative pit stop strategy, and because they knew the pit stops they had to do, they put one of their drivers in for just one lap, and then under safety car, they knew it was going to be a longer safety car, then swap that driver back out, so completed the mandatory pit stops, and meaning they've only got one more pit stop to do. So it'll be Declan that will get back in that car towards the end of the race. So we've got 2 hours and 42 minutes left to go, so we are nearly at the halfway point in this 5-hour race. The Starsky and Clutch car coming across the line there, followed by the 41. That one, the Burton Power guys still working on that car. I think it it may have actually hit the barrier at the side there, because there's a lot of work going on at the front of that car, and it clearly looks like the mechanics and the engineers have got a little bit of work to do. The 121, one of the cars that can be quite rapid at times, the Calamity car there, just having a bit of a side-by-side work with the 41, but you've got someone with you, man.
I've got somebody with me. I've got Andy from the number 1 car there. Andy, what happened at the final chicane?
Lack of talent. Well, the talent ran out. Yeah, I mean, there's something not quite right with the car. We seem to be down a little bit, so it's getting kind of frustrating out there. And I was just resisting and overtaking at the chicane, went in too deep, too fast, and in the end almost went straight into the exit gravel. So my fault entirely, but it's just frustrations. And we need to get out of the way.
Sorry, you've got to move out the way very quickly, because they are bringing the Burton car back out on the circuit, and they're going to get it back out. So we'll just move out the way for a second. I'll go back to Andy in just a minute. Oh, they've only rolled it out into the pit lane. Yeah, sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, just basically went in too deep, too fast, and once you're halfway through that chicane, you realise this isn't going to end very well, and it didn't.
Do we know what the issues are and why it's obviously been frustrating? I've heard that it's down on power a little bit. Do we know why?
Yeah, particularly going up the hill, you just feel like it's very flat and a lot of cars are catching you. So it seems to be all right if you've got a tow with somebody, but when you're out in free air, it feels frustrating.
Well, we'll let you get back in. We can see that obviously the car's going to head back out there. Thanks for talking to us, Andy, and best luck for the rest of the race. Rob, back up to you.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Great to hear the honesty from Andy there, and lack of talent. Well, but there is clearly a bit of an issue. There's a bit more of an issue with the work they're doing. I think they pushed that car out of the garage just so they can refuel it, and that's exactly what they're doing, because we've now got it on screen. Yeah, they've got that. I like the names on the side of that car as well. Maybe if you get a chance to ask them about that in a moment, Matt, that'd be great. Just as the cars were coming through, we're seeing a bit of footage of the cars doing the refueling at the moment in the pit lane, but as the cars came across the line, the Wingat racing car, the Milnair racing car 46 is still leading, but the 555, it's a lap down, but it is going rapidly and is very, very close to unlapping itself, which is good to see. So that one is not far behind the 46. As I say, it's a lap down, but it's closing up a bit. So, quick rundown of the top 5 while we hit almost to the halfway mark. We are 9 minutes away from the halfway mark. But just to give you a rundown. Oh, and before I do a rundown, I think we've got someone else, Matt.
We've not got somebody else, but I am just going to give you a quick update on what happened to the 555, the Subaru car. Its second stop-go penalty was for track limits once again. So obviously the team just pushing a little too hard in that car to try and take the lead of this race. That's what its second stop-go penalty was for.
Excellent. So if you're track limit bingoing, 555 was one of the ones you needed. So there we go. So yeah, just to go back, I'm going to do a quick run through of our leaderboard with 2 hours and 39 minutes left to go. It is the 46 Milnair racing car that is leading, with the 333 Kahuna racing car in second place. The number 12 Pro-Am racing car has made its way up to third place, and then the long-time leader, the Wingat car, the number 3, is currently in fourth position. The 131 Catastrophe car is in fifth, and then the 555 with its multitude of penalties that unfortunately that car's had, the Subaru 555 is in sixth. In seventh is car 81, the GM Performance. In eighth is 116 Piston Broke. LDR Performance 49 car, it's a car that was running up at the front of the field for a while, is now down in ninth. And then rounding out the top 10 is the Autotech 65 car, which has been pretty consistent all the way through, and great to see the Burton Power guys have got that car back out on track. But Matt, you've got someone with you.
I've not got anybody with me again, but I have found out what has happened to the 21 car, the KNF Racing. Lost all power, put the throttle down through Redgate, and it lost all power. That's why they've received a tow back to the pit lane. The team are currently working on that car at the minute to see if they could possibly get that back out into this race. That is why the 21 is not out on circuit at the moment.
Yeah, you sometimes find, I'm not saying it's the case with this, but I have met before in this championship, the lack of power is often due to the lack of the golden stuff they put in the back of the car sometimes, and that can cause a bit of a loss of power. But I'm not saying that's definitely the case, but I know that's happened to a couple of teams in the past with this series, and fuel gauge is not necessarily always the most reliable in these vehicles. Anyway, we return. There is a little bit of a change to our leaderboard, and the Wingate Racing car has got itself back up into third place ahead of the number 12. That's happened while we were getting that update from Matt. And the number 3, it's a rapid car. I know there was a little bit of a complaint earlier on from the drivers that it wasn't quite as quick as some of the others, but just as we can see on the shot there, as he exiting Redgate and doing a little bit of overtaking, it's got its way back up into the top 3 at the moment, and is certainly going to be a contender as we get to the end of this race. We don't know what the pit strategy is for some of the other cars leading this one, but certainly the number 3, the Wingate car, is going to be one of the contenders, all being well, as we get towards the final stages of this 5-hour race. We've got the number 9 in the pit lane. That's not one that we've discussed hugely. Another one of the LDR performance cars that's in the pit lane. Looks a pretty standard refueling stop for that one. The number 12 on screen has been an impressive car this weekend at a Pro-Am racing car. It has just dropped down to 4th place, but it wasn't necessarily one of the cars that was on the top of our radar. It is being, there's a little bit of a side-by-side action going on, but I don't think that one is for position. No, it's not. These are cars unlapping themselves from the number 12. So that was the Aston Martin that's just gone past that one. That's the number 23 car, and the 65, the Autotech car. So they are kind of unlapping themselves. That is a battle for position, actually, the Aston Martin and the 65. It's a battle for 9th and the 23. An audacious late move there at the chicane at the S's, and gets its way past the 69 there, and yeah, we've also got a number of other cars diving past the 69. I thought it was the 65. My apologies. They're both silver, and now we get the view of them. I can actually see that's the 69, which is a car that is further near the back of this field. So the number 2, the number 51, they are actually just putting a lap. That is the Castrol car, the one that had that problem earlier on with a lot of smoke coming out and lost a couple of laps really early on in this race. My apologies. I thought that was a 65, which is the car which on the road is directly ahead of the Aston Martin, but actually it's about 12 seconds up the road. So it looked like it was a attack for position, but that was not the case. So the Castrol car, lovely little livery on that one. Very simple ode to the Castrol oil cans that many of you will know and love. And yeah, it's kind of a brand which has got a bit of a brand of its own now, with a kind of retro products that you see there. Again, another one of the cars that will be going up for that Dagenham Dustbin Award that's awarded by the marshals to what they think is the best liveried car. So back with the 46, our leader on screen, and making very short work of a lot of the back markers at the moment. This so far has been an incredibly good performance by the 46 crew. This is the 4th race that they've done this season, but they have been incredibly successful in 2 of those races, having already won them, and now leading this one. We're 84 laps in to the race, so yeah, a good solid amount of seat time you get if you're competing in this championship. We've got the 333 car, which is one we haven't really talked about very much. This is the Kuna race team, who find themselves in overall 2nd place at the moment. They are 25 seconds behind the Milnair car, but they are also 30 odd seconds ahead of 3rd place, and they've kept their heads down, and they've managed to race very well. Now, I'm not quite sure where they're at in pit stop strategy for the 333, but this has been a performance that has kind of snuck up on us, and great to see that car. It's green with its black livery, the Kahuna's racing team, and yeah, incredibly positive to see it. I know Matt had a quick word with Costas earlier on, who I believe was getting back in that car a little bit later on. The number 9 exiting the pits, and we're back again with the Chick Speed car, the 77. This time it's an overtake on the 81. Every time we see that car, there's a bit of event going on, but we've now got the number 19. That's that rapid fit car. Just looking to see where that is. It's stuck at the edge of the gravel. That is at Redgate. It is right on the edge of the gravel, so hopefully if that car can get in reverse, if one of those wheels is on the hard standing of the curb, then that one can be got on, or if there's a gap and the marshals marshals can go out and give it a bit of a shove backwards, that one isn't going to need the intervention of a safety car. But it's down to the clerk of the course. Is there a gap that they can find to get the marshals out there safely to give that car a shove? Because safety is always going to be paramount, and if we need a safety car intervention to make sure the car's being moved safely, then that's exactly what we'll do. But that number 19, the Rapid Fit car, is the LDR Performance, and that Rapid Fit livery, again one of the best liveries we've got out here, and we're getting a good view of it there because the car's stationary at the edge of the gravel, and the marshals are now in attendance of that car. The number 12 pits from 4th position, probably estimating there might be a safety car with this one, so he's dropping into the pit lane. The marshals there going to try and give it a shove. Go on guys, give it a shove. Yes, they've got it moving. Unfortunately, that car is now got all 4 wheels on the hard stuff and the gears are working. The driver gives a thumbs up to the marshals. They now make their way clear of the circuit, and that's avoided a safety car. What a super job by the marshalling team there at Redgate Corner. They have been absolutely brilliant and managed to get that car removed without the need for a safety car there, and I'm sure all involved are very, very pleased. I'm sure the people at Race Controller kind of breathing a bit of a sigh of relief there. So awesome job by the team at Redgate, and the yellow flags are now in because everyone's clear and we can go back fully green all around the circuit again, which is great to see. The 333 from 2nd place dives into the pit lane. So Matt, if you're down there and you get an opportunity to have a word with anyone from the 333 team, that car's coming in. I'm not sure if there's going to be a driver change or not. So we've got, in fact, at the moment, 3rd and 4th place cars in the pit lane because the 333's there, and the number 12. You got someone with you, Matt?
I've got somebody with me, yes. I've got the 115, obviously the Citroen, obviously out of this race. Just been chatting with the driver momentarily. It doesn't look like you're going to be back out on the circuit, does it?
No, we've thrown a belt, and on the Mark II it's different to the Mark Is which we run, so we haven't got a spare belt. So today was all about developing the car and just checking to see reliability and finding some issues out. So we found one major issue which we can fix. It's should make us a bit quicker, a couple of seconds lap. So we've done what we want to do. It's just a shame we're not going to finish really. It's unusual for us not to finish.
You look pretty competitive as well. You was fighting in the mid-pack. It seemed you was in a good fight with a few of the cars out there as well.
Yeah, I mean the KAs is great for them to allow us to come and have a play. Love the format, the 5 hours, the 8 hours, things like this. It's what we like to do. We just happen to have a fleet of Citroens. So Stuart and MSVR have been very kind enough to let us come and have play. So we'll be back next time. I mean, whether it be the Mark II or the Mark Is that we've got, and we're hoping to gradually move a bit further up the field. And but it's great racing. We thoroughly enjoy it, and as I say, we'll definitely be back.
Well, thanks for being here for today. Shame that you have had to retire, but brilliant battles throughout the race. So that was the 115 there, the Citroen. I am going to try and find the driver who's just got out of the Starsky and Clutch car, so I'll be back with you in a moment, Rob.
Yeah, no problem at all. So just to give you an update with these pit stops taking place, the 46 Milner car is currently leading ahead of the Wingate Racing car. 34-second gap between the 46 and the number 3. In 3rd place is the 333. That car is in the pits at the moment, the Kahuna Racing car. And then it's followed by the Subaru, which has made up a point with some of these pit stops happening. So the Subaru 555 car that's had a number of pit visitors, that's currently in 4th place. In 5th is the number 49 LDR Performance car. That's the car that has been rapid, has run as high as being in the lead of this race, but currently in 5th. You've then got the number 6, in 6th place, the number 81, the GM Performance car. In 7th is the 116 Piston Broke team. In 8th is the 65, the Autotech car. And then it's the number 9, the 23 Aston Martin. And to round out the top 10 is the number 2, the NJM Racing car. The number 12, which has dropped out of the top 10, is currently in the pit lane. And Matt, as I mentioned, the pit lane, I think you're down there. You might have somebody else with you.
I am. I've got Martin Westbury down here from the Starsky and Clutch team, who's just got out the car. Second mandatory pit stop done out of the 3.
Yes, that's 2 done. 1 to go.
How was the stint out there for yourself?
Do you know what? I really enjoyed it. I'm a little bit new to this, but as you can probably tell by the perspiration, it is some going out there. Absolutely unbelievable fun.
It is a bit warm today as well, isn't it? So yeah, I can imagine the copy to the car. It's been fantastic racing so far. How's it going for you and the team?
I'm not sure where we were. I think we were about 24th when I went out. I would imagine we're probably back from there, but it's just fantastic. What what I love about this is the team. We have a fantastic team here.
It all feels very family around in every paddock we go in. Rain potentially on the way.
You know what? I'm very lucky then, aren't I?
Are you done for the day?
I'm done for the day.
There we go. So rain.
So selfishly, that's me done. But we'll see how we get on with the rest of the guys.
We'll see how we go on. Well done today, and hopefully you go on for the rest of you and the team. Rob, back up to you.
Yeah, you mentioned the rain. We're just noticing up here in the comms box. You can see quite a lot of it coming towards you from the kind of direction of Redgate area. The wind has picked up a bit. You can see by the flags, and I would predict in the next 15 minutes or so, unfortunately, we are going to get a bit of the damp stuff. Got a very good view from up here in the comms box. The first we'll know of it will either be the marshals putting their jackets on, the umbrellas from our friends that are over at the Craner Curve watching going up, or of course the windscreen wipers going on the cars. So that's there. We've got a car in the pit lane at the moment, the 333, which has been running as high as third, has dropped down to 11th, the Kuna's car, but that one after its pit stop back out, it's going to come back out in about 11th place, 12th now. It's just dropped another one more car's gone past, but and that may change again because there's a whole gaggle of cars coming past, and unfortunately that 333 is dropping down the order as it exits the pit lane now and comes back out on track. Yeah, it does enter the track in about 12th-ish position. So that's one to keep an eye on. Another car in the top 10 that's in the pits at the moment is the 116. Just taking a glance down the pit lane, see if I can see where that one is. Yes, looks a pretty standard pit stop that's going on over there, and that all looks fine. The other car, 41, the car that we've spoken about a little bit today, the 41, the Rove Rage car, we mentioned it in qualifying this morning. That one dropping its way into the pit lane, and we've also got that number 95, a lot of racing rash on that one. That's the kind of rusty livery that was in the Cars movie. Oh, the 41 has had to go to the naughty step, actually, by the look of things. That is a stop and go penalty for the 41, so that one's been in and out of the pit lane. Matt, have you got someone with you? No? Okay, sorry, I could hear something. Thought I could hear it coming back in the ear. Don't worry if you haven't, that's absolutely fine. The 96 rejoining the track from the pit lane as we look at it, and we've then got the leader coming through into Redgate. Matt, you're there now.
I am now. I've got a bit of a report for you. The 95 and 44 look like they're sharing the same garages, are both into the pits at the same time, and the driver is currently on, who's going into the car, is on fuel extinguisher duty, just in case, as a precaution, while they are refueling the car. The 44 is not being touched at this moment in time, but I will try and get an update when the drivers have got their helmets off and sorted out what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, so being a bit of a geek about the rules of some of this racing, actually that's what a lot of teams do. So the driver that's getting in the car does have the fire extinguisher duty, and the reason for that is it means that you're never going to accidentally get your driver in before you do your fuel stop, which can lead to quite a big penalty if you refuel the car with a driver in. So if the driver that's about to get in the car is the one there holding the fire extinguisher, well, you know they're not going to get in by accident, and it's a kind of way of it's an extra control measure in to stop there being a kind of a penalty gained in the pit stop. So yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a kind of tactic that certainly aware of at club level, and certainly if any of you have been to or seen any of the Creventic type racing, the endurance series racing in Europe and here in the UK, that Creventic series, that is certainly something that is technique that is used. So, getting back to our leaderboard, it is the 46 that is still leading from the number 3, and the Subaru 555 is now in a net third position at the moment. The Milner racing car has got the current fastest lap on a 134.5. Not too worried about the fastest laps, but I can tell you if this rain is going to start to come down, fastest laps are going to go completely out of the window. The 44 in for its fuel stop at the moment, and again you can see, I don't know if that is one of the drivers that's there with the 44 with the fire fire extinguisher.
It
but
is
again,
indeed,
yeah.
yeah.
It is
And
again.
they've just started working on the number 44 Jägermeister car. So
Yeah.
they've just started work on this. Looks like the 95 will be the one to leave the pit lane first out of the two that are down here. But yeah, the 44 has just had work started on it.
Yeah, that's kind of what we expect. So you can see that team, both their cars actually have got the little the extra running lights on the bonnet. The 95 have got them lower at the front. The Jägermeister's got them in the middle of the bonnet, and they are used. There'll be a remnants of the 24-hour race when they have to run at night, because you're allowed to run those extra lights at the front to aid driver visibility. So it's definitely definitely an addition that we're not seeing any of the other teams running at the moment, but may come into play. I hope we're not going to be racing quite into the dark tonight. We are we're past halfway mark in this race. It is 2 hours 21 minutes left of this race, and so far it's been a relatively eventful race. We had a titanic battle, three-way battle for the lead for about the first 35-40 minutes, which involved Tom Ingram in the 41. Yes, that Tom Ingram, the LDR performance car, is running Tom Ingram, the touring car champion. We had the 555 Subaru car and the Milner Racing, and those two cars are significant because they're the two cars that have won between them the first three races of the year this season. So the top three cars were nose to tail. Then things got spread out a bit. We've had a couple of safety cars. We've had one car unfortunately onto its side in the gravel, but fortunately the driver seemed to be out all okay, and so I hope everything is fine with that. We've also had a couple of other safety cars for some more minor instances, and then the other kind of bit of drama that we've had as a bit of a race summary just over halfway is the 555, a car that should be challenging for the lead but has had now 3 penalties which has involved it coming into the pit lane, that have included a drive through, a stop and go, and then a drive, stop and 10-second penalty. So that car, all for kind of track limits and pushing the boundaries of track limits. It wasn't the only car that got that. The 49 also got some track limits penalties like that, but certainly the Subaru seemed to be pushing a lot of the boundaries. And we see the Subaru just on screen there, but we have now got the 46 leader on camera with us at the moment and driving incredibly well. There was earlier on there was quite a bit of locking up when the racing was pretty close, but the 46 putting on a great performance. It's George Wright in that car at the moment. Jack Wright's son was in the car earlier on, and yeah, been very quick. Declan McDonnell is the other driver in that car and has been out. They dropped that car into the pit lane. They did one lap, and then they got Declan back out of the car, and that meant they got that entire pit stop done. So we can see a couple more of the cars in the pit lane refueling. We've got the 95 being pushed back. Jack, have you got someone with you?
I've not got anybody with me at the minute. Just a bit of a weather update here. The wind has really started to pick up over this last minute or two. A few spots of rain have fallen, nothing dramatic at the moment, but it does not look very promising just over out your commentary box window towards Redgate. What I would say at the moment is, though, the wind has really picked up in this last couple of minutes, so just keep your eyes over by Redgate, because that is not looking very promising over there. So we might start to see teams here just trying to eke out a few extra laps on their strategy to maybe come in for wet tyres if that rain behind me does seem to hit.
Yeah, firstly, we talked about the rain and we can see it coming in. I think Redgate's going to get very wet in a minute. Actually, you can see that. Certainly see the rain coming down. In terms of the tyres, they are a stock tyre. They are a kind of a semi-wet cut slick anyway. So they're not going to come in for wet tyres specifically. You might see some teams changing tyres, but there are, in fact, the wheels and the tyres are utterly stock on these cars, as are a number of other things. So the kind of safety features, your fuel cell, your roll cage, and things like the suspension. All, in fact, Burton Power provide all of that kind of info. But you got someone with you?
I have now. I've got Clive Taylor with
Brilliant.
me from the Ka-Chow car, the number 95. Clive, running towards that top 10. How's it going so far?
Yeah, it was the best race I've had, but I'm slower than most people out there, so it's difficult. But It's lovely conditions out there at the moment.
It seems like it's about to change though. We've obviously got this weather coming in over the top of turn 1. Are you back in the car later on for a bit of this weather?
I don't think so. I think we're planned it, that's it, and I'm done. So I'm pleased it's coming later than now.
The team seem to be doing a great job though today. The car team looks like they've got some pace out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good car. It's a good car running well. 44 is going a bit slow, but we're hoping we're going to do well.
What's the thoughts for the rest of this race? Obviously you're not back in, but the thoughts going forward in this race, can you get that top 10 for the team?
It was difficult because we only qualified 13th, so we're normally higher than that. But Lee will be out shortly and he'll do his job.
And is that 2 of the 3 mandatory stops now done?
Yes. Yeah.
So one more stop to make. Thanks for talking to us there. That's from the number 95, the Ka-Chow car there. So Clive done for the day. One more stop for them to make.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for that one. And the camera's now just on our leader and the 333 coming through. The 333 was running right up in second place at one point, now down in 16th after the pit stops. But he is actually rapidly catching our leader. That will be to unlap himself. But yeah, the number 3, sorry, not our leader, our second place car, I should say. So yeah, the 333 currently down in 16th, about to unlap himself from the second place car. The number 3 is in the lead in second place at the moment, as we can see, Wingate Racing. The 46 is leading away, and the 333 then just caught out by a bit of cloud of dust coming up, just getting the exit all wrong coming out the S's, and fortunately nothing major other than a bit of pride and a bit of time lost, but it has enabled the 116 to now pull alongside as they go into Redgate, and the 116 goes ahead. That is again not a battle for position, that's a bit more unlapping of selves. Those two cars not close together in terms of the race itself. The group we can see on screen at the moment is yet again, it's the 81, that black and gold car. There's a lovely little battle going on with the 81 there. Just trying to catch a glimpse of some of the others that are all there, because we've got just letting the timing and scoring screens update a moment, but the 96 there at the back, you can see that Chick Speed 77, that's had an eventful race at the moment. We head back into the pits, we can see a number of drivers looking like they're getting themselves ready, so we potentially are going to see a number of pit stops happening. We've got the fuel things going on there, but you got the yeah, that is the 81, a car that's running as high as 5th, the GM Performance car. It's not, the car that's behind it is not challenging for its position. The Aston Martin is actually the car that's behind on the road, the number 23. So the cars that are behind are potentially there to unlap themselves. But the 81 currently running in 5th. It is the 18 that is just behind it. The 18 car is currently running a little bit further down the order. The 18 car, of course, is the No Nonsense Racing. Great name for that team, No Nonsense Racing car. And they are running a little bit further back. They are down in 17th at the moment, and they are really battling with the number 77 on track at the moment. But the 77 Chick Speed car is a little bit further up the order. That car's in 13th at the moment. There is a little bit of pit stoppery going on because they've also been in amongst, I was about to mention the 180, and there it goes appearing on the screen. They've also been in a bit of a battle with the Team Shine car, which, as you can see, has just pitted, as has the 74 just dropped into the pits. That's the EnduroKA car is dropped into the pit, so that's pitting out of 16th place currently. So as we head in with just under 2.25 hours to go, this little battle on track, whilst it may not be for track position per se, is quite a good one and quite entertaining. You've got the No Nonsense Racing 18 giving the 81 a bit of a run for its money, and a dive up the inside at the S's, very well controlled by both drivers, and a nice little move. You've then got the 77 waiting to pick up the scraps of this, the Chick Speed car. The 81 flashing its lights furiously because it knows, the 81 is currently in 5th place at the moment. So actually, these cars that they're battling with are not battling for position with this car. They're essentially unlapping themselves, but holding the 81 up from potentially trying to get a little bit closer to the 49 LDR performance car, which is currently in 4th place. So quite an entertaining battle going on, even though it may not be for position in class. And you can see the 81 is doing all it can to try and get past the 18 no nonsense racing car as they head through the old hairpin. The 18 drifting through the old hairpin at the moment. Great bit of car control being exhibited there, but being chased up the hill by the 81. And yeah, not just the 81 not able to find its way past, despite it being further, kind of almost a lap ahead of that car on the road. Also, the 77, the Chick Speed car, again another one that's not directly battling with the 81, but giving the 77 giving the 81 a little bit of a hurry up as they go up the hill. And that battle continuing through. So we're now back with our leader on screen, and the leader heading through Redgate Corner at the moment, and it's all looking relatively serene for the 46 at the moment. I'm sure it's not inside the car, and you've got that big group of back markers in front, which is never easy when you're the leader. You're kind of relying on the marshals with those blue flags to get the flags out to indicate to those drivers in front that they've got to stop. The other little bit of a worry, although George Wright may not know it, but the 95 that's in front of him has literally just come out of the pits. That's the Kachow car, and may not have eye in yet to everything that's going on around. He's only done 1 lap out of the pits, but yeah, made short work of the 95. And now heads up the hill in pursuit of the number 2, the NJM racing car, to lap that one. That car is sitting currently in 8th place at the moment, the NJM car, the number 2, but the 46 chasing that one up the hill to put a lap down on that one as well. So great progress being made by the Milnair team, the 46. They are currently at the moment 98 laps in, as are the number 3 has also completed 98 laps. So the Subaru 97 currently, but they will come across the line to complete their 98th lap very soon. So we're nearly at 100 laps in. So yeah, very impressive running, and the reliability of these cars is what makes part of this championship so positive, and so much the reason why a lot of people want to join it, because not only do you get a lot of seat time, a lot of track time for your money, it's not cheap, but it's less expensive than other formula. You also get the opportunity to have a car that is relatively reliable, as the 555 just dives down inside the 95 as well, and is making its way through. Unfortunately, that car's had a number of penalties and is not in contention. I mean, it's on the same leading lap at the moment, and we've had a spinner. The 81 has spun across the pit lane entrance. It was coming into the pit lane. Not quite sure what happened there. I'm not sure if it may have even tapped the wall as it comes in, but that car is broadside across the pit lane entry at the moment. It's putting itself back on track. It won't be. He's going to try and dive into the pit lane. He does get back in. Very quick work of turning that round. I'm not sure quite what happened there. We can see that car now going into the pit lane, but there was a kind of mishap. I don't know whether it is getting greasy out there and whether there's any rain coming down, but yeah, I'm getting the indication that there isn't any rain coming down, but whatever caused that must have given the driver in the 81 a little bit of a wall. That's there's a wall there very close. So yeah, that one spun off across the track. No harm done eventually, but it's certainly a little bit of drama that I'm sure the driver and others could have done without. But that car, the 81, now being refueled. The 81 currently a bit further down the order, in 5th place. That's the 5th place car at the moment. That's the car we saw getting the hurry up, was getting a little bit frustrated by the other drivers and may have come into the pit lane a little bit hot. But anyway, that one's in the pit lane, being refueled at the moment, the 81. It will probably, let's have a quick look, it may well drop out of the top 5. The Aston Martin is the car that's behind it. It was only 9 and a bit seconds behind, I think. So we'll let that car drop in to see where that one kind of filters out the 81 while it's in the pit lane. I'm just looking to see other cars coming through. We've got the 77 and the 44 just coming past us now, so we'll let the timing and scoring update. I'm just looking to see where the Aston Martin is on track at the moment. At the moment, that car's coming down towards the S's, so it's relatively certain that the Aston Martin's going to get ahead of number 5. We've got the 41 in the gravel. I'm just trying to look to see where that is. That could well be at Coppice, I think. Yeah, it is. It's at Coppice Corner. We can see the yellow light flashing, and that looks well into the gravel. Again, this is the second car that's kind of had an off, so I don't know if there is a bit of precipitation out there and whether it's getting a bit greasy, but the 41 is currently sitting in the gravel. The 41, of course, is the Road Rage Motorsport car. I'm not sure which driver is currently in that one, but we're just trying to rock it. You can see the driver is doing a good job of just trying to rock the car on the clutch a little bit to try and get a little bit of traction. It's oh so difficult to get traction out of these gravel beds because that's what they're designed for, and yeah, it gets the car moving a little bit, to in and fro in. I'd say this driver's been in the gravel before because they're doing a really good job of getting themselves out. Well done, number 41, and the drivers got themselves out. Again, that'll be another one where the clerk of the course must be looking, thinking, oh my, thankfully we've got ourselves out, because that could have been a little bit of a difficult moment and could potentially have caused a safety car, but didn't. We've got the 21 and the 81 in the pit lane. Have you got someone with you, Matt?
I've not got anybody with me, but the 21's just been pushed out of the garage. They're fueling it up now, so that might be returning to the circuit. The 81's actually got an issue. It's been refueled, but they can't get the cap back on the car, which means until that cap is back on the petrol to stop the petrol from going in, the driver can't get in. It's now been sorted. The driver's getting in the car. I will try and get a word with the driver who's just got out of the 81, and I will get back to you momentarily.
Yeah, no worries. So, yeah, the 81, we can see the drivers getting in. That car was in 5th place when it came into the pits. It's now dropped down to 8th at the moment. The Aston Martin has got ahead, the 23. The Autotech 65 has got ahead. The number 2, NJM's got ahead. And as I speak, the 121 Calamity Racing car have all got ahead of the 81, as has the 131 Catastrophe car. So there is a number of cars that have got ahead of the 81. That's now kind of in 10th place, and it looks like they're about to get that one back out on track, so hopefully it can hold its top 10 position. We've got a couple of black and white flags going out at the moment for 44, 21. These will be track limits warnings, I'm pretty certain of that. But yeah, the 21 we can see they're refueling it. The Subaru is into the pit lane. A car that's probably had one of the most eventful races here today so far. The 555 into the pit lane and is clearly having some work done. Looks like that's a driver change because one driver has got out. We've then got the fuel going in. I'm looking to see, they've only got 2 drivers in that car. It's Alex Livesey and Adam Bassell. Adam Bassell had the fastest lap of the race for a long time, and that was even including the time while Tom Ingram was out on track. So yeah, the car being refueled, they have had a number of penalties, but that car's still currently in 4th position as a few cars are filtering through. The Aston Martin comes across the line now to 23. I'm just looking to see, I think it's actually unlapping itself while the 555 is in the pit lane. Yes, it is. The only car to have actually jumped ahead is that LDR Performance 49 car that's jumped ahead of the 555. There's still 2 hours to go, 2 hours and 4 minutes, in fact, of this one to go. So a little bit of time yet for the Subaru to make headway and hopefully get itself up onto the podium. And when we get to that 2 hour mark, I will do a run through of the leading cars and leading contenders. It would just be helpful to get some of these pit stops out of the way so we can get an accurate picture of where everyone is sitting. We can see there's potentially tyre changes going on.
There is.
Yeah, go on, and Matt, tell us about that.
Well, the Subaru team are getting tyres ready to change on the car. I haven't found their driver who's just got out at the moment. I will try and keep looking for us, but they are getting ready to change 1 or 2 tyres here. They're just checking the pressures on the other tyres, and I believe when the refuelling is done, they will look to change tyres. So I don't know if this is down to possible incoming rain or what the strategy is from them.
Matt, that driver you're waiting to interview is Alex Livesey. He's in the white suit and he's just behind you. I can see him on the screen there. That's the driver you kind of want to have a chat with just while you're down there. We can see those tyres going on, and potentially the team are thinking, right, we're going to have a right humdinger of a 2 hours and put some new tyres on and see what a difference it can make. But that car currently sitting in the pits. We can see the 21 that's had all sorts of adventures during this race is now being pushed back onto track. That's the K&F Racing team. Have you got Alex?
I've got Alex with me right now. Alex, change of tyres in this pit stop. What's the thinking behind that?
It's getting a little bit loose. I think they're wearing out a bit. So, just checking everything's making sure it's all right.
Just in case that rain comes in.
Yeah. That's it.
How is it out there at the moment, though? Obviously, you've just said it's a little bit loose. We know you've had a couple of penalties due to track limits out there, but the car's got pace there. You both have got some pace in you.
I know, and I've had to readjust my driving style because there's a new penalty marker on the chicane. We're from MX5, so we take all the chicanes. We try and straight line it, but I just have to readjust my driving a little bit to find out where we're getting the penalties.
So that's caught you out a little bit at the chicane. Is it anywhere else, or is it just the chicane you've noticed?
Just chicane. Yeah, just chicane. Yeah.
Thoughts for the rest of this race, though? Obviously, you're on the back foot a little bit. You've got to try and make up that ground. What can you do?
We're hoping it's going to rain. But we've both got really good pace in the rain. So.
Best of luck for you. We can see the tyre change is going on. Alex, thanks for speaking to us. Tyre change happening now down for the Subaru team in the pit lane. Then, Rob, they're getting the front right off first at the moment. So they're just reckoning that the grip's a little loose out there and they wanted to put some fresh tyres on, especially if this rain does come in, is the thinking from Alex and the team. So clearly just feeling like the car's just getting a little bit loose with the grip out there. It is only a front right at the moment that is going on the car, and that is the only tyre going on though, Rob. So only the front right that has been changed for the Subaru team as they light it up, and away it goes back down the pit lane. Back up to you.
Yeah, I'm not surprised it's just the front right being changed on that car, Matt, because of course the way Donington Park puts the pressure on the car, that's the tyre that takes most of the pounding. Most of the corners are right-handers, certainly the quick ones, the Craner curves, Old Hairpin, and both Coppice and McLean. So that's the tyre that takes the most punishment. So there's no real surprise that that's the one they're changing, because that will give them the ability to get a little bit more grip, and you'll notice it. The rear tyres in this will kind of start to lift in some of the corners you'll be going through. You may not see it on camera, but the way the camber is built into these cars and the way in which the suspension works, because it is much more uprated suspension than on a basic road car, it will actually mean that you're leaning a lot on that front tyre.
It is interesting to see this strategy play out from the Subaru team though, Rob, because they are the only team that I've just walked up and down the paddock and seen that have got tyres that look like they're at the ready. So they're the only ones thinking this strategy. So maybe whether they just took a bit too much life out of these tyres through qualifying and the first part of this race, but nobody else in the pit lane at the moment. There's drivers ready to go, but nobody's getting tyres ready. So Subaru obviously clearly wanting clearly feeling that they've possibly taken too much life out of that front right, and are just looking maybe behind the garages at that rain and potentially wanting to just make sure they have got all covered, all grounds based covered.
Yeah, the other thing to think about is the fact that they probably weren't brand new tyres when they went on. So they're putting a new tyre on now. It doesn't mean that they've replaced it with a tyre that was new at the beginning of this race. The other compromise you've got to imagine, these are 5-pin wheel nuts, wheel bolts on them. So actually to change one wheel is actually quite time consuming, and you can't do it while anything else is going on. So actually you've got to bear that in mind. Now realistically, the 555 isn't not probably going to win this race, but it's got a good chance of getting on the podium. So looking at where they are now, I mean, currently they're sitting 13th overall. Now, yes, there are other pit stops that have got to be undertaken in front of them, but I think this is really a fight for the podium for them. From 13th with 2 hours to go, that's pretty impressive, but that's something that they will be thinking about. So we've just fractionally dipped under the 2 hours to go, so let's do a quick run through of the top 10 as it currently stands. We know there are still some pit stops to go, and we know there's 2 hours of racing to go, but with 2 hours left to go, the lead is being held by the number 46 Milner Racing car. In second place, it is the number 3 Wingat car. In third is the 49 LDR Performance cars. All of those lead cars are on the same lap and are about to, they're running through their 106th lap. Then we have the, in fourth place, the 23 Aston Martin. That is currently running a lap down, as are a number of the rest of these cars. In fifth place is the 65 Autotech car. In sixth is the number 2 NJM Racing car. In seventh is the Catastrophe car. That's the 131, followed closely by the number 8, the 121 Calamity car. Great names, these ones. In ninth is the 22 car, the AKF Racing. Then it's the number 10, the other Autotech car, the 64 in 10th. In 11th, it's number 77. That's the Chick Speed car. Seen a lot of that one on the feed so far. In 12th, it is the 333 Kahuna race team. They ran as high as second points in this race. And then the car we've just been talking about in 13th, which is the 555 Subaru team. In 14th is car 81, the GM Performance car. And the 15th is number 18, No Nonsense Racing. That is your top 15 as we cross over the 2 hours to go mark. So still a lot of racing to go. We cast our eyes towards Redgate and up into the sky, and we can see it certainly looks like there's a little bit of that wet weather on its way to us. Whether or not we will escape it or not, we will soon find out. But certainly when you talk to some of the drivers and the interviews that Matt's been doing, some of them are quite looking forward to it, as the number 77, the Chick Speed car, drops into the pit lane. And that's another car. Once that's had its pit stops, again, it's another one that will bring the 555 back into play. On the screen at the moment, we've got the 23 Aston Martin. It's very close up behind the Burton Power car, but after that incident that happened to Andy Burton in that car, that Burton Power car is running quite a way down the order. That's actually in 27th at the moment. So the Aston Martin making its way through. The 65 is the car that's behind the Aston Martin. You've then got the 131 and the 65. I think they're going to change position, actually. They are very, very close. They're close on track, but there's actually a lap difference between them. So, yeah, the 23 actually having a relatively good race, the Aston Martin. It's holding in fourth place, and the 65 car that's behind it is actually 2.2 seconds behind, and he's just trying to stretch that gap out a little bit. It's the kind of fourth car back in that group that you can see. So the silver car, that's the 131. That is not, even though that car's in seventh place, it's not right behind this car on the road. The car that the Aston Martin, the 23, is wanting to make sure it keeps away from is the car about 4 cars back. Very similar looking to the 121. It's that 65 car there that you can see. That's the battle at the moment for fourth place, and that's the closest battle on track at the moment. That they are separated by 2.2 seconds, are the 23 Aston Martin and the 65. So hopefully we can stay with this battle a little bit of time. The 131, which has been a very quick car at points, that's sitting in seventh place. That car's got a penalty against it at the moment, the Catastrophe car, but I think the 23 is going to try and use that car to get a bit of a slipstream. The cars we've got on screen there, the Burton Power, that's dropped way down, and then it's the 65 behind that. That's the car we want to keep an eye on as they go across the line. It's down to 1.5 seconds. So this battle for fourth place is now starting to hot up. So that 65 car that's about to have an attack on the number 1 on the inside at Redgate, that's not a battle for position, but that's unlapped that's lapping, put another lap on the Burton Power number 1. But this now means there's clear air between the 65 and the number 23, and this is the battle for 4th place. So the Aston Martin, that green Aston Martin Formula 1 liveried car, the 23, is holding 4th place, and it is being rapidly followed by the 65 in 5th place at the moment. That's the Autotech car. So those two are battling for 4th place. Last time by, the gap was only 1.5 seconds while they were in the traffic. And can the 65 get a bit closer? The Aston Martin has got a car in front of it. That's the 131 that's just unlapped itself, and he was able to use a little bit of the slipstream. But now there's clear air. Can the 65 Autotech car get that little bit closer? The Burton Power car that's directly behind the 65 is not in the same battle. That's actually down in 27th, having had an off at the S's and ended up having to be pulled out of the gravel by the marshals. So that car is not currently in the same race, if you like, as these other two. But yeah, the 65 getting closer to the Aston Martin. This time by, they're going through the S's, and there'll be a chance to have a look at the timing scoring. I know Matt's got linked there. Cool, there's a lot of smoke coming off the wheel at the front of the 65, really pushing. In fact, I think there's a problem with the 65 because that smoke is not going away. I don't know whether there's a bit of bodywork rubbing at the front of that 65 car. It definitely is taking a very wide line into the corner. Matt, you've got a driver with you.
I have, yes. I've got Simon Catchpole here from the number 77. Simon, stint done there. It was a pretty good stint. You seem to be in the thick of the fights today.
Yeah, well, everyone said how good it was when I've come in, so I'm guessing I must have done all right.
You're trying to fight for that. We're just getting the sweat wiped off the forehead there of Simon. Fighting in that top 10, it seems to be at the moment. Is that where the team are trying to get into?
Are we top 10?
Well, I think you was. Rob, can you confirm? Where was the 77? I think they was around.
Yeah,
the
sorry, Matt.
10.
The 77 when pitted. Sorry, which car? Are you with the 77?
I'm with the 77.
Yeah, 77. When they pitted, they were on the periphery of the top 10. Unfortunately, they're now down in 18th. In fact, they've just dropped down into 18th because the 180's gone past them. Team Shine Car has just gone past them. So they were very close to the top 10. But yeah, the pit stops have meant that order has fluctuated a little bit.
So he was there or thereabouts inside the top 10. So obviously a really good stint from you. So everybody giving you props there is obviously well deserved.
Yeah. I'll have to look at what I've done when I when I look at the computer, but apparently it was all right. So I had one bit of contact that I've got to go and apologise for, a bit of a misunderstanding, but I'll go and find. Sorry, 81. I'll come and find you.
Was that where we were seeing the front wheel arch edge being taken back up? Is that the contact you was on about there?
Yeah, I think they were pointing, saying they were coming into the pits, and I thought it was get behind me, you're slower.
So that's what we saw when we saw them spin on the pit.
I was trying to get behind them and they were coming to the pit, so I do apologise about that.
What's the thoughts on the weather though coming in? Obviously, are you back in the car later on? If so, that rain possibly coming in from just behind us in the garages here. What's the thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, we've just sent our number 1 racing driver Rob out. I think he used to drive Ginetta Juniors or something, so I think he'll be all right in the rain.
He should be all right then. Well, good stint. Congratulations. I'll let you chat with the team. Rob, back up to you. We've got a couple more teams coming down.
Thanks, Matt. We've got quite a bit of chaos going on the screen. If you're following that, the leader, who has a big lead at the moment, does the 46, but was in amongst a load of cars. And one of the back markers decided to indicate, try and be helpful, and back right off to let them through. And I think it nearly caught George Wright out and nearly ended up in the back of it. So great piece of driving by George Wright. He's down at the old hairpin now and getting himself back up the hill. Matt, I can hear an aeroplane there. You've got the mic open while an aeroplane goes past, yeah, that was pretty.
I'm not quite sure what's happening with the number 12. They have been pulled into the pit lane. They are into the garage. Driver is out of the car. And not a lot of work happening to it. So not sure what's happened to the number 12. I'll wait till the team have finished talking to the driver and I'll try and grab a word.
Just come back to us when you've got a driver. That's fine. We can cover some of this. So yeah, we've got that Milner racing. The car that you can see on screen at the moment is our leader. But interestingly, the car in front of it is the 49, the LDR Performance, and that is to lap the 3rd place car. So putting up to 3rd place a lap down. So this is a very impressive drive by the 46. Yes, there's a long time to go yet, an hour 50, and there's pit stops and all other things to take into account, but the 46 right up on the back of the 49 car, so that is to put the third place car a lap down. We've got all sorts of battling going on. That is involving our second place car. The Wingate Racing car is being pressured, and that's got to be someone trying to get a lap back from that car down at the old hairpin. Have you got someone with you, Matt?
I've got Scott Thompson from the number 12. Scott, car's been pulled into the garage. What's the issue with it?
Unfortunately, I was out in the car, just done a pit stop, gone out, felt a bit of a vibration on the front left and got worse and worse to the point where I touched the brakes and the car wanted to swap ends and heard some clunking, came in and we found the hub nuts sheared completely off the drive shaft. So disc's been wearing itself into the carrier. We tried to get a new shaft on, we put a new shaft in, done it up, but the wheel bearings taken too much abuse, so it's the end of the road for us. We put a new shaft on, went back out, and Will, our other driver, just said it's just as bad as before. Like when you got on the brakes, he's wanting to swap ends. So for safety reasons, we've just boxed it before we end up in the wall and end up with more damage. The better thing to do is just for everyone's safety. I don't want to cause another safety car and mess with people's strategies. And just really disappointing because we were on for P2 behind Milner. We've been fighting with them for the last 4 or 5 years, and they're blown out of the park as well. So
it has been a shame because the qualifying pace was there this morning, the race pace was there earlier on in the day, and like you say, you're trying to fight for that podium, but yeah, these things happen, unfortunately, it's racing, but we wish you the best luck for the next round, and yeah, unlucky today. So there you go, Rob, the number 12 out and will not be coming back out. And quickly, before I pass up to you, it has gone very dark down here in the pit lane, and the cloud cover is getting increasingly thicker and darker, so keep your eyes on this weather.
Yeah, you can certainly see the headlights on these cars are burning a bit brighter than they were earlier on. Car to keep an eye on is the 131. It's down in 6th place, and they also have a red exclamation mark, which means there's some kind of penalty awaiting. But it's the 131 is going incredibly quickly. It's Andy Bonham in that car, Adam Burnham in that car at the moment. Very quick car. I did say right at the beginning of the broadcast this morning it was going to be one to watch. He has set fastest lap quicker than anybody else by over a second, 1:33.966, just a couple of laps ago. He's unlapped himself from Wingate car. We've just seen that on the screen. Yeah, I'm not expecting that. I think they've probably got a kind of 1 lap penalty to add to their time or something of that sort. But yeah, incredibly impressive. At the moment, we've got the number 65. That car's pitting out of 5th position in the pits. That's the Autotech car. Just dropped into the pits. We're with our leader on screen at the moment, 65 into the pit lane. That's having a good race at the moment, but is certainly going to be in the pits and for a little bit of time for its stop.
It's not going to be in the pits for a little bit of time for its stop. It's going to be in the garage for a long time. In fact, they're pushing it right through the garage and out the back. The bonnet is open. There was a bit of smoke coming from the car. They've pushed it right through. I will try and find out what's going on. It's a little bit frantic, obviously, down in the 65 garage at the moment, but the car is smoking. There was a driver ready to get in, but they have pushed that right through and out the back of the garage.
Okay, thank you for the update on that one. So yeah, 65 is going to be a car that is going to disappear from the screens. That's currently was in 5th. It's now in 6th, and it's going to plummet very quickly as the rest of the cars go through. The 555, the car we've all been keeping an eye on throughout this race, the Subaru car. It was down in 13th after its pit stop. It's now up to 8th, lapping pretty rapidly. The fastest lap set just a couple of laps ago for Adam Bassell in that car. He set a 1:34, so one of the quickest cars out there as well, so very rapid. But a bit of news for you as we see the cars coming up through McLean's. I can see windscreen wipers going on. I'm just looking out the window to see if I can see marshals putting coats on. Not quite yet, and I can't see any umbrellas, but I can certainly see windscreen wipers on the cars. You said it was getting darker. It's certainly looking darker, and that's something to be
I can
very
confirm
aware
that there
of.
are spots of rain in the pit lane here now. Teams just starting to maybe look at tyres a little bit more because it is starting to rain. Just coming over from the back of the commentary box in the pit lane at the moment. It's really dark clouds coming over, but it's not heavy at this minute. It is just a few spots here and there. The 333, I don't know if we've mentioned that they are also in the garage at the moment. The rear tyres are off. Looks like they're replacing the brakes on that one. I will get full confirmation. Again, I'm just going to let them die down a little bit because it looks like they're all a bit frantic at the moment. So I'll try and find out what's happened to the 65 and the 333.
Yeah, of course, these cars run drums at the back rather than disc. So the 74 goes past the start-finish line. If you're around the circuit, get a glimpse of that. We've started to put, I did mention earlier, some of these cars have some quite cool lighting on them, and the 74 is the first of them that you can see. It's got some great big blue flashes down the side of it. It does look really quite cool. But yeah, got a number of the cars coming through. The 95 we can see with the windscreen wipers on there as it comes down through the old hairpin. Of course, it doesn't take a lot of water to, as a driver, you kind of put your windscreen wipers on, because a lot of the guys will be wearing full face helmets on this as well. So it can look worse than it is actually, the rain. And so we're seeing the windscreen wipers on some of the cars, but not all. And some will feel a little bit more confidence in that rain
I
than
don't
others.
think some will be having the wipers off anymore. It has just started to absolutely throw it down at the back of the pit lane at the moment. So yeah, it is. The rain is inbound and pretty imminent.
Yeah, we expected to. We've got 1 hour and 3/4 left to go in this one, and we kind of expected that it was going to get a bit wet towards the end of this race, and that's certainly what happened. And all the drivers have been talking about that, and some were looking forward to it, some not so. So we will see what happens. So I can see also some of the marshals going to grab their coats and things as well. So yeah, and it certainly looks pretty greasy. Look at that on the curbs there. That's the exit of Redgate. That's the Aston Martin, the Jägermeister 44 and 23. Those two cars it's looking pretty greasy there, and you can see all of a sudden it's starting to look very, very damp. And this is where drivers are going to have to adjust and take a number of things into account. Firstly, you're going to have to get the heater on in the car, because it's been pretty warm, and the windscreen is going to start to steam up. So that's something that is quite common with these in the wet, and it's something people are going to have to be aware of. Yeah, we've got the 333 in at the moment. I'm not sure that's brakes, actually. I think that's potentially exhaust, potentially entire rear suspension. That does look like it could be some kind of rear axle issue on the back of that car. So there, yeah, that looks pretty substantive, the work that's going on the 333, as we see this gaggle of cars come down through with their windscreen wipers on in the increasingly greasy conditions. But you've got someone with you, Matt.
I've not got anybody with me. Just an update on the 65. It is overheated and seized, and will not get back going at this moment in time. They've not confirmed whether they are done for the day or not, but at the moment it is still out the back of the garage, smoking a bit from the front. So yeah, it has overheated and seized. That is the problem with the 65.
Yeah, that is a bit of a problem. These cars are known for the overheating and seizing, but you can get them to cool down and get it back going again. But it's what other issues it might have caused. It depends on whether you've got you've got rid of the water out the header tank, and whether or not they are able to get that car going again. But yeah, it's all of a sudden we're experiencing a couple of reliability issues, just as we also experience a bit of the wet stuff coming down as well. It is a little bit more problematic for some of the teams and drivers on the track at the moment. We've got the 69 coming through. That's the Castrol car. That one had issues early on. I thought it was maybe some bodywork rubbing or something. There was a lot of smoke early on, and clearly wasn't anything fundamentally problematic, because that car's back out on track pretty quickly. Got a couple of drivers there conversing, not quite sure which drivers are there. The Wingat team car, so they are the team in second place. They are in the pit lane at the moment, so the Milner car obviously leading this one, or still clearly leading this one, and it is the Wingat racing car. We've got the 21, the Ventures continue. It's been in the pits, and now it's at the edge of the gravel at Redgate, and that looks like it's very deep in. That's going to be a big push from the marshals, but may well need the assistance of one of our tractor vehicles here, because the 21 is right on the edge of the gravel here at Redgate. That's a horrible spot as a marshal to have to go out to, because it's right on the edge of the track. But the marshals are heading out to it at the moment, so we've got yellow flags as we head in towards Redgate corner at the moment. The marshals heading down to the 21. They're having a quick word with the driver. If they can get a bit of weight behind it, that's not me casting any aspersions about the marshals, of course, but they might be able to get this car moving. They're going to need to dig some of that gravel out from around those front wheels, though, and hopefully... I'm not sure who's in that 21 car at the moment. It is running way down the order, having had a couple of offs and a bit of time in the pit lane. But that car is not looking like it's going anywhere. The marshal's giving it a go, but those front wheels are just spinning, and I think that one's going to have to be snatched with the assistance of one of the vehicles. So we've got the Wingat car. They're now dropped to third place in the pit lane at the moment, but that was probably always going to happen. The 49 has got itself back up in front of the number 3 for second place, the LDR performance car. But the number 3 in the pit lane, we can see the drivers being strapped back in. In fact, the car is being pushed back out. Have you got one of the drivers with you, Matt?
I've got Philip Truman, who's sat currently in the car at the moment. Philip, just talk us through what's happened to the car.
So we just came into the first corner. There was a red KA coming up the inside, but I had the line, so I took it. I think he must have outbraked himself. He caught me as I was on the apex, which made the car start moving around. I got it under control, then he seemed to hit me again, and then I heard a lot of noise at the back, and the car wasn't driving straight. So we've broken a beam by the looks of it, so we've come in to change it.
I take it by the fact you're still sat in the car, we're hoping to get back out on the circuit to finish this race.
We're just deciding whether or not to do our last driver change while we're here or not. We've only got 50 odd minutes left, so he's due to go back in again anyway, so we're just deciding what to do.
Well, I'll let you crack on, but yeah, best of luck. And hopefully you get back out there for the rest of the race. So that is what has happened to the 333. They're the Kahuna's race team there, Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. We're under safety car now. I'm not really surprised with the 21 on the edge of Redgate Corner in the greasy conditions. Race control made the very sensible decision to neutralise the race for a moment with the use of the safety car. And we've got a couple of cars diving in. You've got the leader coming down, so maybe in a moment if you can
by
grab
their garage, but I can tell you that the rain has stopped. So that quick shower that we've had, the little downpour, has stopped. So we'll see what happens in terms of any more rain coming. But I will try and grab a word with the 46.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we've got the 21 being hooked up by the JCB unit and the safety car, leading these cars through down towards the corner curves and the hold hairpin at the moment. So we expect that there will be probably not a very long safety car period, because the number 21 is being removed very rapidly by the marshals over at Redgate. They are doing a super job in getting rid of that, getting that car clear of the track at the moment and allowing us to continue with the racing. So yeah, that's great to see. Just while we take this moment, I'm just going to give a quick rundown. Have you got someone with you, Matt?
I've got George from the number 46. George Wright is with me. Heck of a stint that lead in this race. Obviously under safety car again at the moment, but a great stint.
Yeah. It was pedalling hard. It was we had to come out under the safety car, so there was a lot of back markers to get through, and just work out who I was actually racing against, and just work my way through the back markers. And I could see. Who was it in the lead? I can't remember who was on the lead. Wingat Racing. So just had them in my sights, and slowly, by the time I got on the back of them, I think the giveaway and went in the pits. So I had a real clear run, started knocking in the laps. Just trying to get as much of a lead as I could. Running the car as long as we could, looking for the final change, final fuel under safety car. Down to 5 litres, and lo and behold, there's a safety car. Box, couldn't have been better.
And this is your final mandatory stop of the day, obviously, thanks to the strategy you pulled out earlier.
Yeah, we pulled a fast one early. We did a double change under one safety car, and then snatched a bit of fuel, which with the splash and dash a lot of people will have to do at the end. We did then. So it's final driver, final stint, head down, fingers crossed.
Looking good for you at the moment.
I don't know, I've been driving, I don't know where we are, I guess, but I wouldn't bet my house on it.
Well done on your stint. Put your feet up, enjoy the final end of this race.
I can hear the fridge calling my name.
Indeed. Declan's getting into the car as we speak for the number 43 46, sorry. So Declan getting into the car now, and the 46 will be back out on the racetrack. But all looking good for the 46. Their final stop has been done, and like George has just said, other teams will have to come in to do their splash and dash towards the end of this race. They are done for the day. They're going to the very, very end of this race. So keep your eyes on the 46.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. We can also see they're changing that front left tyre on that car as well. With the right-hand bends, that front left tyre takes a pounding, and so they've made a decision to stick a new tyre on there and make sure everything is safe, because you know, it is a bit of management now towards the end of the race with a shade over an hour and a half to go. But what they have actually, as we sit here at the moment, lost the lead at the moment, the Milnair car. Under that pit stop, the 49 LDR performance car has actually taken the lead, so all will become kind of unravelled at the moment. At the moment we get to we've got a car off. I think that's at McLean's. It looks like it's going to self-extricate. It is the Castrol car, the 69. That's had another car with a very eventful day. Managed to get itself clear, so there'll be a few sighs of relief in race control that one's got itself clear, and we'll be back underway. We are back underway, but the 49 has dropped into the lead, the LDR performance car. The 46 is down in second, but I expect once all of the rest of the pit crew, the pit stops and those splash and dashes that George Wright has just referred to have all kind of cycled through, that the 46 will probably come back to the fore again. The number 3 Wingate Racing car is back up into third as we've cycled through, and the Aston Martin has dropped down. That was briefly up into fourth, but again it was all down to the pit stops and where they've kind of filtered out. The other car that hasn't really moved in the pit stops but is certainly moving its way gradually up the leaderboard is the 555, the Subaru car, and that's the one we're going to have a quick look to see what the gap is between that and the 23. Although I think it's we just need the TSL timing scoring to kind of update, and in the next within the next lap we'll have an update for you, because that 555 is rapidly making progress through the back markers, as we can see on screen at the moment. So just making a dive up the inside of one of the other cars. I'm not quite sure which number that is. That's better. We've got the clarity on the screen. There is the Burton Power number 1 car that's had, again, another one that's had an eventful race in and out the gravel and had to have a bit of work done in the pit lane. It's all getting a bit hairy on the exit of McLean's there. The 41 back out on to the track, being pushed back. So having completed the work that was being done on that car, it's been pushed back out onto the pit lane, and the 555 is now on screen with us. That one is currently in 5th place and is, I think it's a lap down on the 23. We're just going to let everything cycle in. It's 1 minute and 2 behind the 23 car, so a lot of work to do to get back up into not only the podium but the top 4. The 23 car, the Aston Martin, has got a gap of, I think it was about 20 odd seconds or 23 seconds to that, and the Wingate car in 3rd place, but I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to make that up. But the 49 currently is showing quite a big lead, but the 49 is kind of out of sync a little bit with the pit stops, and we will see what's going to happen and how things are going to filter through. You've got a number of drivers fighting their way through the back markers, and we can see a lot of lights flashing, and as things are getting a little bit darker here at Donington Park, you can certainly see these headlights ablaze a bit more than they were earlier on in the race. But we've got one car, it looks like the 44, indicating something, possibly indicating to other drivers to go past. There's an arm out the window there. I doubt they're pointing to the clouds saying, oh look, it's raining. Yeah, the 44 way offline, letting this this group of cars come past. Hopefully there's not a problem with the Kagermeister car, but the 44 letting a number of other drivers past. So we're at the point where there is an hour and a half left of this race, so let's have a quick run through of our leading contenders. So at the moment, 49 LDR performance car is leading this race, having completed 113 laps. In 2nd place is the 46 Milnair car, Again, having completed 113 laps as well. In third place, Wingat Racing, appropriately third place, car number 3. Wingat Racing had a very successful race so far and continues to do so. We've got in fourth place, 23, the Aston Martin car, and in fifth place is the 555 Subaru. In sixth is the number 18 No Nonsense Racing car. In seventh place is the number 81 GM Performance car. In 8th, 131 Catastrophe, although that does have an exclamation mark with it, and I may believe that might have to have an extra 1 lap penalty to be added, but that will all be decided at the end of the race. In 9th is car 116, the piston broke car. In 10th is the number 22 AKF Racing. In 11th is the number 2 NJM Racing car, and in 12th the 180 Team Shine car. In 13th is car 121, that's the Calamity car. In 14th is car 64, the Autotech car. The second of the Autotech cars, the 65s, unfortunately had a few problems. And in 15th, the car that we've seen a lot on screen and heard a lot about, that's the Chick Speed Motorsport car, the 77, and that one rounds out your top 15. So that's your update of the top 15 with an hour and a half still to go in this Ford KA race, 5-hour KA race here at Donington Park. And as we glance back at the screen, we can see that Burton Power car, the number 1, that's made up a couple of places since its incident and ended up in the gravel at the exit of the S's. Yeah, that one looks like it's kind of holding its own now against a number of other cars that are behind it. I believe that's the 74 and a 69 that are with it as well. So yeah, we've got quite a gaggle of cars coming through. You can see the headlights now blazing. The Ka-Chow car leaving the pit lane. That's the 95, the car that is very much in the livery of the Cars Disney film. That's always an ever popular livery, and there have been a number of championships in the UK that have the Cars racing. I remember an MR2 and various others, but it kind of feels even more appropriate on one of these Ford KAs to have that bit of a livery on show. Car 116 and car 22 was running a little bit higher earlier on in the day, but at the moment, unfortunately, the car has dropped back a little bit due to a couple of issues with the car, technical rather than anything. But on the screen now, we've got our car currently in second place, which is the 46. Just looking to see what the gap is, but the gap is it's still a lap that the 49 has over the leader. And yeah, not surprising, but they're out of sync, the LDR performance, the 49 car. Tom Ingram, we believe, in that car at the moment, and it sounded like he was having a great time when he was interviewed earlier on, but he's back out there now, just looking to see what might be happening with some of that rain. It does look like actually some of it's passed through, and looking at the direction the wind's blowing, it looked like we may have avoided some of the worst of it. Yeah, we've got a big gaggle of cars just coming across the start-finish line now, led by the 121, and we're in that stage of the race where drivers and teams will be thinking about preservation and not making any silly mistakes, particularly if you're running up in the top 5 at the moment. You know, you're going to be thinking, right, how far away are the cars behind me, and can I actually get to the end of this race? You've also got to think about the last of the pit stops. So we were hearing a bit about splash and dash pit stops and those fuel strategies, and people who are making calculations on the fuel as well. And you've seen a couple of cars doing that single wheel pit stop, and not surprising, they're just changing that one wheel, the one that gets a lot of the punishment around Donington Park over the course of a 5-hour race. Our leader just goes across the start-finish straight, and we see on screen the Burton Power group, so that's the number 1 car with a number of others just with it at the moment. The 41, a car that's had a very eventful race, just on screen with us. So Matt, was that fun?
It was fun again, and just looking at the leaderboard now, I'm back in the commentary box. What a topsy-turvy race, because all of a sudden the 49 is back in the lead, as you was just saying. Tom Ingram now obviously in that car, but what a topsy-turvy race, because when I left the commentary box it had fallen outside the top 10. So
You've got to love endurance racing because anything can happen until the very end, and there's still 1 hour 25 minutes left of this race that we're seeing the 96 coming through the chicane with with your race leader of Tom Ingram just in the background. And then a few of the other cars. The 46, as we know, has done its final pit stop. We believe that Tom and the 49 team will have to come in for that splash and dash. And I'll shoot back down momentarily just before the end to get a word with the teams. But Ingram's job now will be to surely try and build this gap when the pit stop comes. Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it though, because actually I think the length of pit stop they might need with the fueling they're going to do. I think the 46 is probably going to be in the position where, even though it's a lap down at the moment, they're probably going to get that back. What might happen is there might be a position where they're somewhere near each other on the last lap of the race. But what we do know is Tom Ingram is quite rightly the fastest driver in that car. Some of the other drivers are nowhere near quick enough, but you know, they're going to have to swap the drivers around. I'm sure they'd love Tom to carry on right the way through to the end, but that isn't going to happen. And that's something that's probably sitting in the minds of the team in the 46 in second place, and also probably the Wingat car in third, because you know they are in third. They have run as high as being in the lead at points in this race, but the number 3 is definitely one to keep an eye on. I think they could have an eye on second place, certainly with this race. Yeah, potentially so. It is saying they are 2 laps down, so they have got a bit more time to make up. So we'll see what happens with them at the moment. They're 2 laps down on the lead and 1 lap down on second place. We'll see what happens throughout the rest of this race. But at the minute, you can see there the Kichao car, the number 95, looking to go up the inside of the 180. That is not for position. With the 96, it's saying it's got a penalty on our timing screen, and the 131 that you can see has the fastest lap of the race and also has that penalty to its name. Ingram gaining on some back marker traffic now down through the top of the Craner curves. 1 hour 23 left, and that rain shower was fascinating because it was a real big downpour that then just ended, and it felt like it was going to be in for a while, and then it's just stopped. So teams started to look at changing tyres a bit more, and then all of a sudden when it stopped, the teams in the garages just kind of put the tyres back to where they was, which I found quite interesting. And it looks from where I've stood out down in the pit lane that the rain is almost missing Redgate and missing at the top by McLean's and Coppice, as if it's just sort of separating around the circuit to not cause chaos. Yeah, that often does happen with these circuits when you get a lot of heat generated from tarmac, which absorbs the heat through the sun, and that kind of vortices pushing upwards does actually sometimes push the air around. It's why you often at circuits, not here because we've got an airport, but if you go to other circuits, so like Silverstone for example, you often get a lot of gliders above the circuit because they're using the hot air vortices to assist them in their gliding. So yeah, it's something that you know, from many decades being at race circuits and observing, you see, but obviously we're not going to see that here with the fact that East Midlands Airport is just a couple of 100 metres away, and the leaders going across the line then, the 49 just going past the Burton Power number 1 car with a gaggle of cars in front of it. In fact, they're 3 abreast going into Redgate, although most of this isn't racing for position, it's racing to get to the end, but this is where drivers like Tom Ingram, even with all his experience, are going to have to be very, very careful not to be tripped up in amongst this crowd. Yeah, and for what traffic he may seem to receive in the touring cars, it will be nothing as much as this, due to the fact that it's obviously shorter sprint racing formats with the 3 races through the day. This is obviously a 5-hour race, so he's got to navigate this traffic nice and easy to make sure that he can bring this car home in one piece. But certainly Tom is putting the 49 car in a good position at the moment, and the other drivers that have been in the car today have kept the car in that position to allow Tom Ingram to be dragging the car to the front and getting it to pull away slightly. So the whole team have done a great job down there. The other interesting thing is we see that rear windscreen wiper on the 46. That is McDonnell in the car. Now,
Not seeing any rain around, but so maybe we'll just
yeah,
caught the wiper
we've
button.
seen a few cars going around with the rear windscreen wiper on, even though there was no sign. I think I'm not sure of all the hand controls in these cars, but I think it must be quite easy to knock the rear windscreen wiper on. Certainly having done a couple of these rounds so far this season in races where there has been no sign of rain at all, that has been the case. So I wouldn't read too much into that one. I think it's the front windscreen wipers that we certainly saw running earlier. Looking into the distance, it does look like we might get a little bit of precipitation later on, but with only an hour and 20 minutes left to go, hopefully we can get through without too much more of a problem.
Indeed, an interesting thing I found is that the 555 was saying that the driver who got out of the car or back in the car, I can't remember now, was just struggling for track limits a little bit at that chicane, obviously due to the MX-5s not having them track limits down there, but yeah, the traffic making its way through the Craner curves predominantly at the moment. That's where majority of the cars are coming through the field. We have obviously lost a few cars in this race. Obviously the Pro-Am racing team down in 30th, they have had their retirement. The 65 is still registered as 27th place, but I believe last time I left them was still in the garage. Not sure whether they are or not coming back out. No real activity in the pit lane at the moment, so we will keep our eyes peeled as to what is happening out there. You can see Ingram now putting a lap on the Kachow team themselves, the 95, who let him through up the inside, and on his way he goes, lapping around about 1.2 seconds quicker last time around with that traffic that Tom Ingram has had to deal with in the LDR performance tuning car number 49. It's been interesting to see the fact that he is 1.2 seconds quicker, so this is just building that gap that he needs for when the pit stops do come around. Now, 1.5 minutes per lap, so we know the 46 is going until the very, very end. The LDR Performance Tuning Cars team has got to get that pit stop done for the splash and dash at the very end of this race. As I can see, that is the 180 on the rear of the number one car. The number one car obviously quite a way down the order. The number 3 looking up the inside of the 101 and puts a lap on it into Redgate Corner. So the number 3, who is 2 laps down over the LDR Performance Tuning team leading this race. We've got the Milner Racing car also 2 laps down, but they, I believe, will go to 1 lap. I think they're finishing the lap they are currently on. Yes, they are. They've just come through the S's now. So the 46, the yellow and purple car, will be coming over the timing line now and come through. And was actually a little bit slower, lost almost 5 seconds there, lost 4.5 seconds that last lap to Mr. Tom Ingram himself, who if he can put a second lap on this car during this stint, well, that could leave it rather interesting going into the final 20 minutes. 2 laps could leave it on the edge for a race win potentially here at Donington Park. We're currently watching the number 3 on the broadcast, who is just gaining onto that number 180 car, who was behind the number 1. Where is the 180 in position? It's up in 13th. The number 1 obviously down in 25th, and there's a car sideways through the chicane there. Believe it was the number 19 who was a little bit out of shape. The LDR Performance Tuning, the second car, the number 19 car, really out of shape there with the 95 just alongside them coming through the chicane, but somehow managed to hang on to that one and stays ahead of the 95. They are all running down in 18th position and are trying to gain some time over the Starsky and Clutch team. In fact, they're a lap down over the Starsky and Clutch team. So, yeah, but a big moment there. The number 3, third place on the road, the Windgat Racing team, running third place just as well, clearing some traffic as they come through the lap 127, I believe we are on. No, 131 we're on, apologies. And yeah, so 131 laps in the bag. 1 hour, 16 minutes, 45 seconds left to go in this race. And it is that number 49
car who is leading the race out of the LDR Performance Tuning. It's the 46 of the Milner Racing team in second place. Windgat Racing, car number 3, is third. The 23 of Caston Martin is in P4. The 555 of the Subaru is in P5. The 18 of No Nonsense Racing is P6. The 81 of GM Performance, P7. The 131 with a time penalty to its name, the Catastrophe Racing team, is in P8. The number 22 of AFK Racing is 9th. And Piston Broke, the 116, rounds out your top 10 here at Donington Park. Okay, so we are hour and 15 minutes to go, and there's third place car just fighting way through some of the back markers at the moment, and this is one of these moments where, as a team and a driver, there'll be people watching some of this feed and looking, thinking, fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed, are we going to get past this one? But yes, we've done it, good, right, breathe again. And that's the kind of cycle that people will be having, and certainly it's sometimes easier when you're inside the car, because you are in control, you're under a lot of awareness of what's going on around you. You'll start within the last half hour probably worrying at every little knock, creak and movement of the car is kind of elongated and made a little bit more pronounced. So yeah, it looks pretty steady at the moment. It is all going to be about when the 49 has its pit stop, and that's what we're going to have to keep an eye on, because the 46 we know, because they've told us their pit lane strategy. They've done their pit stops, they've done their last fuel stop. They have a block of time left to go, and they know how far they have to go. They don't need a splash and dash, we think, and so they're ready to go. I can see someone with a fire extinguisher in the pit lane, so we've got to keep an eye out for which one that could be. It could be anyone, and it looks like it is the 49. That is our leader, who's into the pit lane, as we were expecting to come in at some point soon. You can see the little trendy green lights at the back of that car at the moment, but that one drops into the pit lane, so this is going to be a key pit stop for this race, with the 49 leader in the pit lane. We're going to keep an eye on where the 46 is, because that car is the one that is running currently in second place, and we expect that one to potentially, in this pit stop, in this pit window, depending on how long it takes the 49 to do its pit stop, to take the lead. So we will keep an eye on where where that car is. I'm just looking for it on the tracker at the moment. It's about to come through the S's. So the 46 will get one lap back, and then it's got another lap to do to get ahead of the 49. So it is all down to this lap. So we follow the 46 car across the line. We can see the 49 in the pit lane at the moment. We can see people working on that car, and the 46 is rounding Redgate, and then we'll be heading down down to the Craner Curves and through, and then down through the old hairpin. Can see that car at the Craner Curves at the moment. The pit stop is still going for the leader, the 49 car. It's going to be all eyes to the pit lane to see what's going on with that car. They are refueling it. We can see somebody from the pit lane. I can see out the window with a fuel can going. We can see the 46 has exited the old hairpin already. There is Tom Ingram, who has got out of that car, and he is kind of making his way to the back of the garage. The 49 is just coming through, just having its fuel topped up at the moment. We've got the just looking for the 46 to see where that is. That is exiting McLean's and coming up to Coppice. There it is now. Sorry, Matt, have you got someone with you?
I've got Tom Ingram with me now. Tom, final stint in the car done, leading from the front, a lap ahead as well. Put yourselves in a really good position, haven't you, at the end of this race?
Yes, I mean the lap ahead, I think, is more just out of sync with everybody else as well. So there was obviously a safety car. I've ended up going long on that stint, hence the extra lap. So we timed it about right. I managed to time it that we were fuel surging on the in lap, so I didn't really want to go any further than we just did. So yeah, really nice. I managed to go without any track limits there. That was novel, wasn't it? I tried my bestest to be a good boy, and I think I just about managed it.
Can you carry that into next week?
Probably not, no. Normal service will be resumed, I'm certain of it. But yeah, very good. Daniel goes into the car to finish off, so I just said to him, just enjoy yourself. There's no pressure. Don't feel like there's any level of expectation from my side. Just go and enjoy yourself. Have a smile on your face and go and have some fun.
Obviously something different for yourself. Have you enjoyed it today here in the Ks?
I have. I've had a fantastic time, actually. I've really enjoyed it. The cars feel really fun to drive. I've been able to... I raced in the C1, so the C1 24 hours, and I've done a couple of rounds in that. So very sort of similar philosophy, but actually very different driving styles. These feel a little bit more gripped up, a little bit stiffer. But yeah, it's been good fun. He's just starting to track, so hopefully he can start well.
Yeah, hopefully he can start well, and maybe even a podium for yourselves at the end of the day. Any more of these the 4Ks for you in the future, do you think?
I don't know yet. This was a bit of a sort of a one-time deal as such. My calendar and schedules are fairly silly at the moment, so I think this is about all I can squeeze into my schedule at the minute. But never say never. I'm sure they'll coax me back for another one at some point.
Indeed. Well, congratulations today. Great stints from yourself and have put the team in a good position. So Tom Ingram there, final stint for him done. The 49 back out on the circuit, and we'll see what the 49 can do for the end of this race.
Thank you for that one, Matt. And the 46, the car in second place, just crosses the start-finish line now. And the leader is probably down at around about the kind of old hairpin, I would imagine. So, yeah, it is all to play for now. The Milner car, as we look through, has actually cycled through. And, yeah, it was a little bit of a misreading on the timing and scoring. But the 46 is now in the lead, as we kind of expected. It looked like for a moment then they had an extra lap on to do, but that is not the case. The LDR performance car has dropped down to second through those pit stops. It is still showing Tom Ingram in that car, but obviously he's not. He's just been stood in the garage having a chat. And it is in third place, the Wingat Racing crew. We'll let everybody go cycle through one lap, and then we'll give you an update of the gaps between each of the leading cars. But yeah, so as expected, the Milner car did cycle through whilst other people were dropping into the pits. We've got the 19 on screen at the moment in that rapid fit livery, one of the best looking cars out there today with the 121 just about to overtake. But we've now got our leader with us on screen. The rear windscreen wiper is still going on that car. I'm sure it's not making any performance difference at all, but you know, that is still going. There is no rain at the moment, but the rear windscreen wiper is on. The 46 coming up towards the S's and is certainly kind of looking a little bit more comfortable. As it comes across the line, we'll start to get an indication of what the time gaps are. The TSL screens are updating. It's actually showing the number 3 currently in second and the 23, the Aston Martin, in third, with the 49, the LDR performance car, dropping right the way down. But actually, this is the lap where everything will cycle through and we'll start to see. So the 46 has started his 135th lap at the moment. So let's let that one cycle through. And then the next car we're looking for on the road is the number 3, the Wingat Racing car. As we see on screen, the 96 and the 180 going side by side. That 180 has been in the wars a little bit today. We've got the Burton Power car there as well. But the Team Shine 180 car, another cracking looking, well presented car there. I'm just keeping an eye out of the comms box window to see if I can see the number 3. There it is, in fact. The producers have picked that up. Great job there. And we've got the number 3 just coming through the S's now. So this is the car in second place. And once it's crossed the line, we'll get an indication of what that timing gap is to the leader. And as it goes across the line, it is 1 minute, 1 minute 0.5 of a second, so 1 minute and a half a second. The next car after that is the Aston Martin, very distinctive livery, and here that one comes across the line as well. So this is our third place car, the 23, and that one is down at 1 minute 15 behind the leader as well. So yeah, the Milner car has a reasonably comfortable gap. The next car through is of course that 49 LDR performance, and then it's the 555 Subaru car that that has had an incredibly eventful day, and that one though is unfortunately a little bit further behind everybody. And the Milner car just crossing the line for to complete 136 laps, and yeah, with a minute cushion at the moment in front, they've got a nice buffer to the second place Wingat Racing car, the car that you can see on your screen at the moment, being followed through by a number of the back markers. At the moment, the Burton Power car there looking a little bit worse for wear, having had that off at the S's earlier on in the race. Yeah, something to just keep an eye on. That 180 car, the Team Shine, looking pretty good. We've got the piston broke car, the 116 in the pit lane at the moment. That one's not troubling the leaders. Looks like that one's going straight. I did think it was going straight into the garage there, but it looks like it's going to be pretty much a straight driver change as one getting out, being helped in by one of the mechanics. And that looks a pretty standard driver change. The Wingat Racing number 3 goes across the line and has dropped a second to the leader. So that was going to answer my own question of, is the Wingat car going to be able to start catching the number 46? At the current rate, it doesn't look like that is going to be the case. It's the 23 Caston Martin in third. That one's crossed the line. Well, that gap seems pretty stable between second and third at the moment, and then it is that LDR performance car, which is a lap down the 49, which led for a block of time with Tom Ingram in there, and is just holding fourth place at the moment. The other car I'm just going to have a look for is that Subaru, and where that is. It's actually coming through across the start-finish line now. As the 116, having completed its pit stop, makes its way back out onto track, headlights ablaze, and as a lot of the cars are starting to do, it is darkening up a bit here at Donington Park. As I cast my eyes out over towards the direction of where the weather is coming from, the clouds are looking pretty thick at the moment, so it's certainly something to it's not quite looking as pretty as it did earlier. I'm wondering if we might get a little bit of weather dropping in a moment, but we will see. Not going to worry about that too much. But Matt, have you got someone with you?
I've got somebody with me from the Team Piston Brake team, the 116, who's just done the pit stop. Is that the final pit stop of the day, that you running out to the end?
That is the plan, unless we run out of fuel.
So how's it going out there for you in this one? Obviously 5 hours long race. How's it been?
It was really good. The first 10 laps were a bit of chaos, carnage. There's a C1 out there that was just getting involved in every possible crash and shunt, and we lost about 25 seconds to the leaders. Once got my head down, it was all right. We haven't got the pace of the leaders, but we know where we're losing out to them.
Where do we think you're realistically going to be finishing towards the end of this race, or where are you hoping to be by the end?
If we can be top 10, we'd be really happy, I think. It's a car that we picked up. We haven't really done any work to engine, gearbox or anything. We're running what we bought. So if we can go away, do a little bit of work on the car, come back for the Indy 500 and see what we can do.
Well, congratulations on you. That's you done, I take it, for the day? Well done in your stints, and hopefully you can get that top 10 for the team. Thank you. Cheers, thank you. Rob, back up to you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Matt. It's I love the fact they called it it is the Indy 500, as in it's the Brands Hatch circuit, Indy circuit, and it's 500 miles. But it just sounded strange putting a Ford KA in the Indy 500. If any of you have been to the Indy 500 or seen any of that IndyCar racing, the speed differential is pretty stark, I should say. But always great to hear the drivers enjoying themselves. And I know there was a little bit of criticism of one of the other cars there, and with these drivers who have less experience than potential professional racing drivers, these kind of incidents are often going to happen. So we can see another couple of cars getting ready for those driver changes. Likely to be the last driver change, and in 3 minutes we are going to hit the hour mark, and we'll do a run through of the top group of cars at the 1 hour to go mark. We are going to let a couple of these pit stops cycle through. The 555 has got ahead of the 49. That's the biggest news in the last lap or so. The 555 Subaru car, the car that's been running very, very rapidly, but unfortunately been the victim of a number of penalties and had to spend quite a bit of time in the pit lane with a drive-through, a stop and go, and then a 10-second stop and go. So a lot of penalties accrued by the 555, all for track limits at the moment. And I can see the 555 flashing its lights as it comes down to the S's to get past another car. And the comment we had from one of the drivers, and the Subaru, wow, incredibly well held as the driver nearly lost that one. The rear of the car locking up. We saw a lot of smoke, but incredibly well held as it came across that back marker. And the Subaru at the moment, it is Adam Bassell in that car, and a great piece of driving because it could have all ended in tears. Incredibly well held at the S's there, and I don't think they'll get a track limits infringement for that one. But yeah, there was certainly a bit of tyre smoke and certainly probably a little bit of panic behind the wheel for a moment. But as is the nature of this kind of racing, and you can get tripped up easily with back markers or unsighted, we did see the Subaru and so Adam Bassell there just flashing the lights to try and indicate to the car in front that he was there. Obviously didn't work very well, but anyway, all is well. No huge amount of time lost, and that car currently running in fourth place. We've got the Jägermeister car just on screen there, and now we've got the number 18 No Nonsense racing car dropping into the pit lane for its driver change. Not sure. Yeah, there is going to be a fuel stop on this one as well. We can see the fuel can being made ready, and the person with the fire extinguisher being made, getting themselves ready there as well. So the fuel can being done, fire extinguisher there. The 18, the No Nonsense racing car, is rattling through its pit stop. And yeah, we're just going to have a quick look at that one. That car at the moment is running inside the top 6. However, I imagine certainly the 81 is probably going to jump ahead of it. The 131 might on the road jump ahead, but that's got the exclamation mark next to it on the TSL scoring, and therefore there is probably going to be a penalty for that car. So maybe a 1 lap added, and it's Simon Bonham in that car at the moment. So yeah, we've got 1 hour to go, and as we click into that 1 hour, we're going to do a quick run through of the top group of cars, and it is the 46 Milnair Racing that leads, having completed 140 laps so far. In second place, it's the number 3 Wingat Racing, just behind. It's almost an entire lap behind the Milnair car, I believe. That's done 139 laps. You've then got in third place the number 23 Aston Martin, so that's your podium, the 46, the 3 and the 23. In fourth place, it is the 555 Subaru, been incredibly rapid all day, and currently 26 seconds behind the 555. So we'll see the 555 is behind the 23, so we'll see what difference that can be made. Then you've got in fifth place the number 49 LDR Performance car. In sixth, just jumped up into sixth, is the 81 GM Performance car. In seventh is the number 18 No Nonsense Racing. We've just seen it there in the pits, actually leaving the pits as we speak. The number 131 is currently in eighth place. That's the Catastrophe car. In ninth is the 121 Calamity car, and in 10th is the number 2 NJM Racing. It's Team Shine in the number 180 that currently sits in 11. The 116 Piston Broke car is currently 12th. In 13th is 77, that Chick Speed Motorsport car. In 14th is the 64 Autotech car, and rounding out the top 15 is the number 22 AFK Racing car. So that is your top 15, with just a shade under an hour to go here at Donington Park with this Ford KA EnduroKA Championship race going on, and another bit of drama there potentially for the 555 at the old hairpin. Tried to go around the outside. I think that was the 131, which is a rapid car, but probably out of sync with everybody with all the penalties the 131's had, and yeah, the 55 nearly got it all wrong going through the old hairpin, but that's one to keep an eye on. One bit we are going to keep an eye on is that gap, because last time by the Subaru, we said he was charging, and Bassell was really pushing it with that big lockup, has set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:33.560 on lap 140. So all is to play for. It's try that Subaru car. Just going to wait for that to go across the line, because it'll be across the line in a minute. It's got the actual race leader ahead of it, although it's a lap or so down at the moment. But that is the battle. Can the Subaru get itself up onto the podium? Matt, have you got an interview with
I've got Justin Irvine with us from the number 18. Pretty good stint out there from yourself. I saw on the commentary just a moment ago. He was a little happy out of the final chicane at one moment.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how I pulled that off. I'll be interested to see that back later. Yeah, but it's all good. I did actually put it into the wall there earlier in qualifying, so Yeah, no, it was a good stint. Really happy with that.
How's the car feeling out there, though? Obviously later in the race, 5 hours in. I don't believe I've seen you change tyres yet in this race. How's it holding up?
That's the set we put on for qualifying, and they just seem to have got better and better, actually, which is unusual. So yeah, some really good pace there.
Some really good pace. What are you hoping to get out of this one for the team? Obviously, race coming towards its end now, final hour in. That's your last stop done. So what's the goal now for the team?
Well, I think the kind of level we're at, I think we're always happy with the top 10. We started 27th on the grid today, so I think when I jumped out there, had a quick look, we're up to 6th. So yeah, if we can keep it in that top 10, I'll be happy with that.
And a good day's work from yourself. Obviously, you must be happy with what you've done in the bar, nearly losing it at one point.
Yeah, particularly with the start I had. It's actually my birthday today as well, so it was nice to get have a good little stint on my birthday and for it all to come good in the end. So yeah, I can sit back and relax now.
Feet up and enjoy the rest of that. Have a good rest of your birthday as well. That's from the number 18, hoping for a top 10. So a few teams up and down the paddock now here, Rob, looking to get inside that top 10 as this race comes to its conclusion.
Yeah, and of course we will be covering all of that with 56 minutes left to go. And happy birthday to anyone that's either driving, racing, or here watching. What a treat on your birthday to be part of what a cracking race here at Donington Park. So all eyes are towards the kind of leading group at the moment, because just trying to see what the gaps are between some of the cars. So at the moment we've got the 46, which got a lap ahead, pretty much a lap ahead of the Wingate car at the number 3. But the gap between the number 3 and in second and the number 23, the Aston Martin, is 10.7 seconds. The gap behind that in the 23 to the 555, the car that we can see on screen now, that's the Subaru, who's managed to unlap itself ahead of the Milner car, is 20.8 seconds. So we are now seeing gaps between these cars. We've got the number 2 just had a little bit of a spin. That looks like it's on the is that Coppice corner? I think it is. Coppice going down onto the straight. So that one having a bit of a spin. So it's now all a bit to play for. There are kind of gaps we can start to monitor to potentially see if there can be some last changes, and these are all gaps for podium positions. The win, I think, is a minute and 4 for the Wingate car. So that gap is I think that gap's going to be pretty challenging. But the gaps further on down in the podium positions between second, third, and fourth are certainly worth keeping an eye on. As the 333 drops into the pit lane, the Kahuna car, that was one that has been in for a while. I think there's a little bit of, I don't know whether some of the brake drums are rubbing or something on that car, because they've jacked up the rear of it and are spinning the wheels around and the mechanic's having a look. So there's clearly some kind of something to look at. Just before I hand over to Matt in the pit lane, just to let you know, the Subaru last time by took 2 seconds out of the Aston Martin in third place. So it's game on for the podium for the Subaru. Over to you, Matt.
Indeed, it might be, and don't forget the 333 earlier was in the garage with some damage that they was looking at on the rear end. The driver's just talking, who's just got out of the car, is just talking to the team. So I'm just going to wait for him to talk to the team and let them know what it's feeling. So obviously that might still have an effect on what we're seeing on the 333 out there at the moment. So when the driver's available, I'll grab a quick word.
Okay, thank you for that, Matt. Yep. So the 333 is in the pit lane at the moment, and that one having a bit of work done at the back of the car. See if you can grab a word with that driver. We're seeing the number 3 on screen, the car in second place. The Aston Martin is dropping a little bit further off the back. It was 10 seconds last time by, it's now 11 seconds. The gap to keep an eye on is this gap for between third and fourth at the moment, because the Aston Martin, currently in third, has an 18.5 second lead. Now, that might sound pretty big, but last time by, the Subaru took 2 seconds off that time. The Subaru lapping incredibly quickly. It's got the fastest lap of the race, and the last lap they did, it was 3 seconds a lap quicker than the Aston Martin. So time is being eaten away from the lead that the Aston Martin has in that third place. Burton Power car in for another one of its fuel stops. So this is really the battle to keep an eye on for the final podium spot, and one that we will quite like like to have a look at once we get the opportunity. We can see the Burton Power car at the moment having a tyre change. It's that same tyre, that left front tyre, that a number of the teams are changing. Clearly the Burton Power team think it's time to swap that tyre over with less than an hour, 52 minutes left to go in this race. Have you got another interview there?
I have, yeah. I've got the driver from the 333, Philip. Car's obviously come back into the pits. Team look at the rear end again. Is it feeling okay since you've gone back out there?
Handling isn't too bad, but we've got a massive flat spot all the way up the rev range, so we're losing a lot of time on the straight heading up to the where that corner is at the top. So yeah, it's a bit frustrating, but the car seemed to be handling okay, despite all the work that had to be done to the rear beam, etc. So yeah.
Just trying to get to the car, getting the car to the end of the race now, I suppose.
So yeah, it's just we haven't got any hope of a place, obviously, which is a bit disappointing. But yeah, may as well make the most of what we've got left of the day.
Indeed. Well, unfortunate for you guys as well after such hard work, but yeah, thank you for the chat.
Thank you very much.
So the 333 there, just obviously struggling a little bit, frustrating day for them. They're going to try and get to the end of this race, Rob. I'll keep my eyes out if anybody else is in the pit lane, and I'll report back if they are.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. That's great. Thank you for that update. It's always good to hear from some of the drivers and hear exactly what's going on at the moment on track. We've got now all the pit cycles have gone through. There hasn't been very much of a change after that last little bit. That gap that we're keeping an eye on has come down from 18 seconds. The 23 Aston Martin has over the 555 from 18 seconds down to 12 seconds in one lap. So clearly the chase is on for the Subaru. I'm wondering, whether the Subaru is going to be able to make it all the way up to second place. We have 50 minutes left to go. The Wingat car is currently, last time by, was lapped in a 1:36.6. That's the car in second place. The Aston Martin, again, very similar lap time, a 1:36. That's the car in third place currently, the 23. However, the car in fourth, the 55 car, is actually lapping at a 1:34. It's actually nearly 2.5 seconds quicker than everybody else. And when we just let this lap time cycle through, the leader, the second place car is actually only about 20 odd seconds ahead. So I can see the 555, the Subaru, all being well, if there's no more safety cars, if the weather stays as it is, that there is a potential for the 555 to get all the way up to second place in this race, and that would be an absolutely phenomenal achievement. That time by, we'll just wait for the Subaru to come. We've got on the board a stop and go penalty for car number 2. I would imagine that will be some of the infringements that we're getting for track limits. That time by, the Subaru's brought that gap down to just outside 10 seconds between itself and second place. That lap was a little bit slower. It's still quicker than the cars in front, but a little bit slower. I would imagine that's down to traffic at the moment. It seems to be working quite nicely with the leader of the race, the 46, which is just behind it. And I'm sure Declan McDonnell in that leader is probably not, that lead car is probably not wanting to kind of push and get past the 555 at the moment. It's probably quite happy for the very, very rapid Bussell to kind of lead those cars away at the moment. But yeah, that is definitely something to keep an eye on as we look on the screen at the moment. Again, every time I glance at the screen, it seems that Burton Power and the Team Shine 180 car are on the screen, having a great little battle down there. And it's very good to see. But as we now get a glimpse of the number 3 crossing the line, this is where we're going to start to look at the gap. So the Wingat car crosses the line. That's 1 minute 14 behind the leader. I'm not too bothered about that gap. I don't think the Wingat car is going to be able to catch the leader. But it's this next couple of gaps. The Aston Martin will be, the number 2 drops into the pit lane for its stop and go. But the Aston Martin goes across the line. That gap is 10 seconds. We now wait for the Subaru. Again, that's 10 seconds. So the Subaru that time by did not take much time off, and in fact they've swapped places. The Milner car has got ahead of the Subaru. Is this the opportunity for the 555 to actually use the 46 as a bit of a buffer and to slipstream to get through? We've got a couple of cars with stop and go penalties. The 41 there, and the number 2 that looks a little bit hairy coming out of the the naughty step out of that penalty box with the two cars. But we've got the first and fourth place cars battling away through the old hairpin at the moment. The first place car, the 46, is the car in front, and it's the 555. And then we've got the Wingat car on screen now. This is the car currently in second place, but there are gaps behind it. It's got a 10-second gap to second place and a 20-second gap to third place and fourth place, but it's not settled. We've still got 47 minutes to go. I glance towards the clouds. It could be a little bit of weather is incoming, but it's certainly not going to happen just yet. Yeah, it's got the 49 car in front of it, has Wingat car, and we know the 49 has been very rapid. That car's sitting in fifth at the moment. We can see a couple of people in the pit lane. I think that was Jack Wright actually there. Looked like he was biting his nails. And as we said earlier, this is where the pit crew sitting in the garage kind of start to think, oh, is everything okay? And it's easier being someone that's driving the car rather than being someone that's sitting in the garage, because we're into the last almost into the last 45 minutes of this race, and therefore we're going to we're going to be in that point where you are getting quite nervous and going to see whether we can get all the way to the end. And that Milner car has got a minute and 15 second type lead at the moment, so it's a comfortable lead, but it can all go with any kind of trip up of a back mark, or any kind of missing an apex, or even something horrible like a penalty, a stop-go penalty, as we've seen a couple of cars that have had to partake in. The 101 dropped into the pit lane for a splash and dash fuel stop. That's being undertaken as we speak. The 101 Paradox Motorsport car has, maybe not had quite as successful a time as they would have liked. I'm just looking down the order to see where the 101 is. Down in 24th currently. And here we go. This is where the panic might set in, because the 46 is in amongst back markers having their own battle. It's behind the Burton Power number 1 car. It's got the 555 right behind it at the moment. And we will glance as that one comes across the line to see what the gaps are. So at the moment, it's the 46 which is leading, is on screen now, going through the S's, being very closely followed by the rapid 555 Subaru car. That car's in fourth place, a lap down at the moment, but it's the gaps behind that we want to see as they go through. So the Milner car crosses the line. The Wingat Racing car is it's about a minute 18 behind, but it's the gaps behind that we're interested in. The Aston Martin has got that gap down to 9.2 seconds to the Wingat car behind, and the 555 has now got it down to 8.8 seconds. So that gap is coming down quite rapidly. That gap was over 20 seconds when that car came out of the pit. So the Subaru team doing very well. The time is obviously clicking down. We're now under 3/4 of an hour. We've got 44 minutes left of this race, and it's all to play for. And can the Subaru actually make a dent in that? But Matt, have you got someone with you?
I've not got nobody with me, but the 333 has just came back into the pit lane and pulled straight into the garage. I think that could be it for them. Obviously, we know they've had their struggles. We know they've had that damage on the rear of the car. And we just spoke to Philip from the 333 a moment ago, who was saying that they're just lacking a bit in terms of the power and performance of the car. They've pulled it back into the garage. Bonnet is open. They're hoping to get to the end of the race. I did just speak with them momentarily. They're all talking with each other at the moment, so they are hoping to get to the end of the race, but I suppose we'll see if this can come back out in this final hour.
Yeah, thank you for that. We've got a couple of the cars coming into the pit, Starsky and Clutch there, but on screen, as we can see, this is not a battle for the lead, but the leader is being given a real hurry up by the 555. So the 46 Milner car, Declan McDonald, that's in that one at the moment, and it is Adam Bassell in the 555, and those two running nose to tail. They're both very quick, and this is all for the win for the 46 and all for the podium from the 555. And as they come by that time by, Bassell managed to take another second off the lead of the Aston Martin. So it's all eyes to the screens now. Are we going to start to see the Aston Martin in the same shot as this leading pair? So we're looking for that green car that looks very similar livery to an Aston Martin Formula One car. That's the one we want to want to have a look at and see if we can catch a glimpse of that car in the order there. There is the Aston Martin. As I say that, it just as the cars climb the hill towards McLean's section of the track, the Aston Martin was in shot briefly. So that gap that is 7.3 seconds is now visible. There it is. There is the Aston Martin. Great job by the producers for picking that one out. And so as the Aston Martin goes through Coppice and exits onto the straight, well, now there is our leading pair. So they are on the same straight of track. So this is an on-track battle for third place in this race. The Aston Martin breaking into the S's, and they must be able to feel the pressure of that car behind, and we can see that leading pair now entering the S's. I think that gap's going to be under 7 seconds this time by the 46 and the 555 using the 46 as a buffer to create a hole in the air. It's 5.9 seconds that time by. So yeah, that gap's visible. We can see on the start-finish straight, both cars are visible together, the 23 and the 555. There's a lot of other cars in between at the moment, but this is the battle that we want to see. It's a great job that the pair of them are doing, the 46 and the 555, and I'm sure the 46 isn't really. I'm sure Declan McDonald is probably thinking, I wish this car wasn't on my boot lid, but Adam Bassell at the moment using the 46 to enable the 555 Subaru car to get that little bit closer and get towards the podium. Of course, this is for a podium position. The 46, of course, has won 2 races this season, and the 555 was the car that won the first race, the 3 hour at Snetterton this season. So they will be desperate to get back on the podium. The Aston Martin will be desperate to keep hold of that podium, but the way in which these two are driving together, and very, very clever bit of driving by Bassell in the 555 to use the 46 that he knows is a very rapid car as a windbreak there to create a hole in the air and help him get along that much quicker. We are just looking to see, can we see? Yeah, we can almost see them all in the same shot together, in the same frame on the camera. Certainly, as the camera pans back, you can see that. The Aston Martin through the S's now, and there are our leading pairs just entering the S's as the Aston Martin exits. It's going to be about a 5-second gap, we estimate, as they come across the line. This time by, what is the gap this time? It's 6. It's actually come out a little bit wider, whether it's because they've got the Aston Martin, the Subaru into the pit lane. The Subaru is into the pit lane. That was not what we expected, having had an absolute charge to get closer to the Aston Martin. It's all in vain, and the Subaru's dived into the pit lane, and it is a stop and go penalty, or it's a stop of some sort of penalty. The Subaru, the marshals are having a word with Bassell in that car. I'm not sure what the issue is, but there is clearly a penalty of some description. The car is being held for a block of time. We had a word with the driver earlier, and we knew there was some penalties, particularly around track limits through the chicane. There was nothing that we'd seen on screen that's done that, but certainly race control have given the 555 a penalty, and it is some kind of stop and go penalty. It's on the naughty boy step at the far end of the pit lane. I can see the car still sat there now, and I think the Aston Martin team will be breathing a sigh of relief because that car was rapidly closing, although they're doing a good job themselves of getting closer to the number 3, the Wingate Racing car. The number 3 coming through the chicane now, got a couple of back markers, or certainly one back marker, the 81 in front of it. There is the Aston Martin. So this is the next gap to keep an eye on. But Matt, have you got a word as the 555 leaves the
I've not heard
pit box?
anything at the moment about the 555. I did see the board go out with the 555's number on, but it couldn't make out whether it was a stop-go for how long. They've been held for quite some time at the bottom of the pit lane. They've just left the pit lane now, so the team ran out of the garage expecting it to come in for a stop. So I don't even know if the team was aware that they had a penalty to serve as well, because the team came running out of the garage in preparation, I assume, for its stop, and then it obviously drove down to the bottom of the pit lane. But leave it with me, I'll find out what's happening and get back to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I think that's probably game over in terms of the potential podium for that car, unless something else happens. But we've got now a bit of a battle on though between the number 3 and the number 23 for second place. It's all to play for. 37 minutes left of this race, and the gap last time by was 6 seconds between the number 3 in second place and the number 23, the Aston Martin, in third. I'm not sure if we're going to get some of that weather visiting us. So you can see the flags are fluttering and the wind is blowing some of that in, but we have only got shade over half an hour left of this race. So hopefully things will stay dry, as this is a bit of a battle that we expect to see between the Aston Martin 23 and the Wingate Racing number 3, the 3 in second currently, and the 23 in third. And there is the 555 on screen at the moment. They must be cursing at the moment, because by the sound of it, the team weren't sure what was going on with that stop. But we're clearly got, there was clearly something that has meant race control have given them a penalty. And the 555, that has put pay to their podium dreams, I think, because they're now a lap down on those cars in front. They're still in fourth place, but that isn't going to be much of a consolation, because that car has been so quick this weekend. To come away without a podium position is going to be pretty gutting. It's not all over yet, but that's certainly the way it possibly looks at the moment. So the 46 Milner crew are leading this one with 155 laps in the bag, and a big gap over the number 3 in second place, the Wingate Racing car. And the Wingate Racing car, though, is being chased down by the 23, and that gap is only 4.7 seconds as they cross the line, and we're getting them back in the same shot on the camera now. So as the Aston Martin exits McLean's at the moment and heads up towards Coppice, we saw just in front of it there was that blue Wingate Racing number 3 car. There it is. So now this is the battle to keep an eye on. The number 3 just exiting onto the straight, exiting Coppice onto the straight. The number 23 not too far behind. So this is a potential battle for second place in this race as we head into the last 35 minutes of this race. The number 3 nice and safely through the chicane, as is the 23, but that lap last time by 4.7 seconds. What is it going to be this time by? We just await the screen. 3.1 seconds, and you can see them on the same frame on the screen, on the same bit of straight together as they dive down into Redgate. The number 3 tips the car into the corner nicely through, but the Aston Martin will sense that that car is not too far away. They will know that this is possible, and it's a move for a step on the podium. We're getting a little bit of a view of the back markers in front, and whilst that race isn't quite as relevant to the main race, that is something to bear in mind, that the number 3 is going to come upon a pair of back markers who are having their own fight at the moment. And we've already seen earlier on in the race, and not just the race here this afternoon, but other races where drivers have tripped up over back markers having their own little battle. So that's something that the Milner crew will be very, very aware of, and there'll be the hope that the marshals will be getting the blue flags out for that group of cars that are ahead of the number 3. Also, the Milner car, the leading car, is about to lap both the Aston Martin and the Milner car and the Wingate Racing car, the number 3, which will mean the Milner car will have lapped every single car in the field, right the way up to second place. Incredibly impressive if they can manage it. We've got a pit stop going on, got a wheel being changed on the 131. That's the catastrophe car. They've had a bit of an issue, and they've had a very quick at times, but they've also had a marker on next to their name, which has indicated that they've got some kind of penalty. But they are in the pits, clearly having a tyre stop at the moment. So we've got in the same frame and getting closer. The number 3 currently in second place. The Wingate Racing team in that blue and white car is just out of shot at the moment. We're seeing some of the back markers who are having their own battle. That's the 64, one of the Autotech cars, and I think that's the 81 car that we've seen quite a bit of. But this is the battle we want to see, because we've got a back marker in between the two cars battling for second and third at the moment. So the Wingate Racing number 3, blue and white car, just coming, exiting the old hairpin, and then coming up the hill towards the McLean's section of the track. And in the distance there was an orange car in between them, but that orange car has been separated, has been got past by the 23, so that gap that was 1.6 seconds last time by is less than that now. It's tiny, the gap between second and third. The Aston Martin 23 has done a great job of reeling in that second place number 3. The leader though, it's Declan McDonald, is going to lap them both at the same time. So as we come up to the S's, this is 1, 2 and 3 all in the same frame, all on the same bit of track. Declan McDonald's about to put a lap on both second and third, but all 3 of them together. Declan McDonald's going to have to be very careful here, because the 23 is going to have an eye on making a move potentially as they head towards Redgate, and he may not be aware that this is actually an on-track battle for second and third position. The podium places, Aston Martin just giving Declan McDonald in the number 46 a little bit of a gap there. Doesn't want to get too much, and then may well do what the Subaru team did and use the 46 to tow him up to the back of the number 3. The gap that time by was under a second. You don't really need to see the times anymore. You can hear about the times of the gap anymore. You can literally see it on track. The 46 now at the old hairpin looks up the inside of the second place Milner car, and that will be to lap Wingate Racing car, apologies. The Milner car will there be ready to lap the entire field. We can see the 555 Subaru car just exiting the pits. That was a pit stop that it needed to make for fuel, but it is now all about this battle on track for second place. The Milner car now has lapped the entire field. It's got past both its second and third place car, but we have now got this battle for second place on the track. At the moment, we've just got the Aston Martin. Is this going to be the opportunity to overtake for second place? It does look like it could be. We've got the Wingate Racing number 3 position itself a little bit more in the middle of the track than it normally would as it comes up to the S's. Is this the opportunity for the Aston Martin to dive up the inside? No, not quite this time by. This is a battle on track after 4.5 hours racing. This is a podium battle for second place on track, but a great bit of defensive driving by the number 3 to hold on to second place. The Milner Racing, the 46, getting ahead and got some back markers in front of it. Matt, I think you've got an interview there. We have got a cracking battle on track, though, at the moment.
I've not got an interview for you. I've just got an update. The 555 team believe they got it for track limits. No official confirmation has came through. I've not managed to grab hold of the driver. He's gone straight out the back of the garage. Was very annoyed, obviously, with that stop-go penalty, as you can imagine. But the team at the moment are unsure as to why they got it. No official word. They believe it's track limits.
Okay, well, let's get back to that track battle then. I'm not sure we've got them on screen at the moment, but the 23 has not quite made that overtake yet. They are almost nose to tail. We've got all the back markers in between them. We've got the number 3, the Wingate Racing car, still holding on to second place, being pushed along by the 23 Aston Martin car. You've got other back markers getting away. The 96 is almost blocking the number 3. There will be some cursing going on, I'm sure. The 96 is trying to indicate to get himself out the way, but this is the opportunity for the 23, as we've got the 23 and the number 3, the blue one, leading its way down towards the S's. The 96 now pulls out the way, and the 23, the Aston Martin, looks to go up around the outside of the S's. Really well held by both those cars, both looking a little bit squirrely as they come through the S's and down onto the start-finish line to start another lap. We've got under half hour to go, 28 minutes, and this battle for second place on the road at the moment. The leader just in front of them. He's an entire lap ahead of them, but great piece of driving by the Wingate Racing team there. That one, driver is Matthew Weymouth, currently in that car, putting that car bang in the middle of the track. We've got another car on the Naughty Boy step at the moment. That's the 41, but now we're back with this battle for second place. So the Wingate racing car, the blue one, having the Aston Martin, the 23, the car chasing in third at the moment, has done all of this fighting to get onto the back and now senses the opportunity as they go up the hill towards McLean's and Coppice. This is the opportunity for the Aston Martin. It certainly is. I'm not sure whether there was a little bit of a misgear by Matthew Weymouth in the number 3 there, but the Aston Martin sensed blood and got ahead of the number 3 for second place. Looking at those clouds as the camera just pans around there, it's looking pretty dark in the distance, but we have an on-track change for second place. That is a podium change. The number 23 Aston Martin now in second place from third, and it is the Wingate racing car drop down to third place. So we will see what happens and whether there will be a bit of a fight back as the cars head towards the S's at the moment. The 41 back out on track after that. We've got the 81 dropping into the pit lane. As these cars go across the line, we've got the pair battling for second and third place, and the Wingate racing car is not letting the Aston Martin get away at all. In fact, they're side to side as they go into Redgate at the moment. Is this an opportunity? The Aston Martin looking a bit squirrely on the brake in the rear of the car, kind of breaks away but manages to hold on, running a little bit wide coming through Redgate there, but the number 3 had everything very, very under control. And is this the opportunity to just sit for a lap or so behind? Look at where the Aston Martin is struggling a bit, maybe under braking, maybe sensing an opportunity. The Aston Martin, the 23, all of the effort has been gone into catching up the number 3 and getting into second place, but the number 3, the Milner car, not letting the 23 get away at all. This is a cracking race after over 4.5 hours of racing. We're down to the last 26 minutes in this one, and yeah, we've got this cracking battle for second and third. We've got the 81 just having finished its pit stop and is now back out into the pits. There's one of the other cars going through the pit lane as well at the moment. That's the 116 that's coming into the pit lane. Looks like that's going to the penalty box as well at the moment. So a couple of cars. We've got a drive-through penalty also being indicated for car 95 at the moment. We want to get back with that battle for second place, which was really hotting up, and here it is. They're down to the S's. The Aston Martin under braking, looking pretty stable. The number 23, the number 3, the blue Wingate racing car, not letting that Aston Martin, or the Aston Martin should I say, get away at all as they head down towards Redgate. A lot of slipstreaming going on. The number 3 right under the boot lid of the 23 as they head down in. You can't even see the blue Ford KA because all you can see is the green Aston Martin. The blue number 3 was so close. Another little bit of a squirrely exit. The back of that Aston Martin, that's certainly not a place where the Aston Martin is enjoying things as they head down the Craner curves at the moment. And this is where the Wingate car gets ever so close, right up on the boot lid again. Under braking for the old hairpin, but the Aston Martin able to kind of be a little bit more safe at this point. And this is where he actually made the overtaking move a couple of laps ago. So going on the exit of the old hairpin is clearly an area where that car feels a little bit stronger. And it's at this point on the track as we go through McLean's and then Coppice where the number 3 kind of reels the Aston Martin back in and gives him that opportunity as they come through Coppice now onto the straight, heading down to the S's with the number 3 kind of sensing that opportunity to have an attack on the number 23, the Aston Martin, as they head down towards the S's. They are incredibly close together. The gap across the line last time by was just 0.2 of a second. You don't really need me to tell you that because you can see it on track as they head through the S's. That time by the Wingate car not quite as close. I'm not sure whether he's kind of just backed off a little bit to line himself up for a little bit of a better attack going through towards Redgate. And as we keep an eye down in that way, and I kind of glance out the commentary box, I realise how grey those clouds are in that direction. So hopefully we're not going to have any rain. We've only got 24 minutes left of this race. So Matt, have you got someone with you?
I've not got anybody with me, but you was just saying there about it doesn't look like potential rain. It is starting to spit on pit lane. lane. So keep your eyes on this weather for the final 20 minutes of this race. The weather could be about to change and could make the final 20 minutes of this one very interesting. A few spots here in the pit lane, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think I've just seen the board go out from the marshals there for the 555 again for a penalty. So I am going to check up on this one, so don't hold me to that. In fact, is that the 555 coming down the pit lane now? Believe it is. So I will find out what has happened. But yes, the rain is starting to fall. It is spitting in pit lane.
Okay, thanks for that, Matt. And I think as you're down there, we're down to the last 20 minutes. If you want to grab the podium interviews while you're down there, that would be great at the end of the day, because we're going to have some drivers with some interesting stories to tell, I'm sure. The 95 looking up the inside of the 19 at the Rapid Fit car there. The car's livery 95 kind of had to be, didn't it, with the number 95? But yeah, I'm just looking back to see if we can see where that battle for second place is, and here it is coming across the line now. The Aston Martin has eked out about 3 or 4 car lengths ahead of the number 3, so it looks like things have calmed down just a little bit, with 22 minutes of this race to go. We've got the 555, as you said, in that pit block. Have you got an update on that?
I've got an update on that. Apparently it is track limits once again for the 555, so the penalties have really ruined their race today and cost them in this race, but the 555 has got a penalty for track limits once again. They're still unsure as to what it was before, but it is definitely for track limits now.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. It's exactly what we'd expected then, wasn't it? And I imagine the drivers are getting quite friendly with the marshals down there. They're probably on first name terms by now, aren't they? Down in that penalty box at the moment.
I'm sure it could all be a nice beer and a good discussion at the end of the day, I'm sure.
It's either that or they're going to start charging him for parking fees. He's been there that long. Anyway, we're back with our second place battle, which is not quite a battle anymore. In fact, the Aston Martin is starting to stretch its legs. Last time by that gap was 0.7 of a second, which I know doesn't sound like much, but certainly in this battle with these two cars, it really is a bit of a battle. So that's something to be aware of as we look towards Redgate, which is certainly the darker end of the clouds and things, and you certainly can see those brake lights shining a bit brighter. I'm not quite sure what the weather might be doing down there at the moment, but certainly in the distance there is some rain on its way. So I'm sure with only 20 minutes to go, a lot of the teams will be hoping. The 555 is still in the penalty box at the moment. That is a very, very long stint in there at the moment. But the 96 dropping into the pit lane as well. That's the Porsche car team. They are, I'm not sure that's a drive-through penalty, the 96. Yes, it is. It actually says 95 on our screen, so I hope that's not an error in reading, and it's the 96 that's just done a drive-through penalty that it didn't potentially need to do. But the 95 is being signalled as a drive-through penalty. The 64 is dropping into the pit lane. I think that's potentially a penalty as well, because it's a bit late in the day for having a pit stop, unless it is a last-minute splash and dash, unless that car is on vapour. And if any of you were at this round at Cadwell Park last time, the Milner car was running virtually on vapours. At the end, it was running 4 seconds a lap slower than some of the other cars. Go on, Matt, have you got an update?
It's a driver change for the 64. It looks like there is a driver stood outside the car here in the pit lane at the moment. They look like they're going to change drivers. They are just topping up a bit of fuel as well currently in the pit lane. The rain's starting to fall a little bit more, though, and the 555 still has now just been let away from the penalty box. So a potential driver change and that top up of fuel for the car that's just come into the pits.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we've got what do we got on screen at the moment? We've got a battle. We've got the 116 and the 51. It's our leader that we're showing there, and then we're showing that second place group as well. I'm just looking down the timing and scoring to see where else we might have a couple of little battles throughout to keep an eye on. So at the moment, one of the closest positions on the track is, it's still showing that second and third place, but we know the Aston Martin is stretching away. We're seeing a few windscreen wipers on on some of the cars now as they exit the old hairpin, and we can see on the edge of the commentary box window a few of those raindrops. Now there's someone either out with a hose watering the plants, or we are actually getting, which I doubt it, up here in the commentary box, but we are getting, obviously it's getting pretty wet towards Redgate, and this is again where the nails will start to be being bitten by the Milnair team. They've got a big gap, they've got a lap on everyone else in the field, but with less than 18 minutes left to go, this is not what you want to be seeing. So we're going to be having a little bit of nail biting going on, and a few kind of nerves being frayed for anyone on those podium positions at the moment. 64 going having that driver change that you mentioned down in the pit lane at the moment, but our leader comes, oh no, it's not our leader comes, sorry, it's the rapid fit one at the front there. It looked like the yellow of our leader coming across the line. We've still got 64 now exiting the pit lane. That's going to be probably one of the last pit stops we're going to see for today, but you can see as the car's coming down the straight and over in the distance as well how bright those headlights are, and you can see a number of cars with the windscreen wipers on at the moment, just keeping that's probably causing a few worries on the pit wall. The Subaru car, the 555, after another long lengthy pit stop, has dropped down to 10th place in the order. They've got to be gutted. They've got the fastest lap of the race with a 1:33.560, a very, very quick lap. Only the Milnair crew have come anywhere near close to that lap time in this race, but they've got to be devastated that they are now on the periphery of the top 10, down in 10th place at the moment, and what could have been if it wasn't for all those penalties that they have suffered, I think they would certainly be a contender for this race win, and we know they've got the power in that car to win the race because they did the first time out Snetterton at that 3-hour race at the beginning of the season. So the 555 we follow down through entry into Coppice, and then that will be exiting onto that straight coming down towards the S's at the moment. And as I glance down towards the Redgate corner at the moment, the rain is coming down, but I don't think it's coming down that hard at the moment because I'm not seeing windscreen wipers rapidly on every car. We're only seeing it on a few cars and not seeing any kind of lines of rain on the track at the moment. No, so that's all positive.
It is, Rob, just a little few spots here and there down in the pit lane. I can't speak for the rest of the circuit, but it is a few spots. It obviously does look a little ominous in the background over the back of the garages and out the back of your commentary box, but for now it's just a few spots. This will not affect the circuit too much at this moment in time, but keep an eye on it, because as I say that, it just starts to come down a little bit heavier at the moment. So we'll keep our eyes on what this weather's doing, but for sure for that last 10, maybe 5 or 10 minutes from the back of the garages, it looks quite ominous.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we are going to escape it just before the end of this race. And it's not only the drivers and the teams I feel sorry for, it's also the marshals who've been out there all day. And I know from experience, it was never good. You've had a day where you've stayed dry all day, and then 5 minutes before you get in your car to go home, you get absolutely drenched. It's never a nice experience, and we do appreciate everything that the marshalling team do. And it's not just the guys and girls in orange around the side of the track that you see dealing with the incidents and utilising the fags. It's also all of the team in race control, in the assembly area, in the pit lane and the recoveries. There is a huge amount of effort that goes into the volunteering for these race meetings and making all of these race meetings happen wherever we are in the UK and around the world. These are all volunteers, so a huge thank you to every single one of them, and I know they are appreciated by every single one of the drivers and teams that are out there today. So huge thank you to you all, and if any of you are interested in having a go at marshalling, marshals.co.uk, very simple, is a website for you to go and have a look at, or talk to some of the guys when you're at your next race meeting. It is a fantastic way to get close to the action, and if you're a young person looking at trying to find some jobs in the world of motorsport, it's a good way to build up connections and just learn a little bit more about the sport to kind of enhance your knowledge and enhance your potential CV and employability. So yeah, go and have a chat with some of the guys. You will find they are all very, very enthusiastic about their marshalling. So we are underneath the 15-minute to go mark now, so very close to the end of this race. So far, to give 15 minutes to go, the 46 is leading. Declan McDonald in the 46. the Milner car. They've completed 169 laps so far. Aston Martin 23 in second place at the moment. Battle a few moments ago managed to get that car up into second place. They are a lap down on the leader, but still on that podium position. The number 3 Wingate Racing car is in third place at the moment. We've got the LDR Performance car, the 49, was leading for a while, but that's dropped down to fourth place as the pit stops have cycled through. In fifth is the 121 Calamity car. In sixth is the 81. Seventh is the 180 Team Shine. In eighth is the 131. I think that's going to have a penalty and might drop a little bit further down. The 555 is up into ninth, having spent a lot of time in the pit lane, kind of going through its penalty cycle. Unfortunately, that's been incredibly quick and still holds the fastest lap of the race in ninth. And in 10th is number 2, the NJM Racing car. They are currently in 10th place. So, yeah, we're down into the last few minutes. The 121 is there getting itself sorted through the pit lane. That's a very, very late pit stop. Must have been a splash and dash. I mean, that must have been running on next to nothing in the fuel for that one. But we've got, you can see with some of these cars coming through, as it's getting darker, you can see some of the lighting arrangements that are on some of these cars. They really are quite cool. Some of the effort that the teams have gone into. I'm not sure what the marshals are going to award as the Dagenham Dustbin Award, because there is that award for the best looking car, best looking livery, and I think sometimes when these cars run at night, the livery is enhanced a bit by the kind of radical lighting that they've got on them. So yeah, that's certainly something to keep an eye on. But the rain is certainly coming down. Virtually all the cars have got their windscreen wipers running at the moment. So yeah, we've got quite a quite a bit of water coming down. The rain and the wind we can see has picked up again a little bit more. You can see with the flags waving, but we've got a lot of windscreen wipers we can see on the screen moving up and down, trying to clear the screen. And I don't know if we're going to get a shot of the pit lane, the Milner crew at the moment, but I know they've got a lap on the entire field, but they must be pretty nervous now because it's been a long 5-hour race. They've managed everything incredibly well. A brilliant pit lane strategy, taking that gamble of bringing the car in, getting Declan McDonald to jump in the car, then jump out, but George Wright in the car to kind of get through, cycle through that pit stop under the safety car, so not to lose a lot of time. It was a great strategy. Very, very impressed. The fact they told us on the coverage that that's exactly what they were doing as well, because you wonder how many others would have noticed that they've done it. They've probably given some ideas to people for races in the future, but great to see them doing that. But they cross the line now to complete their 171st lap of this race, so incredibly good. 11 minutes left to go, so I would estimate we've got about another 4 or 5 laps left to go. Obviously, things are going to start to slow down because the circuit is getting wet. The windscreen wipers going on the 46, and another gaggle of cars in front of him. That's going to give them a little bit more of a panic because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, and they're all having their own battles in front of the leader. So he's going to try and force his way through all of this, hoping that the marshals are going to be getting the blue flags out and those blue light boards are going to be giving the drivers in front the warning. But the Orca Sport car, the 174, not spoken about that very much. That's again another car that has novice drivers in it, just heading through the shop there. We've got the 121. That car has been quicker. That's the Calamity car. That's sitting in 10th at the moment, and we expect that one to have been maybe a little bit quicker. Might be a little bit disappointed with that one, but we'll see. Just looking through the order of the 555 at the moment, that car we were keeping an eye on. Just looking what the gap is at the moment. It's made its way up to 8th place, coming out a few moments ago from the pit lane in 10th. That's still going pretty quickly, but it's in fact it's a lot quicker. It's about 2 seconds quicker than some of the cars in front of it, but I think it's way too far back at the moment to make a dent. It may make its way up into 6th place because it's closing on the Team Shine car, and it's got time to get that. It's lapping a lot quicker than the Team Shine car, and it's got the opportunity to get past that. And also the Catastrophe may lose a lap with a penalty. But Matt, have you got someone with you?
I've got nobody with me, but the rain is starting to fall harder now in the pit lane, so keep your eyes on this last couple of minutes of this race because the rain falling harder in the pit lane chicane, making its way over the circuit as well. So the last 10 minutes could get interesting.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think we can see with the windscreen wipers going and the view we've got outside of the commentary box window that there is a lot of rain looking as we cast our eyes, over towards Redgate Corner and out towards the Leicestershire countryside. We can see in the kind of direction of Redgate Corner, we can certainly see that there is a lot of water on its way. And I think some of the teams will be a little bit annoyed this hasn't happened earlier. Some of them will be very grateful that it hasn't happened earlier, but such is the way of endurance racing that these kind of things do happen at times, and we can never control the weather. It's a bit of a shame after such a long period of sunny weather in the UK that as soon as we get to the bank holiday weekend, it happens. But the last couple of laps of this race are going to certainly be a little bit wet, aren't they? But we're not going to dampen our spirits for the finish of this race as we keep an eye on some of the times. I am going to have a quick glance back at that Subaru, see how far away they are from 7th place, and maybe they're not close enough to that Team Shine car. Let's have a quick look. That's 18 seconds now. I think with only 7 minutes to go, even the pace they've got in that car now with the rain coming down, it's unlikely. They might, depending on what happens with the 131 and their penalty, move up a place, but unlikely to go any further. We've got the 21. That's a car that's had a very eventful race, the K&F crew. That car is in the pit lane. I'm not sure what the issue with that is. That's the one with the Tag Heuer type logo on the front. We've got the team in the garage there waving. I think that might have been the Milnair team. It's a little bit difficult to tell. It's not like a lot of the kind of top level sports car racing where everyone's wearing branded kit, but we've got them waving to us on the coverage here, and I hope you're enjoying this race, and I hope you have been enjoying if you've been watching the covering. Have you got someone with you, Matt? No, okay.
Nobody with me, but I'm just making my way up to the 21 team that aren't in to make a pit stop. Driver's still sat in the car, but nothing going on with it as I'm approaching towards it. While I have got you, though, this rain is coming down even harder now in the pit lane. So, not sure why the 21's in the pits. Nobody's working on the car. Driver still sat in it, though. But, no one with me.
Yeah, okay, so we're down to the last, we're under 7 minutes to go, so it's gone pretty quickly, this 5 hours, and it's certainly been a pleasure covering this in the commentary box. It's not all over yet, and just seeing a couple of cars go across the line at the moment. Again, the lighting on these cars looking brighter and brighter. The Milnair car on screen at the moment, the 46 just exiting Coppice at the moment, and onto Starkey Straight and down towards the S's, has navigated a little bit slower. I mean, his lap times, just to give you an indication, his best time has been a 1:33.8 last time by, or a 1:45.3. So being much more cautious, has gotten a lap on the entire field. So this is more a case of making sure everything gets across the line. You don't want in the last 5 minutes or so of the race, and we've got the 95 going very sideways, and Skarsky Clutch car, the 143 as well, kind of drifting through the old hairpin and almost getting wrong. You can see how greasy the surface is out there, and a few of the cars really showing how tricky the conditions are. The 95 at the moment, headlights blazing. It's still showing a drive-through penalty for the 95. I'm not sure if it's actually served that penalty or not, but the 95 just coming through now through Coppice and McLean section of the track at the moment. There's the 180 Team Shine car and the 22. That's a car that, again, we haven't spoken much about the 22. It's currently sitting a little bit further down the order, 13th at the moment. The AKF Racing car. That's the reason why it's got the penalty marker next to it. There are 3 cars at the moment that are showing, 4 cars in fact, that are showing the red exclamation mark, which often means a lap to be added to their race time at the end. So that is the 131 Catastrophe car, the 22 AKF Racing, the 96 Porsche Carrera car, and the number 9 in 29th place, the LDR, one of the other LDR performance car. The 143 as it comes in, that's the Starsky and Clutch car. Loving the red lights. They're very, very vibrant in the darkness here at Donington Park as that car comes in. Looks like it's some kind of pit stop there because they look like they're diving towards one of the mechanics with the arm outstretched. So it's a bit weird. Last 4 minutes, unless that is a real splash and dash at the end. The problem with having a splash and dash, it's not quite a case of just dropping a bit of fuel in. You're not allowed to have the driver in the car when you refuel. So actually, it's actually quite an effort because the driver's got to get out, splash a bit of fuel in, then get back in again or change the drivers. Matt, you got someone with you?
Nobody with me, but again, just another strange pit stop here for the 143, similar to the 21 that has remained in the pit lane, and the driver is still in the car of the 21. The 143 driver hasn't got out. Somebody is talking to him with his phone next to him, but can't quite see anything happening to the car at the moment. So, yes, 2 pit stops that have just happened very late in this race, but unsure why.
Okay, thank you for that one. So, yeah, we are now down into the last 3.5 minutes of this race. So we've probably got a lap or two, probably 2 to 3 laps, depending on when the leader crosses the line. I'm just looking for the leader. The leader at the moment is just about to go up the hill towards McLean's section of the track at the moment. So when they cross the line, I estimate there's probably going to be 2 more laps left of this race. Looking at the times, although the lap times are obviously, because of the weather, going much slower. We're now down into the 1 minute 50s for some. Our leader's lapping in the 1:47.9. So I'll give you the nod when the leader crosses the line, and that'll give us an idea of how many laps there are left to go. But yeah, not going to be too long at the moment as the leader is exiting. Obviously, we've got the Aston Martin on screen at the moment at 23. Great drive that team's had to get up into second place at one point. That the podium was even under threat for them when the 555 was on a mission, and the number 3 racing very hard, the Wingat Racing. But the Aston Martin, the 23 team, doing very, very well. We've got the Milnair guys there. That's Jack and George Wright. They're looking at their phones, probably looking at the weather. They're looking a bit nervous. We've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go as the leader crosses the line, and can they eke out a 2-minute lap? Now they've got the time to do it, but this could be the last lap. They may well go through and actually end up having an extra lap. It depends on how. This is a bit like Cadwell Park, although they spent the last hour going very conservatively slowly. You can see George right there. Looking, we're waving at the camera. Good job there from the guys from the Milnair crew. But George Wright looking very nervous. Jack Wright, I think, is on the phone there, looking at probably the weather, or I don't know, looking at timings. But we've got 1:31 to go. The timing of the last lap was a 1:47.5. So realistically, they're probably going to have another lap on top of this one. Have you got someone with you?
I've not, but I can tell you now there is no nerves down at the Milnair team. They are rubbing their hands. They're excited. It's nearly coming to an end. They are looking forward to celebrating this one.
Okay, thanks for that. So we've got the Milnair crew now. At the moment, Declan McDonald is exiting onto Starkey Straight with a minute left to go. Now, unless he almost parks up on the entry to the S's, I think he's going to end up going through the start-finish line again. We've got 49 seconds to go. Though people are clambering towards the pit wall, and maybe the checkered flag will be out this time by. We're just looking across the S's. I'm looking to see if a checkered flag is being made ready. I don't think it is. I think there is going to be one more lap to do. Yep, the one lap to go signal has been given. So I can see all the team members clambering across to the pit wall. It's a great collaborative atmosphere here in the pit and paddock area at Donington Park, and it's a real pleasure to be providing the commentary for this race meeting. And it's been a bit of a masterclass for the Milnair crew. We see on screen now the number 3. This is the car that's going to end up probably finishing in 3rd place. This is the Wingat Racing car crossing the line to start its final lap. And again, they'll be checking everything. The gap behind them, well, there's a two lap gap to the 49 behind them. So they're not going to be too worried. They've just got to get through this last lap and make sure they're not tripping up on any of the cars. The other car we'll just wait to see, of course, is the Aston Martin. That's the car in second place, and that will make up our podium. The 333 had an eventful race. The Kahuna's car on screen at the moment. That car in and out of the pits at some point was running up in the podium places, but not to be this time by for the Kahuna Racing car. The 333 actually is quite a bit way down the order now, down in 27th, but they did have that quite long pit stop. The 46 braking much earlier, and I don't blame him at all, into McLean's, and now into Coppice, braking a lot earlier than he has done every other lap. It's making sure that in these greasy conditions there are no mistakes and no errors as they come down the Starkey Straight and go into the S's at the moment, and he's going to be greeted by a plethora of people who are up on the pit wall. The team there are ready to celebrate, phones at the ready to capture this moment that the 46 is going to come across the line and win the 5 hours of Donington Park for the 46 car, the Milner team. A great effort by George Wright, Jack Wright and Declan McDonald to win this race. An absolute storming drive and a masterclass of both strategy and just pure race driving. George and Jack Wright have had some success in other races this weekend, but a great win, the third win of the season. They didn't win that first race, but they won Cadwell Park, they won the 24-hour at Anglesey, and now the 5 hours of Donington Park. Second place has gone to the Aston Martin, the 23 crew, and third place has gone to the Windgat Racing team. So that is your podium. It's the 46, the 23 and the number 3, and well done to all of them. The fourth place was the 49, the LDR Performance car that ran up in the lead and had that guest drive with our touring car champion, of course, in that car. And then we've got the number in fifth place is the number 81. In sixth is the 131. In seventh, it's the 180. In fact, this is where some of the penalties are starting to drop in, I think. So we're just going to keep an eye on how the TSL screens update at this point. So, yeah, we've got down to fifth place, which is the 81. In sixth, it is the 131, the Catastrophe car, classified in sixth place. In seventh, it's the 555 Subaru team. In eighth place, it's the 180 team Shine car. In ninth, it's the 121. In 10th, it's the number 2K NJM racing car. In 11th, it's the number 18 No Nonsense racing car. In 12th, the 22 AKF racing. 13th is the 116 car. That's the Piston Broke team. In 14th is number 77. The Chick Speed car, got a lot of coverage of that one on the video today. And in 15th, it's the number 64 Autotech racing car. In 16th, it has been the number 51 Addict racing car. 17th, the 95 Kachow. In 18th, the number 19 LDR Performance. And in 19th, the 96 Porsche Carrera team. Rounding out the top 20 is the 74, the Oak Sport car and Starsky and Clutch. 143 ended the race in 21st. In 22nd, the 174 Oak Sport team. Burton Power, eventful race for that one. The number 1 car ending the race in 23rd. 101 finishing the SMC Paradox Motorsport team, finishing in 24th. And in 25th, the 41 Row Rage Motorsport car. In 26th, the number 44 Kagermeister. In 27th, it's the 333 Kahuna's racing team. In 28th, it was the KNF racing team. And the last of our classified finishers was in 29th, number 9, the LDR Performance car. Matt, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you for everything this weekend, but you're going to grab our podium with the podium cars that you've got down there, I believe.
I am indeed. Thank you very much, Rob. The driver's just getting out the car, just wait for them to take their helmets off. And then we can start the interviews with the top 3 from today's racing. What a 5-hour race it was. The rain played a little bit of a part at the very end of it. But for everybody here, it's been a fantastic day of racing. Before the draw, we speak to the drivers. In fact, we can speak to our race winners, the number 46, the Milner team, who are, I suppose, well, I'm going to guess you're very, very delighted with that win.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. That was it was getting very tricky towards the end there. So we managed it pretty well from early on. I think we did a bit of extra stop under one of the early safety cars, and that gave us a little bit of a fuel strategy that we could work with till the end. And yeah, getting in with about an hour and 45 to go, I was watching those clouds thinking they're coming. We'd said the last half an hour we thought was going to be tricky, but yeah, no, that was
beautiful drive. Well done,
it was tricky towards the end, but I think the guys came on the radio and said that we've got a lap on second place, and I could see them behind me, and I thought, well, I don't want to let them pass. I'd sooner keep them there in case it's a safety car and they can take a big chunk. So I just pushed a bit harder and went away from them. So I was managing it from there on in, really.
Managing it from there on in, but like you say, the clouds came over. It looked a bit ominous for a few moments here and there. We got a brief shower with 10 minutes to go. I bet your heart was in your mouth for a minute, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. But I mean, I think we had a comfortable enough lead that I was just really pedalling it round, and it would have been a bit more interesting if they'd been on the rear bumper and we'd had to push, and then we'd had to find a bit where the limits were a bit more. But didn't really have to do that. The car was good, and we changed the front left for the last stint. Took a little bit of time to come in, but once it had come in, it was mint, and it gave us a bit more tread for when the rain was there as well. So that worked strategy-wise as well. That was a good thing.
And the strategy at the beginning, the first safety car, the double pit stop to obviously put you in this position to go very long at the end, played an absolute treat into your hands.
I think it did, but I think the thing that really stood out was Jack's first drive. So we were on the radio and he was saying they're doing track limits everywhere, and we told him, well, he decided for himself he was not going to go with them and do track limits, and then they started getting penalties, and that's also what helped us get away, which was, so fair play to Jack, he pulled a blinder.
Well, congratulations to you and the whole Milner team. Enjoy that one, and well done on the race win. Second place, though, was the Caston Martin team, who we can speak with now. Second place, but it was all done sort of towards the later stages of that race, wasn't it, to get on the podium?
Yeah, I think at one point we were down P12 or somewhere around there, so I think we thought podium was pretty much out of the game, but yeah, I don't really know what happened, but somehow we climbed up to where we have, so I'll take it.
The rain tried to play its part at the very end there. How nerve-wracking was that for you with P3 on the back of you?
Yeah, I kind of couldn't wait for it to finish, to be honest. I was just looking at the clock every time coming through and just counting down the minutes. Someone was catching me up at a rate, but I thought, I've got too much to lose.
And how was the car out there, obviously, in them conditions, getting tricky at the end? Did you change tyres at all throughout that 5 hours? Did you stick on the ones?
No, we were going to change the tyres on the last stop. And our last driver came in and said, I think they're all right, going to go to the end. So we made the decision to do so. And I think it was probably the right decision, looking at our gap at the end. So yeah, I think it paid off.
Well, congratulations on the second place. Enjoy that one for you and all the team.
Thank you very much.
And then we've got P3 as well, the Windgat racing team. Obviously third place today. Just couldn't quite get past the Caston Martins at the very end, but P3. And I'm sure, as much as you'd have loved P2, you'll obviously take that one.
Yeah, unfortunately on the stint on the driver before me, we started to get a bit of a clutch issue. So Liam was brought in, you had to sort of try and rev match to go down the box. It wasn't so bad going from third to fourth, but you just had to wait. So there's like a delay every... Excuses. But yeah, no, good race. The lights were held him off, but I think just struggling a little bit with the box. And we opted not to put another tyre on the last stint. It's a little bit shot, but yeah, we'll take the third.
Take the third. The weather almost played its part there to try and get him at the very end as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's, I think if I had the tyres at the end, I would probably give him a little go, but I think we've done the best we could today. Pit stops went very well for us. Yeah, really pleased. Really pleased.
You seem to be there or thereabouts for most of the race after the early runs of pit stops, obviously with the front three running away early doors. You seem to be thereabouts after that first set of stops. So you can be happy though.
Yeah, definitely. The front three are small and broke away. They seem to have that extra bit of pace for everyone else, but we were sort of hanging around in third there. We played the pit stops very well. We managed to pit under a safety car, which helped us. We normally get caught out. We pit and the safety car's 5 minutes later. It's usually our luck, but we're on the road with that today. So yeah, I mean, all three drivers drove great stints, just nice and solid, nothing too extravagant, but just keep banging them laps in. And in a 5 hour race, that's what you need to do.
It is indeed. Well, congratulations to you and the whole team on the P3 there in that one.
Thanks very much appreciated.
No problem. And that then concludes all the racing action here at Donington Park. The Enduro cars have finished and concluded for the day to end our proceedings here at Donington Park. Thank you all for watching and tuning in, and we'll see you next time. And to all the fans around the Donington Park circuit still listening on the circuit commentary, thank you all.
On track, every second matters, every component, every lap.
Track It gives teams real-time insight from the garage to the grid.